sleep tonight, 'cause I don't know what I am. I'm a little like you, more like sun of sand.
There we go. How's it going, guys? Are we good? I just woke up actually a little while ago, so. Oh, you can't hear me? Okay, cool. Yeah, so we've been good, bro. Exam season just started. Exam season just started, so we've got, we've got that to look forward to. We are going to be going on the kill stream actually in the next 10 minutes to debate Dingo. And no, not the Dingo that you all are used to. Southern Dingo. We're going to be debating white nationalism, I think, in America. I have not done a debate in a while, so bit nervous. Coffee always helps, clear the nerves. But yeah, I got my energy up. I'm ready. I am. Thank you, Tom. Yeah, I just got a haircut. But we're going into this. We're going into this strong. Yeah. What can I say? So, I actually did not prepare opening statements. I did not do any research for this debate. But I do know a little bit about the subject beforehand. I think I know the strategy going in. Of course, I'm not going to reveal it to you because there's always enemy spies watching in the audience. You never know. So I don't want to reveal my strat too early. Oh shit! Hold on. There we go. So with that being said, I'm just gonna message Ralph, send the link when you're ready. Yeah, I think white nationalism in America is like really stupid. It's kind of antithetical to like American values. Democracy, very important to our country. It's just not the will of the people. It's very economically unviable. And all the issues that white supremacists like to cite for like their reasons for wanting a white nation state in America, like the black crime rate, for example. There are so many other alternatives to fixing that that are just way more economically feasible. Lot less hard to do. So I feel like if you have an issue that you want to correct, you're probably going to want to take the one that is going to be easier or less risk, less costly. And also, yeah, I don't understand. Yeah, so I'm ready. All right. Ralph told me to pop on in 13 minutes. Oh, shit. Ralph told me to pop on in 13 minutes. So we're going to get on in 13 minutes. Before I do that, and I found your planned Halloween special. What's your position versus his? Is Dingo a white nationalist or... He's a white nationalist. He's, I believe, a neo-Nazi. We were originally going to debate, I think we were originally going to debate, like, World War II shit. But he didn't really want to go down that route, so yeah. So now we're just here. Whoa, shit. What the fuck? An ad popped up for car shit. I don't own a car though, so kind of so hot. Keep your hair like this forever. Thank you. I appreciate it. So, how's it going, chat? What's been going on? I've kind of been out of the loop. I know Augie's still gone. I don't really know. I don't know. How should I say this? Yeah, I think he should come back. I think it's really stupid that he is not streaming right now. But what can I say? We'll mourn. He could be coming back. I don't know. Lyrics replaced Augie. I don't know, man. I just don't think he's as entertaining. What can I say? What can I say? I'm still kind of salty that he leaked my shit, to be honest. Let me get Discord up. Refresh, you had a haircut. I did have a haircut, yeah. Yeah, the sides are getting a little long, and my hair does not look good when the sides get long, so I just popped into the barber and said, you know, shave my sides. Aiden, you need to keep... Thank you, appreciate it. What else is going on? Yeah, I am debating Southern Dingo. I don't know really anything about him, but... Oh yeah, Bunk wants to call. Shit. Wait. Let me pull out my fucking headphones are being really weird. He has a large overbite. Is that is he smart? Like, should I be worried? Is anyone who knows this guy, should I be worried going into this? Yeah, he's a self-proclaimed Nazi, surprisingly not a Fed. At least as far as we know. I don't know. Was he at the Capitol? Can somebody check that one for me? Probably was at the Capitol. I mean, a lot of people, like, I used to debate neo-Nazis a lot more, and a lot of them were at the Capitol, so I don't know. Was he there? Fuck. Yeah, I called Bunk. Bunk's not picking up. Wait, where are we going with this? Alright, cool. I'm just getting everything ready real quick.
Aiden, my dude.
I only got
who are you
6
debating
minutes.
on the kill stream? Hit me with them.
Sorry, can you hear me?
I can, 100%.
Okay, yeah. I got 6 minutes, but yeah, I'm going on to debate Southern Dingo on white nationalism.
Oh shit! No, that's the debate you were talking about before. Shit, fuck. Okay, hold on. Have you watched any of Southern Dingo's debates before?
Yeah, I checked one out. He did not see. It was his one with like Big Papa.
Oh
Fascists.
fuck! You're over prep too. Okay, shit.
Yeah, I didn't. He doesn't.
This isn't looking good for you, buddy.
He doesn't seem. I'm nervous though, cause I didn't really prepare. I watched a debate. I didn't prepare an opening or anything. I mean, it doesn't look like you need to on the kill stream.
Oh my god, you don't need to with Southern Dingo on any platform.
So here's my.
That guy's got a disability.
Here's my position, and let me know what you think about it. Any of the like reasoning like they typically give for wanting white nationalism, such as the black crime rate, et cetera, there are much more like feasible alternatives that don't involve creating an ethno state. Like there are ways to reduce the black crime rate. There are ways to address kind of the concerns they have. It seems like white nationalism is the most complicated way of doing that, and it's just not really realistic at all, and it's like antithetical to democracy.
Okay. So hold on. So have you read Dakota's research document on race realism yet?
Yeah, I have.
Okay, so with Southern Dingo, you don't need to know any of that.
Really?
So listen, Southern Dingo is actually so mind-numbingly disabled that you can make a statement like, oh, the reason they're gonna have more crime is literally solely in virtue of the fact that they're poorer. And then he has nothing else to say to you.
Really? He can't counter
The
it?
dialogue tree ends there. Yeah. It just ends there.
Shit. Okay.
So listen, okay. Oh, hold on. Whenever you go to the conversation, do you have any of the data surrounding you need like one study on this, okay? It's literally just the data surrounding adopted children of color.
Can you send it to me?
Okay, it's in Dakota's race realism document.
Oh, okay, perfect. I'll look through it. Appreciate it.
Yeah, go through it really quickly. I know fucking Dakota sent it to me forever ago. Actually, if you just have that, he's gonna get blown the fuck out of the water. What other things do you do? Fucking engage him as much as humanly possible in meta conversation. He's too stupid to realize it's happening, and he's too bad at it to do anything good there.
Okay. I don't want to sound too like pedantic though.
Absolutely not. Just insult him.
Okay. Perfect. I can't find
Okay,
the.
you don't even have to be
I can't
pedantic
find the
about it.
adoption one.
Literally insult him, fucking beat him up on one point, and then immediately make the conversation about how poorly he's doing about the point.
Oh shit.
Like snap to that immediately.
Okay. Perfect.
Like combo breaker. Okay. Fuck that guy up.
Perfect. Okay. Well.
All right. Perfect.
Appreciate
okay.
it.
I'm gonna tune in. Okay.
All
I'm
right.
hyped to see this.
Sounds
show.
good. Thanks.
All right. Peace, bye, dude.
Fuck. Okay. I'm nervous, guys. I'm really fucking nervous. But I'm not gonna act nervous. I'm gonna go in really confident. Like, what's up, Southern Dingo? Ready to debate on white nationalism? I'm gonna sound like I'm like in my 50s and just came from a Texas bar. I drink straight up fucking vodka, nothing in it. No mixers or anything. I gotta sound really confident and strong and badass and tea-filled and. All right, guys. Hey, what's the worst that happens here, right? Where are we? Hold on. Give me one sec. Your channel. Perfect. Okay. All right. So I think we're going to head on now. Or, wait, has it been 13 minutes? Let's check. No, it hasn't. Okay. I'm just going to look through this document really quick. This Aussie dingo? No, it is Southern dingo. Do I think Mexicans should not be in the United States? I think Mexicans should especially be in the United States. I'm a Mexican supremacist. I very much enjoy. I mean, I don't like to generalize people by their background, but I am very fond of Mexican culture. Very hardworking people, very fun to party with. Tequila's pretty good. Actually, I wouldn't know. I'm not 21. But, yeah, no, Mexicans are pretty cool. Although, the debate I watched, Dingo argued that all Mexicans are... Oh, thank you, Ace Howler 180 for $3. He argued that most make sure to use your Jewish tricks. I am actually. They I'm actually gonna do that. I'm gonna pray to Moloch, drink some Christian baby blood to give me power for this debate. Let's see your message, Ace Howler. Hey Aiden, what's good? Nothing much, bro. Nothing much. Thank you for having me on your podcast the other day. For those who don't know, I don't know if it's up yet. I went on this small comment. No, I'm not even gonna call them small commentary. I went on this podcast called Trash Talk, and yeah, they interviewed me. So if you want to check that out, you can. Are you going to address the Ryland situation? I didn't even know who Ryland was. Ryland was in a group chat with me, and I genuinely I did not know who this person was. I don't know. I still don't know who this person is. I guess we all technically didn't know who this person was, but I didn't know who they were even when they were faking their identity. So it was this person that apparently catfished everybody. I mean, it was never an issue for me because I didn't know them, but. Who are we debating? We're debating Southern Dingo, white nationalist. Let's see, does the Southern Poverty Law Center have a article about him? That's when I'm debating a white nationalist, that's always my Poverty Law Center, Southern Dingo. No, okay, so he's not that prominent of a white nationalist. No, it's not the same dingo. I know this is very confusing. There's the Irish gay dingo that made the Destiny iceberg, and then there's like the deep south, like fucking inbred, like racist southern dingo. I'm debating the latter. I'm not debating. I don't think the first one would argue for white nationalism. People are gonna be like DMing like a northern dingo. Hey, why were you debating in favor of like a racial ethno state, dingo? Tom says, I'm Irish. I love Irish people. I have Irish family. Not by blood, though, but I love Irish people. Debate Jalen. What? I can't beat a dead horse anymore. Dingo co-hosts Ranbot sometimes. Yeah, I was brought up by an Irish immigrant um, in my childhood, but so I'm kind of I feel I feel Irish, but I'm not Irish. I feel Irish though. I always wanted to visit. Yeah, Randbot is the guy who debated me on like Black Spider-Man and the Holocaust, and he got like blown the fuck out, so he started like coping. Um, yeah, I don't know. Like after the debate, he unironically claimed I like used like Jewish tricks on him. So I still don't know what that is, but okay. Your streams have more viewers, or there's a more appealing setup, like something that gets people's attention. Yeah, I know. I don't really want a lot of viewers on this one. This one's pretty political, and I know like that's not what most people are into. So I'm not really like looking for a lot of viewers. I'm mainly doing this out of boredom, but also for the entertainment of like maybe the 30 active people that watch this channel. So hey, and then maybe I could turn it into a video and upload it to this channel because we only have one actual video. I can't do super chats yet or like memberships because I don't have enough watch time or videos up. So maybe we could get something up and that will contribute. Or is Colton? I don't know where Colton is. Will you ever make YouTube a full-time thing where you consistently upload again? We'll see where my life goes. I mean, right now it's not really in the cards. I do this for fun. I do this for my own amusement. I'd like to do something more serious, and maybe I can integrate YouTube into whatever career I go down, whether I become a psychologist or a lawyer. I don't know. Would I ever be a politician? I'd love to, but I have such a fucking complicated past. Like I didn't really have a great upbringing, and I feel like that would be used against me politically. So I don't really, I'm not really looking to go down that route. Maybe if I came from a little bit of a more typical background, probably. Use the Jewish tricks. So true. All right. It's been 13 minutes. I'm calling in.
throwing stuff at my niece. Anyways, so I was fucking mad. It got solved, and the dude made her apologize, which I was very happy about. But then I realized like there's something very dangerous about anger because like I stopped
One
I
sec. One
stopped
sec.
at
One
the
sec. One sec.
yeah. What? No, who cares? I'm gonna finish this. Oh yeah, my bad.
Cog said any street shitting kids in this story. Dingo.
No,
That's
no,
what he's
no.
super chatted in. Okay.
Not at all. Not at all. No, Cog, you can zip it back up, Cog. No, but and so like I was stopped by Smoothie King on the way home, and I'm getting a Gladiator 32 ounce extra scoop of protein, like I always do, strawberry by the way. And then like there's two lines at the Smoothie King, right? And so there's two ordering things. It's one line, right? And so anyways, this guy who ordered after me in the line to my right, like I should have gone, and then he should have gone. Well, he tries to scoot in front of me, and I go. I threw my hands up like it was a big deal. Like, what are you fucking doing? And I'm like, why did I do that? But I realized, dude, it's because I was so mad from the whole like parade thing. I'm like, okay, I've got to not get mad because like it's hard for me to get unmad. Apparently, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. I've had that happen. Now, Aiden Projects just joined us. How you doing, sir?
I'm good. How's my audio?
Oh, you sound good, man. Yeah, you sound good.
You sound a little
Coming
Jewy
through
to me. Maybe
Now,
you
wait,
fix that.
hold on. Wait, Dingo, hold on. Before we get into the festivities, Aiden Projects has been on the show a few times, but introduce yourself for those who don't know you, and I'll let Dingo introduce himself, and then we'll go into it, even though they know him. But
Sure. Yeah. I'm an on again, off again YouTuber. I enjoy doing like political debates occasionally for fun. And I'm on Twitter sometimes. Yeah.
okay, that's good. What about you, Dingo? Give a little introduction, and then I'll let Aiden start because I think that would work better. But go ahead, give yourself a little introduction, Dingo, even though we were just talking to you. But
Okay, well, let's see. I am one of the best minds of the century, of the millennia, some people said, but I definitely agree with century. I started doing this whole pro-white thing publicly around 2017. The Jews and blacks keep trying to ruin me, but they can't keep me down. And that can be the same exact thing for all of you white people listening. They don't have to win. They don't have to win. Be proud of yourself, love your own people, and stay away from the you-know-whats, and we can do this thing.
all right, now, Aiden, I'll let you start off. The topic is white nationalism. Of course, I'll interject here and there, but it'll be mostly the participants. And I may have a question. I may break you guys up if it gets too crazy. But we'll go ahead and start off again. Topic white nationalism. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Aiden Projects.
Sorry, just to clarify real quick, we're speaking in the American context, right?
Yeah, we're talking about America, although I told you this, it may drift into international,
No, that's fine.
but I think the America is the main focus. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. So I think that most of like the arguments I see in favor of white nationalism, which you can correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know how you would define it, but a majority or entirely white nation state, I think that majority of the reasonings behind that, such as maybe the black crime rate or the influence of minorities in America, I think there are much more realistic and economically viable alternatives to address those issues than kicking everybody out and creating this like utopian white nation state.
Now, okay. What do you think about that, Dingo? That's it's not a viable thought.
Well, I mean, I disagree. Like, but whenever I, was talking about this debate or whatever, I thought it was just a concept about white nationalism, not necessarily in America. I mean, I can do it in America.
Well, you can. Well, it's fine. Just the concept. I mean, I just think America's the main focus. But yeah, you can talk. You can talk however you want. But
yeah, well, that's fine. I mean, I guess if we're talking about America, I would be really curious to hear those, those actions you could take to mitigate the issues with diversity, because that's what they've been trying to do since the 60s, and nothing has worked. So I'd be curious to hear what you think could be done other than removing the diversity from the equation.
I'll give you some, I guess, solutions. But when you say nothing has worked, that I just feel like that's not true, right? We've seen black unemployment reach like historic lows. The communities have gotten better. So I don't know. I feel like it has been working. Maybe not at like an ideal like pace overnight.
No, we have a different definition of worked. Like, that's my point. It's nothing that they keep doing is good for white people, right? Like white people are my only concern. So whenever the black unemployment rate goes down, the white unemployment rate, necessarily goes up. We've seen diversity hiring, which has just ruined the white career path. We've seen the Fair Housing Act that Obama passed in 2011 that has ruined white neighborhoods. So yeah, black people are moving up. I agree, but that's not working to me. That's screwing us over.
And how so? How would that be screwing you over? Like,
Because diversity plus proximity equals conflict, and there's not a single example of an exception to that rule throughout history, and that includes modern day America.
where like you mean there's not a single exception where ethnicities have been able to coexist without conflict?
No, not ethnicities, races.
Races, okay. And you would say the races are, you break that down into white, black.
I'd say whites and blacks at the very least are a different race, wouldn't you?
I mean, I guess I feel like that's kind of arbitrary classification. What would you?
It's not. It's scientific.
What do you consider white?
Yeah, I'm not going to do this with you. You know what white is.
No, I actually don't.
I'll tell you one time, and it's going to be a European. It's just a stand-in word for European. Simple.
You realize
You could just do the same thing with yellow and Asian. You wouldn't be confused
So-
at that, would you?
so are Mexicans white?
Do you think Mexicans are white?
I mean, by your definition, yeah. I mean, what percentage of European would
No,
be
they're
white?
not.
Yeah, most Mexicans are mestizo. They're of European indigenous admixture.
Are Blasians Asian?
Are Blasians Asian? Yeah. Yes.
No, they're not.
Yeah, they're mixed race, but they're Asian. Yeah.
They're not Asian. They're Blasian. They're mixed race.
Okay. That doesn't mean they don't have Asian DNA.
That means they're mixed race, bro.
Okay. So what percentage of DNA would somebody have to be considered white? Like what of European
What
DNA?
okay, check this out. What percentage of the human body is water? Am I a bottle of water?
No. I don't-
Okay. So what percentage of, a certain type of DNA does somebody need to be that race? What a silly question.
Well, it's not. I mean, if you're talking
It
about
is.
creating a white nation state, you'd obviously need to work out the logistics of who you would include and exclude.
Everybody knows what white is when it's time to vilify whitey.
No, they don't. This has been
People like you don't know what white is when it's time to talk about how white people being around non-whites is bad for white people. It's very, very crazy how that works out.
I mean, you haven't really explained how that's bad for white people, but
I have.
But we get to that in a second. I just feel like you claim like white is such a clear like thing, but if that were true, it wouldn't have changed historically. I mean, I feel like, for example,
When did it change historically?
you don't consider Jews white, right? Most
That's
people
correct.
would. Most people would.
No. Well, so what? Who cares?
Well, you just said everybody knows what white is, so that's clearly
Yeah, they
not the
do.
case if most people are going to disagree with your definition or who you would consider white.
Well, I mean, it's really handy whenever you bring up Jews. I'm glad you did. Like, Jews are a race with their own ethnicities inside it. That's why you could take a 23andMe test and find out what your race is, Jew, and what kind of Jew you are, right? Mizrahi, Ashkenazi, Sephardim, whatever. Like, these are not good examples. You're proving my point.
Well, no. So there are some sites where Jews can take DNA tests and it won't say Jew, right? It will say what parts of the world they come from, right? To classify somebody as a percentage of Jew, they look for specific genetic clusters, and the majority of the Jewish maternal lineage is European, right? Ashkenazi Jews are predominantly European. So by your definition, Jews would be considered white.
No, that's not my definition. You're chewing the conversation.
You said
which you always do.
said people of European origin. And what do you mean like I always
I
do?
said
We've never spoken-
Europeans.
What? Yeah,
I
Europeans.
said Europeans.
So people of European descent, right?
Europeans.
Yeah, so if somebody's DNA is majority...
This will not turn into a what is white debate. Like, I won't. It won't happen.
So how are we supposed to
'Cause
debate white nationalism if
You're
can't
going to
even-
have to just be a little honest. That's how.
How am I being dishonest? I'm trying to figure out what you would
Everybody
consider white.
knows what white is, and if you're saying
But
you
you
don't,
just-
you're
but
being
you-
dishonest.
Okay, how can you say everybody knows what white is, but at the same time you just conceded that most people would disagree, or you would disagree with most people that Jews are white. So clearly there is some disagreement as to who is white and who is not.
Because I disagree with you that Jews are not white, you're saying that everyone doesn't know what white is. That's stupid.
I mean, they don't, right? Like
They do.
historically there have been groups included and excluded from this definition.
Like what?
Italians,
Wrong.
Spanish. No,
Wrong.
no, not at all.
When? When were they excluded?
During like the whole time where they were perpetuating like the myth of like the Nordic race, Spanish and Italians were excluded from that. White is a fairly like new
When?
grouping.
Where? What year was that?
I don't know the specific year off the top of my head, but I would
What
venture to
century
guess
was it?
probably early 20th, late 19th.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
You've no idea what I'm talking about?
No.
You've never heard of like the grouping of like the Nordic race?
No.
Okay. Maybe.
Here's what I do know. What I do know is that the very first Immigration Act of America was passed in 1793, right? Very shortly after the Declaration of Independence. I mean, not even 20 years later. I'm sorry, 1793. And it granted citizenship to all free white persons of good moral character. It was the first time they used the term white in a major governmental document in America. And who did they let in? They let in everybody from Europe, didn't they?
Did they? I don't think so. I don't
They
think
did.
that was true.
They sure did. Italians came right on over. Spaniards came right on over.
In,
Irish, Scottish, English, Germans, everybody came right on over.
in very limited amounts, but even if I was to concede on that point, how is that relevant?
Because it's a government document literally defining what white is through its immigration policy. You're saying that everybody's confused on what white is, but they had a very good idea of what white was in 1793.
So,
And
okay,
it's a lot later than that now.
wait, you realize part of that Jews were immigrating too, right?
A
Within
lot of
that group.
Jews lied about what they are. They said, oh, I'm Irish. Oh, I'm this and that. I'm whatever. That's why they changed their last name at Ellis Island a lot.
They actually
They
no,
got-
you didn't
they
change
got
your
gold
you
instead
did
of
not-
Goldstein.
That's an incredibly common misconception. You don't change your name at Ellis Island, but that's besides the point. I think that, like when you say they lied, do you have any basis for that?
Yeah, they talk about it themselves, how they were persecuted and had to lie to get into America.
That's just not true.
That's totally true.
Okay.
Everything I say is true, big guy. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you too. So how would you for creating a white nation state in America, do you think that's viable at all?
I mean, I don't want to blackpill anyone, but I kind of feel like, it's over for America, to be honest with you.
I don't know.
But I mean, if we were going to like survive, that's the only way we'd be able to do it.
What would indicate that it's over for America right now?
Just the overwhelming presence of non-whites here at this point.
That's what you consider over? Like, I mean, we have a quality of life that's unprecedented in human history. Our lifespans are going up. I mean,
Hey, super chat, hang on.
we have it pretty good over here.
There's a super chat, hang on.
Go ahead. You keep talking.
Okay.
Don't say that, super chatter. Go ahead.
All right.
Oh, all right. Well, my mom just got back with my oldest kid. I might have to go say hey to him in just a second. But I mean, yeah, like it's funny that you mentioned the lifespans because you realize that every racial group in America has a longer lifespan than it did 10
Wait.
years ago, other than white people.
So
Did you know that?
A longer lifespan than white people?
Yeah, life expectancy has gone up for everybody in America but white people over the last decade. Did you know that?
No, I don't think that's true.
That is true, big guy.
Do you have I mean, I hate to be that guy, but like, where are you getting that from?
You're going to be that guy. That's fine. I can find it for you. Just give me
I'm
a second.
sorry, that just sounds like factually incorrect. But while you're looking
Well,
for that,
welcome to the real world, bro.
Okay. Well, while you're looking for that, I mean, you're saying that it was so clear back in the 1700s who was white and who wasn't, but I'm looking at some of the writings of Benjamin Franklin right here, and he grouped people into white, swarthy, colored, and he did not consider French, Germans, Russians, and Swedes to be white. He considered it to be the English and the Saxons.
Yeah, but they all came over as immigrants, didn't they?
So did the Jews,
Like,
and the Jews didn't
he-
lie about it.
They had to lie about it. Yeah, they did.
They were
but
open
whether
about it.
Benjamin
Even if
Franklin,
you look, if
okay, go ahead.
no, they didn't lie about it, right? They were pretty openly Jewish in those times. I mean, even if you look, I mean, are you like a Confederacy fan? Like, they
Not
were
really.
pretty open. Oh, okay. Well, they were pretty open about it then. They were like, they did not lie about it. They were very open about it.
Okay, hey, I'm gonna have to go say bye to my mom real quick. I'll be back in like 3 minutes. Okay.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Now while he's gone, you were talking about Jews being white. I mean, I'm not the opponent, but what do you think? Do Jews consider themselves white? I know there's some disagreement there, and I've
Yeah,
seen sometimes
yeah.
they say they do, sometimes they say they don't.
I mean,
But-
it depends on the Jew, right? Like, That's honestly, I mean, Jews don't get to classify what they are. It comes down to science and how they fit into society's structures. And unless a Jew explicitly is like wearing a Star of David or something, most of the time they fit into white social structures and they are treated as what we would consider white. And yes, Ashkenazi Jews are predominantly of European descent. Even if they don't consider themselves to be and consider themselves to be something else, which honestly is just like Zionist rhetoric to justify that they have a land in the Middle East and it belongs to them or whatever. They're predominantly European. They were in Europe for 2,000 years. They mixed with in northern Italy. They took the Jewish men took Italian wives, so that's why today majority of the Ashkenazi maternal lineage is European.
So you don't feel like they're a distinct race?
No, I don't. I think they are a mix. I think they're a mix.
All right, now we're waiting on Dingo to come back. He had to step away for a second to talk to his kid. And okay, now he's back. All right, pick it back up. I was asking him a couple of questions about the first part there, but go ahead and pick it back up, Dingo.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's just, I knew this was going to happen, especially once you told me that, or once somebody told me that this guy was Jewish, that he was going to do this. Like, they always do this. What even is white? Like Ben Franklin said, Germans were swarthy. What even is white? You're here to debate whether white nationalism is good or not, right? Yeah. It's viable or not. Now you want to say white's not even a thing. Well, if you think white's not a thing, you just need to leave, and I'll fucking talk to somebody who knows that it is.
Okay, so you're kind of coping really hard right now. I mean, I'm
really not. You're being retarded.
If your position is pro-white nationalism, I'm just trying to see what you would consider white, and then you cited the 1700s as an example of why it was so clear and so obvious to everyone who was white and who wasn't. And I'm showing you that writings from one of the founding fathers of this country.
It's journal writings. He wrote that in his journal. I know exactly what you're talking about, but whenever it came time to let with this group or that group into the country, he put his name down to let those same people that he was talking shit about in his private journal into the country.
They also
you could bring this up all day, man, but I'm telling you, I've been getting Jude since 2016. It's not going to work anymore. This is Jew 101. I'm past that. I got a PhD in this shit. Let's move on.
Really? I didn't see that class on my list of options in college. I think that, I mean,
everything in college is that.
Okay. Jew 101.
Well, I mean, there's 102, there's 201.
So what do you if you can't define what white is, what do you want to move on to?
I can. You can't. You're the only one having a problem with it.
So if you can, why can't you give me a definition?
I'm not playing this game with you, Jew.
You can do the posturing, you're Jewish.
It's not posturing.
But at the end of the day, the fact of the matter is we're having a debate. Okay, so you're just not going to support your own argument? That's great.
I'm not going to play this game with you that I have to prove the existence of a fucking people that exist. Exactly. I'm not going to do that.
No, I don't. I actually don't. That's why.
So they don't exist. So there's no racism in the world, right? Because you only blame white people for racism, right?
I blame white people.
You know who's white when it's time to call somebody a racist, don't you?
No, blacks are incredibly racist. What do you mean?
What's a black? What is black?
People of predominantly African ancestry.
Wait. How much African do you have to be black?
I would say maybe around 50% or over.
What if I disagree? What if I say it's got to be 75?
Then you're entitled to do that.
So then now there's a disagreement on what black is, so it doesn't even exist, right?
That would just be like a non sequitur. You'd have to argue for that conclusion. Why would you want to up it to 75? What would be the reasoning behind that?
Yeah, but since you and I disagree on what black is, then black isn't a thing now. You won't support your argument.
What do you mean I won't support my argument?
Tell me why 50% is the cutoff.
That's what I would generally put it around, because I feel like that.
You got a study for that? I hate to be this guy, but do you have a study for that?
You're asking for my opinion. You're not asking me to cite a factual basis, or you're not asking me for what's actually considered black or not in census data or whatever. I think it's self-identifying, to be honest. But I'd say if you're visibly black and are treated as such due to being of African descent, I think it'd be safe to call you black. But if I had to guess, I'd say around 50% is where that point hits.
Cool story, bro. See, nobody gives a shit about this. Everybody knows what black people are. Everybody knows.
So
everybody knows what white people are.
So my friend, he's got one black grandparent. You would never.
He's a quadroon.
Okay, but I don't think anyone would call him black.
I wouldn't call him white either. He's mixed race.
predominantly European, right?
He's mixed race, dude. Come on.
He's 3/4 European.
Yeah, that's great for him. Okay,
So okay,
but he's not white.
so you think white has to be 100% European in order to be white?
No. But it has to be like overwhelmingly, retardedly overwhelmingly, like
Yeah, like
97,
three
98%.
fourths, like 3/4.
That's not retardedly overwhelmingly.
3/4 is pretty overwhelming.
No, it's not. It's a quarter away from half.
A quarter away from half.
Dude, you're being really pedantic. I mean, do you want to debate?
No, I'm just
debate white nationalism or not?
Yeah, we
Because
can.
I'm about to shut down on you.
We
I'm
can.
just
I'm
not
just
going to do this.
asking.
No,
with
wait. Hold on. Go ahead.
Am I okay? Okay, like maybe is my line of questioning here like really like off base? Like I feel like if we're gonna argue like what
You. Yes.
if I feel like if we're gonna argue for the creation of a white nation state, the least you should be able to do is define what white is. You can't do
I have.
that. You haven't. I've explained to you why you're
European.
European. So under that definition, Mexicans, Jews,
No, they're not European. They're literally Mexicans.
mestizos. Oh, mestizos are overwhelmingly European.
No, the overwhelming majority of the population in Mexico is just basically pure American Indian that speaks Spanish. That's what the
That
majority
is-
of Mexicans are.
That anyone who knows anything about Mexico would laugh at such an absurd statement.
I
That's
don't think
not
they
true
would.
Well,
at all.
I live in Mexico. There are white Mexicans, but
There
there are some.
Yeah, I mean, the ruling class is mostly white in Mexico.
Right. Yeah. There are white Mexicans, but but there's a lot of
Yeah, but the
brown
vast
Mexicans
majority,
too.
the vast majority are not predominantly indigenous. That's just not true.
Yes, they are.
No, they are not.
Okay, it doesn't matter. Like, they're not white. So, I mean, you want to sit here and nitpick everything I say.
I'm
That's
not.
fine. But we're here for a very specific topic, and you keep beating around the bush on it.
Okay, so how is this beating around the bush? I feel like this is like an essential component to like the establishment of a white nation state.
Yeah, and we'll worry about who's white. Why don't you just worry about who's Jew?
So I'm looking at the stats here. Mestizo 62% in Mexico. Amerindian 21%. I guess another type of Indian 7%. Other 10% mostly European.
Yeah. So it's yeah.
So about
10%?
about 10%. Yeah.
Hmm.
About 10%.
It's a small number, isn't it, Aiden?
You realize that supports exactly what I just said, right?
No, you said the majority are mostly European. That's what you just said.
What do you think mestizo means?
It means like an unknown mix of American Indian and European. But I mean, like, if you look at the population of the people who were in that landmass when the Spaniards came over, like, look at the Spaniard population versus the Indian population.
Okay.
There's no way that they came out all averaging half white.
Let's
Come on, dude.
let's take a long, crazy trip back to 2 minutes ago, where you stated the majority of Mexicans were almost entirely American Indian.
Oh,
Ralph just read statistics that show they're mestizo.
yeah, but mestizo doesn't have a defining. It doesn't have like a cutoff percentage, dude. What are you talking about? That's why most Mexicans are really short. That's why they don't grow facial hair. Like, those are American Indian genetic traits. You realize that, right? Because Europeans get pretty fucking hairy.
Now, mestizo, the official definition, a man of mixed race, especially one having Spanish and indigenous descent mixed together, basically.
Mhm.
And this, yeah, so that's the definition of mestizo there. As I'm looking at it live, which I knew that already, but
Yeah, so did he. So did he, and so did
so
I.
they-
We all know these things.
so they have a little European, but they're mixed with indigenous peoples, and it's a classification from the old era or whatever. But yeah, but it's still in usage today. But yeah, go ahead, Aiden.
Okay. So yeah, where were we? Yeah, I think that that just fits what I said about them being of mixed European and indigenous ancestry, right? And that's why I was asking you where the cutoff would be for who would be white or not.
Yeah, that's cool.
Well, can we move to a different point though? Because I don't know if we're gonna get an
Yeah,
agreement
yeah,
on
sure.
what is what. Yeah, go ahead.
Sure. So why I should probably ask why.
Oh. One sec, and I'll let this come through. Okay, he said, I'm English and asked my mom who's English, Scottish, or the Spanish white. She laughed. All right, now go ahead, Aiden. Thank you for that, North. I appreciate that.
Yeah. So why? I guess why do you want a white nation state? Or actually, sorry. Before I say that, sorry, real quick. What do you mean by that? Do you mean majority white or entirely white?
Well, I mean, I'm under no delusions that you could achieve, some kind of 100% white nation like that. It would be the goal, obviously. But the old saying, you shoot for the stars, and even if shoot for the moon, even if you miss, you land among the stars, right? So if you aim for 100 and you hit it like 96, then I think you're going to be okay. That's a white nation. Like even black countries have a small population of outsiders. Like in Africa, you got the Chinese that are going over there and for business and industrial reasons and things like that. They kind of become a significant portion of the population over a decade or two. I understand how things like that work, but we're aiming for an overwhelmingly majority white country, like it used to be everywhere in white countries. This is not a crazy idea.
Yeah. So why do you want this?
If I were going to be shallow and pedantic and stuff, I would just say look around. But I guess I'll just spell it out, because the presence of these outside groups has brought nothing but strife and violent victimization onto white people. Economic displacement, demographic displacement, diversity hiring that pushes them out of the workforce. There's nothing good about diversity for white people. Nothing. It's only good for the diverse.
When you say these groups, I assume you're referring to like black people?
Anybody that's not white, blacks, Central Americans, South Americans, Asians. Do we need to go in what percentage they need to be for you to classify them as such?
No, but I don't understand how the presence of like Central Asians or Asians, for example, has decreased the standard of living for white people. Indians disproportionately represent the medical industry. They disproportionately represent tech startups, which all benefit our economy. And of course, we like good medical care. So
yeah, we love good medical care, which is, if you've looked at the rate of medical malpractice in the last 20 years, my friend, you have your fucking mind blown. It's skyrocketed, and it correlates perfectly with the browning of the medical industry in America. That's just a fact. You've got England. They took a doctor's license away. This is like 3 years ago, for saying there's only two genders. A white doctor, by the way. And then there was an English doctor, female. I'm sorry, not English. A Pakistani doctor in England, female. She didn't have her license revoked when she literally pulled a baby's head off during delivery. But you would tout her to me as some kind of success story, some kind of, oh, she's making our country better. She's a doctor. Look, what it is she's cheap labor. The medical industry is not exempt from that.
You realize the case that you just cited of like the baby's head getting pulled off? The victim of that was a black woman, right? Black people.
Who cares?
Because you're talking about how bad it's poorly affecting white people, but poor medical standards, if anything, disproportionately affect the black community.
That's one case, right?
The case
the
that
victim
you cited.
was black.
The case that you cited.
Yes, and it's not about the victim. I'm not saying look at that poor white victim. I'm saying look at that terrible brown doctor. She pulled one baby's head off. We heard about. How many other horrible things has she done to the people of England through her malpractice that we don't know about?
It wasn't England.
Probably a lot, right? What?
It wasn't England. It was Phoenix, Arizona. But there's nothing else I think on her record, so I don't.
There must be a different one, because this is
okay. Yeah, we don't need to go. England. Yeah, I guess we don't need to go like over this specific example. But like if you're talking about like if you're arguing for a white nation state because of the like negative effects minorities have had.
No, I was responding to what you said. See, you can't shift. You can't keep shifting.
How
you
am I
said
shifting?
it's strengthening our medical industry. Your words, strengthening our medical industry, strengthening our economy, bringing over smart people. I said, okay, here's an example of one of these smart people who are strengthening our medical sector, and you're like, oh yeah, but the victim was black. You see how dishonest and crazy that sounds?
Well, how is that
it's a bad
dishonest?
Doctor.
How is that dishonest? Black people just have way like lower standards of medical care in the country. If anything, like I'd argue like we need to work on that so they can get equal like treatment, right? You say life is getting worse for
white doctors. Got news for you.
Okay. I mean that's just like a feelings-based argument. I can't really address that. There's nothing like factual or scientific about that. I don't know what to tell you.
Okay, sure.
So your reasoning is the quality of life for white people is getting worse due to the presence of minorities. When I guess like the crime statistics you like to cite related to minorities or the
yeah, those are bad.
Yeah, those are black people once again disproportionately affected. They seem to be the victims in all of this.
Yeah, but I don't care about the victims. Like I care about white victims, and these 100% of the attackers of the crime rates that I bring up are black, and that's a problem. So every time they hurt, kill, kidnap, rape a white person, if they simply weren't here, that would be one less white victim, and that's kind of difficult to argue against. I'd like to see how you're going to do that.
Well, yeah, if we're talking about, if you keep talking about the examples that you brought up, I would agree that we need to work on ensuring better medical care in Black communities, and not and increasing the standards of healthcare, and like it's just it is disproportionately bad. I would agree.
Why?
Why? Because I think
Why is
Black
it
people,
disproportionately bad?
because it's underfunded, just like most of Black America, impoverished, underfunded. I mean, why do you think the crime rates you like to cite so much? Why do you think that is? It's all related to socioeconomic circumstances. I know you're gonna laugh.
Oh, is that right?
Yes, yes, yes.
Explain the Appalachian region to me. Explain the crime rate in the Appalachian region to me.
The what?
That's the crime rate, the violent crime rate in the Appalachian region. That is the poorest area of the entire country, my friend. And guess what? It's over 90% white. And guess what else? It's got the lowest crime rate in the country.
Well, you can
How
cite
do
a
you explain-
specific place. Statistics in general show that poor whites commit just as much crime as poor Blacks.
No, they don't.
Yes,
No, they don't
do.
at all.
I'll actually
That's
link
a
you my
fucking
source.
lie.
I'll actually link you my source. That's just true. Hold on.
All right, we'll wait for the link there. Live on the Kill Stream, 8:35 p.m. Eastern, mid blood sports bout here live on the show. Now I'm looking at some Gabe Hoffman nonsense. Somebody just sent me. Oh my god, I can't get into that. Oh my god. I said that he wasn't top tier. I
There we go.
won't go into that. Go ahead.
Bureau of Justice statistics. How do I link this in chat? Here we go. Yeah, and actually some statistics show that poor whites are even more violent.
Are you sharing that, Ralph?
Yeah, this is
Let me pull it up and I'll send it to you, Ding. Did you put it in the chat? Okay, yeah, I see it. All right, I'll send that to you, Dingo. I can pull it up here on air as well. Now here goes the link to you, Dingo, and then I'll pull this up just real quick, and they're audio only anyway. Household poverty and non-fatal violent victimization, 2008 through 2012. The abstract, which I'll just read the abstract, says present findings from 2008 to 2012 on the relationship between households that were above or below. Hold on. One sec. No, wait. I'll ask him that. All right. Now let me read this and I'll go back to that. And thank you for the super chat tonight. Hopefully we hit the goal. All the options are there. Present findings from 2008 to 2012 on the relationship between households that were above or below the federal poverty level and non-fatal violent victimization, including rape or sexual assault, robbery, aggravated assault, and simple assault. This report examines the violent victimization experiences of persons living in households at various levels of poverty, focusing on types of violence, victims, race or Hispanic origin, and location of residence. It also examines the percentage of violent victimizations reported to the police by poverty level. Data from the National Crime Victimization Survey, blah, blah, blah. Now, what do you say that this, well, I can go through some of the bullet points. Persons in poor households at or below the federal poverty level had more than double the rate of violent victimization as persons in high income households. And I see this, the overall pattern of poor persons having the highest rates of violent victimization was consistent for both whites and blacks. However, the rate of violent victimization for Hispanics did not vary across poverty levels. Poor urban blacks had rates of violence similar to poor urban whites, is what the last bullet point there says. I guess that's what he's getting at. Now, Dingo, respond to that, and then I'll ask that question.
Respond to what?
Well, just the link and what he said there. Do you put any stock in it, or do you shoot it down? Or?
I don't. I didn't see any graphs or anything like that. What they can say, like, oh, they had similar rates. Like, what are the rates? And are we talking, you know, whenever it says violent victimization, is that a survey of victims of violent crime, or is that a survey of people that commit violent crime?
Wait, what do you think victimization means?
Well, I mean, there's the race of the victim, then there's the race of the perpetrator. So I'm trying to figure out if that was stats on the rate of victimization or the rate of like criminality. Two exact polar opposite things.
It's very clearly about the rate of criminality. Are you reading the document?
No, I'm not reading the document.
Okay.
I was looking at what Ralph was showing.
Yeah, which is the document.
Yeah, it's that same document. I got a DM says it's about victims of violent crime, not about perpetrators. Yeah, I mean that is what it's
Okay,
about.
so wow, so it's almost like I was making sense, huh, Jew? Crazy.
What is this like? Okay.
Do you really not understand the difference?
No, this clearly also talks about perpetrators.
You just tried to Jew me live on air. Caught
No,
you.
you can read the actual paper.
You sent me a
Okay, what is-
survey of violent victimizations.
I hear this one a lot. What is Jewing, out of curiosity?
What you just did.
Which is what?
Deception.
How is there deception? You can read the entire full report. They talk about perpetration.
Oh, wow, yeah,
as
that's
well as
convenient,
victimization.
right? We're sitting here trying to debate white nationalism, which you won't let get started because we have to decide what percentage of what makes you what race. Now
We've
you
moved
just
on
sent
from
me
that.
now you just sent me a fucking like falsely highlighted or falsely represented study that's actually on the
No,
victimization,
okay.
not the criminals.
So Ralph,
how crazy?
So Ralph, what you just read is the abstract. Do you see in the corner? You can click on full report. I know you can't scroll through it because it's like 20 pages long, but they talk about perpetration statistics in addition to victim statistics, which is how they reached the conclusions that they had put in the summary. Right? This is not Jewing. You can literally look at the actual like full report, and what I'm saying is very easily verifiable. I know maybe you don't have time for that, so you can just admit that instead of
Yeah, if
saying
you're
that
going to throw a report at us, like you should tell us what page and paragraph to look at, right? You should have your sources ready, not like, hey, read this report.
How is this?
Like, what the fuck?
This is They literally put everything, all the key. Do you know how you read a study, right? They'll do an abstract and a summary, so you don't need to read the entire thing, and they'll show the key findings and bullet points.
Well, that's why I read the abstract there. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what the abstract's for, so you don't have to read the whole thing.
Yeah.
Basically. Or they don't give you the whole thing. Some of these sites don't give you the whole study. They'll just give you the abstract.
Yeah. I mean, do you not read studies a lot, Dingo?
I can't read. Yeah, I'm real dumb.
I don't know. I'm very unfamiliar with you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. The findings just show what I had said. Do you have any counter to that?
Yeah, I do. I mean, do you want to go back to the life expectancy thing, or do you want to jump right into this crime stuff? I mean, it's just crazy to me that you have to have like the fact that white people suffer criminally at the hands of violent blacks. You have to have it shown to you on a paper. All you have to do is look around. You know what I'm saying? Like they burned down like half of the fucking country 2 summers ago. You remember that? Remember how many white people were killed on TikTok streams? You remember that?
A lot of black people too. David Dorn.
I don't care how many black people, like in addition to the white people I'm talking about. I'm talking about white people. And who did it to them? Black people. I don't care how many black people also got caught up in it. I could give a shit. I care about 2 things: the assailant and the victim. That's all.
When you look at like videos of Antifa and stuff, like you realize the vast majority of these people are white, right?
No, I don't think that. And I'll tell you why I don't think that. Because the 3 people that Kyle Rittenhouse was forced to defend himself against, who we would all classify as Antifa, even you, I think, would have to admit they were Antifa. They were all Jewish. All of them.
So no, that's just not true.
That is true. What are you talking about?
Okay, are you talking about Rosenbaum? Because his last name is Rosenbaum. He's Jewish.
He's Jewish. Then the other one who got his arm shot is Jewish, and then the skateboard guy is Jewish.
Wait, Grosskreutz? So you're talking about because
what do you think that is if not Jewish? Grosskreutz. I mean,
that's
really,
German. Wait, that's literally German. That name, that name is literally German. Do you think Alfred, okay, I'm just going to put a name out there.
Are you saying that Gage Grosskreutz is not Jewish?
Okay, Alfred Rosenberg. Do you think that guy's Jewish?
Is that what you're saying?
Wait, do you think Alfred Rosenberg is Jewish?
We're talking about 3 people specifically.
Do you think a guy named Alfred Rosenberg is Jewish?
You asked me a minute ago what Jewing is. Can you
just answer my question? Do you think a guy named Alfred?
No, I'm not going to answer your question. We're going to stick to the topic. These 3 people are Jews. No, it's not.
You're trying to weasel out.
I bring up a point.
You're being very like.
How can I be Jewing you?
You're being
I don't even know who's Jewing who anymore.
You're Jewing me. So can you just like answer my question? Would somebody called Alfred?
No, I'm going to
answer
the question.
So if you're
the 3 people Kyle Rittenhouse had to defend himself against were Jews
because of their last name, right?
Because they're Jews.
When you're getting to that conclusion because of their last name, correct?
No.
What do you mean? Okay, so how is there like a source you're like reading this from? I feel like you're just jumping to this conclusion because his last name is Rosenbaum or
I'm 100%
Grosskreutz.
not. It's a well-established fact that they're all Jews.
No, it's not.
It's a matter of record.
No, it's not.
It is.
Okay, I have yet to see any of these records, but if last name is the only basis for you, like, then I'm citing, like, there are tons of people who have German last names that you would probably assume were Jewish and aren't, like Alfred Rosenberg.
Sure, but these
who's
three
actually, like,
were Jews.
like a fucking head of the Nazis. Like, I don't know what to tell
Was
you.
Alfred Rosenberg shot by Kyle Rittenhouse that night?
He wasn't, but I'm trying to explain.
Oh, he wasn't. Okay, well, cool. We're talking about those three.
I'm trying to explain how silly establishing ethnicity on the basis of Judaism is.
That's not what I'm doing.
On the basis of the last name is.
You're trying to put words in my mouth. I'm not saying like, look at this. I know they're Jews because of their last names.
So why'd you say
like
to
I was
me,
making
so
a
why'd you
fucking.
say to me, what do you think Grosskreutz is? It's German.
I was making a joke because the word gross is in it.
That's
and
German.
you're being autistic all about
That's
it.
That's German. That's literally German.
Oh my God. Okay, no more jokes for the Jew. Got it.
Okay, that's literally a German last name. I don't know what to tell you.
Yep, well, that's gross of you.
All right, now, well, now let me read this. This is I see we might have a call in too. But this is from the study relative to their share of U.S. population. 60% white people were underrepresented among offenders in non-fatal violent crimes. 52%. They accounted for 45% of offenders involved in aggravated assaults and 31% of offenders involved in robbery. They were not underrepresented to a statistically significant degree among offenders involved in rape or sexual assault, rape or sexual assault, 56%, or simple assault, 59%. So I was reading that from the study. I think Andrew Wilson might call in at some point too. He was wanting to call in too, but now let me ask you this question, Aiden. Question for Aiden: can you name one thing Black people have contributed to society, not including food and music? Otherwise, you're a racist.
One thing Black people have contributed to society. Yeah, over 1 million.
That was a super chat, by the way.
Over 1 million.
Yeah, it was a super chat.
Yeah. Over 1 million stepped up to help our country fight in World War II, contributing to the war effort. Yeah, that's a huge contribution.
I would say that's a huge detriment, as a matter of fact. You know, like,
are you a neo-Nazi?
They help make that's a stupid word. They help make sure the good guys lost in World War II. Keep selling them to me.
The good guys. For somebody that loves white people so much, you're okay with do you consider Polish people white?
Yeah, of course.
So, do you think what the Nazis did to the Polish people was cool?
Certain parts weren't. Cool.
Do you consider the Russians and Slavic peoples white?
Yeah.
So do you think the Nazis' Ost plan to starve all of them to death and destroy their culture and replace it with Germanic settlers was cool? That made them the good guys? We don't even need to talk about the Jews. Let's say for argument's sake, because I know you don't think this, let's say for argument's sake, no Jews were killed, right? Jews weren't even the victims. Read Mein Kampf. He literally talks about what he plans to do to Russia, right? Do those white people not matter to you?
Kampf.
Do those
what
white
part
people
did he,
not
what
matter
did he say
to
in Mein Kampf about like killing Russians? I didn't see anything
the
about
Slavic
that.
people are a lesser race. He discusses the Ost plan, and even if you don't look at Mein Kampf, they literally created a whole plan of what they had planned to do to Russia. They plan to, if you look at like what they plan to do to places like Latvia, they plan to starve 1/3, enslave 1/3, Germanize 1/3. They drew up specific plans for each of these Eastern European countries, and it would have involved the deaths of millions of Slavic people, which he explicitly clarified were an inferior peoples in Mein Kampf. So
yeah, I don't believe the whole thing what you just said about like enslaving and blah blah blah. I don't believe that. I just don't believe it. I've never seen that. This is the first I'm hearing about it. And much like what Benjamin Franklin said about Germans being swarthy, white people can have their own disagreements amongst each other. Like if that's perfectly fine. It's expected for an ethnic group of whites to think that their ethnic group is better than the other ethnic group. But at the end of the day, does that mean that they're not white? Of course not. Hitler gave many, many speeches about what a European is. And if you want to sit here and quote Hitler and then like put words in Hitler's mouth, that's fine. But we can also go and talk about the best speech he ever gave of what is Europe. What is Europa? It was the best speech given by any person ever on this entire planet. Why don't we talk about that?
This is very common historical knowledge that I'm giving to you, right? Like even the neo-Nazis I've spoken to, they don't even disagree with me on this point.
I've never talked to a neo-Nazi, by the way, and you haven't either. That's a dumb word.
So you don't think neo-Nazis exist?
I think that it's a Jewish creation. It's just a Jewish boogeyman created back in the late 80s, early 90s, and people still run with it. There's no such thing.
Okay. I feel like people who like base their entire political views around perpetuating the ideas of Adolf Hitler would probably be safe to call them like post.
The views of Adolf Hitler was just, basic pro-whiteism with a
Yeah.
specification in being pro-German.
Wait. So do you think?
Very similar. Very similar. What?
So you don't think Slavic people are white?
Yeah, I do. He
So-
never said they're not.
so
He
how
never
is
said
it-
they're not European.
Wait. Did he? Okay. Maybe I'm like totally schizophrenic here or something.
Probably.
He explicitly clarified that Slavic people are an inferior peoples that are unworthy of life.
Inferior to Germans, maybe. I mean, where did he say this?
It's stated in Mein Kampf. It's said in Table Talk, which was published by the Nazi regime. It's stated in Nazi propaganda. It's stated by Goebbels. It's stated by Himmler in his speeches to his men, many of which were recorded. That what they had planned to do to the Slavs is very public knowledge. And I will agree with you that what happened to the Jews, or what you claim didn't happen to the Jews, does kind of overshadow that. And I agree, more people should be talking about the victimization of the Poles and what he had planned to do to the Slavs, which was absolutely horrific. And they are white people. They are white people.
Now you know what white is.
No, I'm asking. I've always known what white is. I'm asking you what white is because you clearly can't define it, and I feel like that's important in working out the
Well, you just
logistics
did.
of a white ethno-state.
How do
Yeah,
you know Poles and Slavs are white then? If you said you don't know what it is.
because it's people predominantly of European descent that would fit into white social structures, right? Which is why I like that. That would be my definition, right?
That's cool.
Okay. I'm not the one trying to create a white nation state, so I'm not the one that really needs to define what it is. I was asking you to see what you would consider to be white.
Yeah, but in common talk, you know exactly what white is.
Yeah. I just find it really weird for somebody who claims to be pro-white. You're like so pro a guy who wanted to kill millions of white people.
Yeah. So what? So what? Like what if
So what? That's
what
way
if you're
worse
right?
than
Hang on.
That's
Why
way
don't you
worse
just
than
shut up,
anything.
Jew? Why don't you just shut up? I'm
Okay.
trying to talk, Jew.
Oh,
No,
What if you're telling the truth and Hitler does think that Slavs aren't white or whatever? I disagree. Simple as. Who cares?
okay, no. So
I'm not Hitler.
I'm asking you.
He's not my god.
You claimed you value the well-being of white people, and I think anyone
Yeah, sure do.
anyone who values the well-being of white people wouldn't be supporting someone like Hitler.
He's dead. How could I support him?
You support what he did. You don't think you can support actions that have happened in hindsight?
I can't support a person that's dead.
You don't think you can show agreement with previous actions?
Oh yeah, sure.
So yeah, you're showing agreement with his I guess overall ideology.
Yeah, so what?
That's an ideology that wanted to enslave and victimize millions of whites.
I don't believe
which
you
is
on
really,
that.
Which is really funny for somebody who claims to be super
I
pro-white.
just
What do you-
don't believe that he said anything about enslaving anybody.
He did actually, right? They drew up
Okay.
plans for every Eastern European country on exactly which percentage they were going to enslave. It's General Plan Ost. You can look it up. There's tons of documents related to this. Very common historical knowledge. I don't know if you didn't pay attention in school or what the education where you're from is like, but this is just very common knowledge.
Whatever you say.
Okay, cool. That's just all right.
Okay, now we have a special guest here, guest caller. There was also a super chat, and I'll let you answer this. North said, Aiden, are you white? I mean, do you always call yourself white, not just when it fits?
Yes, I am white. I've always been white. It's not something I really care about that much, but yeah, I'm white. I benefit from white privilege. I always have. I've never not considered myself white. It wasn't actually until I started talking to people like Southern Dingo where I found out I wasn't white all of a sudden. So yeah.
All right, now Andrew Wilson called in here, guest caller. Now I would have patched him through, but the patch hasn't been working right for whatever, long story. It doesn't work right on my laptop. But he's here, special guest caller. Go ahead, Mr. Wilson.
Yeah. Hey, can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, you sound fine.
Hey, how you doing, Dingo? Nice to see
Good,
you
dude.
again.
Long time no see.
Yeah, long time no see. Hey, I hate the fact that I have to come in here on behalf of Dingo, who's been a vicious debate partner towards me in the past, Aiden. But Aiden, can you tell me what a heuristic is?
It's kind of like a mental shortcut on how to. I guess I'd say, yeah, it's like a mental shortcut.
Yeah, so if an officer picks up his radio and he says, the suspect's heading southbound on foot, black male, approximately 5'5", is he using heuristics when he says black?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, yep, he is. And is that heuristic accurate the overwhelming majority of the time, or else the heuristic would be useless?
Yes, I think
Yes.
yep.
Yeah, it would. So if you were to define out an ethno state, like many ethno nationalist states which exist right now, like Japan, for instance, where you apply a heuristic, wouldn't that be accurate almost all the time, even if there was some wiggle room for mistakes?
Not by Dingo's definition, no. I mean, when I
Hang on. No, I'm not asking you about Dingo's definition. I'm asking you a question.
like the heuristic that we use for who's white and who's not,
Yeah.
yeah, I think that'd be accurate most of the time.
So then if you had a heuristic which stated this, and then inside of that heuristic, you put in additional qualifiers and then demonstrated those qualifiers for why you believe X group should be moved out of the heuristic, that would be valid argumentation to you, correct?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, great. So can you at least start from a good faith charitable position of saying that you understand Dingo's trying to use a heuristic?
Yeah, he's trying to use a heuristic, but I feel like under the definition that he kind of gave towards that heuristic, I feel like a lot of people that he doesn't consider white would fit in there, and I feel like he hasn't really properly argued for adding the qualifiers that you're suggesting should be added.
Yeah, but he only seemed to have one qualifier for the heuristic, which is that he wouldn't include I think he said Jews, right?
And Mexicans.
Yeah, right. But Mexicans wouldn't fall under the heuristic of white. You would agree that that's true.
Um,
Otherwise, the heuristic wouldn't make sense. Maybe some Mexicans would, but for the most part, they wouldn't fall under that heuristic how we use it, right?
maybe. A lot of the
I mean, most. Yeah, I mean, so if I say a Mexican guy, right, I'm using a heuristic even in that sense. And the thing that comes to your mind is not the same heuristic as when I say a white guy. That's why we have heuristics. So so like even you adding that as an addendum. So you add as an addendum, well, wait a second. What about Mexicans though? That actually doesn't make sense because that would void the heuristic in how he's using it. So the only real qualifier that he really has to demonstrate to you is why he would remove Jews from the heuristic, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, so I think that that's a fair criticism on your part, but I also thought it was pretty kind of disingenuous of you to just kind of apply away the heuristic, which is what he was after. So
Okay.
yeah, so I mean, that's all I really had to say. It was actually frustrating to listen to. Like, I don't think that you couldn't beat the worldview, but you got to at least be genuine. You clearly know what a heuristic is, and you know what he's referencing. So when he says everybody knows, that's what he's talking about. He's saying there's a heuristic which we use, and you use it too, for what identifies black and white in all these different kind of categories, and you agree that those are true. You just have a problem with defining in or out Jew in that heuristic. That's all. That's the real argument here.
Um, I guess. I mean, I like. Yeah, probably. Or
Yeah, that's the real argument. So anyway, I'm going to shut the call down. I mean, I'm going to leave the call or whatever. I'm just saying, like, don't be a fucking disingenuous fuck. That's all. Just saying.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson, for calling in, man. I appreciate it. I hope you're having a Merry Christmas. Excuse me. All right, let's guest caller. I don't usually do that, but he's a fellow streamer, and so he was
I like
messaging
him.
me want to call. Okay, cool. All right, good. Now pick it back up, gentlemen. Or do you have any response, any further response to what he said there, Aiden?
To what Big Papa Fascist said, yeah,
Yeah.
I think yeah, he made a good argument for why it would kind of be like a disingenuous line of questioning. So even if I concede on, okay, yeah, we could define like what white is and what white isn't. I feel like I'm now just really fixated on why Dingo, somebody who claims to be a white harm reductionist, would be so supportive of people that want to kill white people?
It's kind of irrelevant, isn't it? Like what
How is
what
that
people I
irrelevant?
think
It's
did good
fun.
things, because we're talking about a concept here. Like we're talking about a concept here. It's very simple, and you want to focus in on what I think of certain people who aren't even alive today. It's a little bit silly.
Okay. I mean, I feel like his.
It is. I mean, it is. You take pride in being Jewish?
No.
Are you disgusted by being Jewish?
Am I disgusted by it?
Are you completely neutral on the fact that you're Jewish? Is that what you're telling me?
I've never considered myself Jewish, but
Are you not Jewish?
I'm partially Jewish. I was brought up not Jewish, but I am I guess if I take a DNA test, yeah, I'm partially Jewish.
I mean, how could you sit there and call yourself partially Jewish whenever Benjamin Netanyahu's killing a bunch of infants in Palestine right now?
I'm very vocally anti-Zionist.
I mean, you see what I'm saying? It's just a silly line of,
Well,
Hitler
no,
may or
because
may not have done this,
you
but you call yourself
do you
like,
not-
I mean, the
do you not-
concept is,
You want to talk about what's
the concept
disingenuous?
is I'm pro-white. It's very simple. I'm pro-white. We're talking about today, right now, in the present.
You just
Here's what's
directly
happening to white
commended
people, and here's
speeches-
what I want.
You just directly commended speeches by Hitler and said I was lying about him. If you bring up Benjamin Netanyahu, I'll tell you right here that he's a war criminal, that he is killing Palestinian children, and probably should be executed. But I'm not gonna like. That's
Wow,
but that's a fundamental difference between me and you, right? It's not like I'm saying you support Adolf Hitler because you're white. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying that because you just showed support for him through your words. I'm not showing support for Netanyahu through my words.
Okay, well, good.
So I feel like that's a very disingenuous comparison.
Yeah, sure. The point is, like, Hitler said a lot of great things. He had a lot of great ideas. The stuff that you're saying he wants to enslave this and that, I've never seen any of that.
Most of his ideas
So it's
are
irrelevant.
horrible.
It's completely irrelevant. Who?
Most of his ideas are horrible. Even if you are
Whatever
Nazi,
you say. Is
have
this
to agree
about
most of
is
his
this
ideas
is
are
this debate
horrible.
about Hitler? Is this debate about Hitler or about what's going on today? That's the point I'm trying to make.
I originally wanted to debate you on that, but I was told you're not willing to. So
No, I mean,
Well, it
I'm
was
not
the
going to get into an
Holocaust.
autistic argument about the Holocaust with a Jew like that, because you'll just pull the same shit you've been pulling this whole time, but you'll have a lot more like stuff to go into. You want to talk about the
facts?
rate of like
Like
no,
facts?
not like facts. No, like a bunch of stuff that you can nitpick, just like you're doing right now. What's the specific percentage of Europeans someone needs? Just completely pretending that nobody knows what white is, just like you're pretending not to. It's just silly.
Well,
So I mean, you don't even want to talk about white nationalism. You don't even want to talk about that. You want to talk about whether Hitler did this or that back in the fucking 30s. It's silly.
Yeah, so so what we actually were just talking about right before Hitler is like what your reasoning would be for for creating a white nation state.
And how did that go into Hitler?
I actually don't remember. I feel like didn't you?
It was you calling me a neo-Nazi.
Yeah, and then I think you brought him up. No, you kept.
No, you did.
Okay, well, I guess I did. I don't remember doing that, but.
Okay, well, I'm not shocked. I do. So what we're talking about is present-day white people and present-day diversity and the present-day effects of said diversity. It's very simple. It's not good for white people. Whether you're talking about crime, which you're pretending like you don't know exists, but we all do know that it exists. Then you try to say Antifa's mostly white people. I brought up 3 specific examples of Antifa who were Jewish.
But they're not.
Right?
They're not Jewish.
They are.
Where?
They are Jewish.
Where are you? How?
I'm so sorry that they're Jewish, but they are.
God. Oh my God. So you can't just pull non sequiturs and then expect me to just move on, right? Like you can't just make a conclusion and have no basis for it.
It's a matter of record. Like that's the thing. If you want to try to go against the matter of record, you have to bring me something to disprove the record.
What record? No, that's not. Wait,
the record.
Wait, you think that's how the burden of proof works? You think if you?
I mean, I think that the Holocaust is a matter of record, and the people who say no, it didn't happen, they come with a lot of facts to prove that it's not actually the case, trying to get the record changed.
Yeah, and I have
it's a matter of record that those 3 are Jews.
Okay, what record? That's just not true, right?
And
I'm just gonna pretend everything you say that's all Jewy. I'm just gonna act like I didn't hear it from here on out.
How is it Jewy? You're just lying, right? You're just lying. If anything, you're doing what you would consider Jewy. You're blatantly lying.
I didn't hear
You're
that.
not willing to concede. You're. It's very obvious to me that you're assuming that these 3 people are Jews, and they're not. But it's very obvious to me you're assuming so because they have German last names, which just attests to how for somebody that loves white people, you're not very knowledgeable about the the
Keep
cultures.
telling yourself that, big guy.
Okay.
Now I'm trying to clarify this myself. I, all right, and I'll pull that up too. And I'm trying to I'm trying to find background. To be fair, I assume that Rosenbaum was Jewish. I didn't know that that was necessarily in dispute. Now I can't immediately find a list or a list or not a list. I mean, an article detailing that, but I am looking to see if I can find one. And this was linked from the chat. Your top 9 Yiddish Antifa anthems, a revolutionary playlist. It says the Yiddish roots of Antifa, the anti-fascist movement, whose precursors date back at least as far as opposition to the Russian Tsar, have been well documented. They are also enshrined in a canon of Yiddish Antifa songs, songs of resistance, anarchism, revolution, and workers' rights. And then this is like a list of the songs. Now this is from the Forward, which is the Jewish Daily Forward, I think is the full name, something like that.
Yeah, there are Jewish Antifa divisions, right? I would imagine so. It's pretty clear why Jews would be opposed to fascism, and I'm not claiming there are no Jewish members of Antifa. Hell, if you can show me record of Rosenbaum being Jewish, I'll concede. But
I'm looking.
Yeah.
I'm looking, but yeah, go ahead. I mean, like I said, I just assumed. Now, I guess honestly, it was kind of because of his name, and I've seen other people throw that out there, but I don't know that it's been like officially confirmed. So, and I can't actually find this story right here. So, I'll see if I can find one. If anybody in the chat has it, throw it out there.
Yeah,
But
yeah. It's an autistic thing to go into, but you brought it up again, which Dingo is like one of your like key points when we were talking about white nationalism. So that's kind of, I guess that's why I'm going into it so much. But your other reasoning is that, well, I guess that's your reasoning why Antifa isn't majority white. It seems like you rely mostly on individual examples and anecdotes, and then when you're presented with actual studies, statistics,
No, anti-fascist action was like invented by Jews in opposition to National Socialist Germany.
Was Ernst Thälmann Jewish?
I don't know who that is.
And it actually wasn't. Ernst Thälmann was the leader of the German Communist Party. He was actually the head of Antifa. And to say Antifa was not resistance to Nazi Germany, it started in the Weimar Republic with the German communists, the Red Fighters. But yeah, Thälmann was not Jewish. This is easily verifiable. There were a lot of Jews who were involved with the Communist Party in East Germany, which makes a lot of sense. I don't understand why Jews would support Nazism, although there were a few originally, surprisingly. I don't.
Oh my God! Can you hear that?
What?
yeah, I heard it, but yeah, it was like a horn honk or something.
Yeah, the fucking retarded neighbors set their alarm off. Sorry. Okay, it's
No, it's
off
okay.
now.
Yeah.
It's okay. Go ahead, Ed.
Yeah, I don't. Also, by the way, if possible, if later in the debate, am I able to take a caller?
If you'd like.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
I think so.
But what I was saying was, yeah, there were a lot of Jews involved with it, but that just makes sense. I don't understand cockroaches aren't gonna vote for the exterminator. That was actually a really bad analogy, but
Jesus.
I think it was perfect.
What the fuck? That sounded like something Dingo said. That's what I'm saying. Anyway, go ahead.
I picked a bad analogy, but you get what I mean.
Fuck. Yeah. If you want to bring a caller, and that's fine. You don't have to wait too much longer, maybe like 10 minutes or something.
Okay.
Go ahead, Dingo, if you wanted to respond to that.
Yeah, sure. I mean, here's what I want to do. I want to actually talk about whether white nationalism is good for white people. That's what the debate was about. This guy seems hell bent on not going into it, but I'm going to try to push him that way anyways. Right. So, I mean, other reasons that non-whites in white countries are bad for white people. I mean, you've got economic displacement just out the wazoo. We could talk about the E2 visa, which is like a foreign investor visa. It's given to the overwhelming majority of people that it's granted to are from non-white countries, like Middle Eastern countries, African nations that are, Western Africans, black people, basically. You've got a lot of Asians that it's given to. Indians in Pakistan, they rank number 4 and 6 on this E2 visa. The E2 visa is one of the silent killers of our white industry that's happened.
okay, do you think the amount of Europeans trying to move to this country right now is anywhere comparable to the amount of people trying to move from the third world? Of course, visas are going to be granted. Immigration visas are going to be granted
Yeah,
disproportionately to people from the third
the
world.
white nations aren't even on the list of people who can apply. That's my point. Once again, that right there was trying to Jew somebody.
How
Like,
is
you got to stop doing that.
okay? Are you just going to accuse like every counter argument of being me trying to Jew you?
No, but only the ones that where you're trying to Jew me. I promise you, only the ones where you're
You've
trying to Jew me.
lied repeatedly.
But like the thing
today. I
is,
don't
the
accuse
thing
you trying
is,
to Jew me.
okay, let's say this. Let's say that there's only 2 people in Germany that want an E2 investor visa to America. Let's say there's only 2. Well, those 2 can't fucking get it because we don't offer it to Germany, right? My point is they only allow a certain number of countries on this list, and the overwhelming majority, not just 3/4, like way more than that, are non-white countries. That's why you have a flood of non-whites coming in here, taking over different sectors of our economy. The convenience store sector is one. People think like, oh, it's just a small one. It's not small. Like it's countrywide, firstly, and it's not almost. It is impossible for a white person to run a convenience store anymore and compete with the non-whites who come in on an E2 investor visas. And there's a bunch of reasons why. One reason is whenever the initial E2 visa holder comes over, they have to, for 1 year, they have to hire American citizens and pay them minimum wage. After that 1 year is up, they can then sponsor up to 7, I believe it's 7 or 8 people from their home country with E2 visas of their own. When those people get over here, they're under the sponsorship of the original visa holder. They have to work for that person for 2 years. And the cap that they can pay them as low as, I think they bumped it up to $250 an hour a couple of years ago. So they're sitting here. Oh yeah, and the E2 visa holder doesn't have to pay federal income tax for 7 years. So how could a white person who wants to start a convenience store possibly compete with one of these E2 visa holders that's paying their employees, let's just be generous and say $350 an hour, okay? They don't have to pay federal income tax for 7 years. Once that's out, they put in their wife's name. How could a white man compete in that industry? They can't, right? But the thing is, that has repeated itself over and over and over again in different sectors of our economy. That's why every nail shop is Vietnamese. That's why, right there. Same exact thing. Like the E2 visa is the one that none of these politicians talk about, but it's the one that has destroyed white economic power.
So you're just lying again, right? In your own words,
Okay.
you're kind of Jewing me right now because there's nothing here that excludes Europeans. Very Jewish of you. Where you just made a blatantly false claim. You said the E2 visa excludes Europeans. They can't come.
No, I
that.
said it. The overwhelming majority is non-white countries is what I said.
Because that's the overwhelming majority applying for it. If anything, if you want
No.
more, what do you mean? Wait, no. That's just factually correct. The demand for immigration is disproportionately from third world countries.
So you think that the only reason that our countries are getting browner is because what? Why?
What do you mean why?
Like why are our countries getting browner through the E2 visa? It's an accident.
There's only 41 in 2018. There were only 41,000 people that came in on the E2 visa. That's almost nothing, right? Like that has nothing. Sure, the country.
I would challenge
the country's
those
getting
numbers.
browner. Sure, the country's getting browner, but it has nothing to do with the E2 visa. I don't know why.
I would challenge those numbers heavily. I don't know why. I don't know.
You think more? Okay, so.
Yeah, I do. I do think more. Yeah.
Okay, so.
I don't think that our country's economic sectors have been completely replaced from white people to non-whites over the last 20 years because 18 to 40,000 people come in a year. Yeah, that's exactly what I think.
You bring up the E2 visa and claim that non-whites won't be granted it, but according to the visa, you can apply for it if you are from Canada, Ukraine, Switzerland, Spain, Slovenia, Slovak Republic, Serbia, Romania, Poland. Belgium,
The proof is in the pudding of who gets over here,
Denmark,
isn't it?
Finland, France.
But why are none of those people over here on E2 visas though?
Because they're not.
Tell me.
Because they're not applying at the same rate.
Is that right? They're not applying. You know this. They're not applying.
Yeah, the demand for immigration is disproportionately coming from the third world.
Our country is sitting here. The demographics are being changed everywhere. Australia offers a similar type of visa. Most places in Western Europe offer a similar type of visa. It's not called the E2 visa. But you're saying that like it's just by accident that the people who get these visas are non-white.
I don't think it's by accident. Obviously, it's the amount of people that are applying for the visa, right?
Well, there's a lot more that goes into somebody coming over here and replacing economic sectors than just who gets the visa. Like the E2
Then don't
visa
argue
is
for
a
that. Then don't argue for that. I don't know what to tell you.
no, I am arguing. That's exactly what I'm arguing for. But the E2 visa, the way it works is it's an investor visa. There's not a cap or a limit on the amount of money you have to invest to have this visa. It's not like you have to have at least 30 grand or whatever. I've seen exceptions for people who have as little as 18 to 20 grand, other people have 100 grand, but most of these people are not, they're not the rich, the best people from these countries. They don't just have 100 grand laying around. Most of them get the money for their initial investment for the E2 visa from angel investors. And if you track down where those come from, about a little less than half come from New Jersey and the other half come from Israel. So what you have here is you have Jews funding non-white people to get the E2 visa to come into white countries and replace them economically. This is what's going on. And you're telling me don't even worry about it. Like the other white people just don't want to come here. Maybe they don't want to come here. But why is there an avenue to fill up America and other white countries with brown people to replace us economically? Why is that happening?
So let's say Jimmy wants to like own a 7-Eleven, right? He's a white guy, 100% European. What's stopping him from doing that?
The competition from the unfair advantages that non-whites get on the E2 visa and other visas like it.
Okay, you have to, once again, another like non sequitur. Like what are the unfair
It's not a
advantages?
non sequitur.
Okay, what are the unfair advantages?
I just went over them.
Wait, you realize the top country where E2 visas are issued is Canada. Then we have Mexico, which of course not white, I guess, as we've established. Argentina, which is white. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh no, wait, sorry, those are the top in the Americas. But yeah, white countries are very much granted these visas. Africa is granted E2 visas at a far lower rate than it is granted to Europeans. So your argument that it's an unfair advantage to white people is just not true. The European countries are granted these visas. Well, actually, no. Asian countries are granted it a little more than Europeans. Europeans come in second. Africa is like far below that. And yeah, a lot of white people get these visas.
So, you're saying that the most is Asians?
Yeah, from Japan. Japan is the country that gets issued these. I mean, do you take issue with Japanese people being in this country?
I take issue with anybody that's not white getting that visa whatsoever. Absolutely.
Well, okay. Typically, people like you tend to be very pro-Japanese, so I'm very confused.
I'm not pro-Japanese. I'm pro-white. I don't give a shit about any other group. My point stands. You've done nothing to refute it whatsoever. It does. It absolutely does.
So if your point was that E2 visas, there's an unfair advantage to people that aren't white, and I've just explained to you that the vast majority of
there's a guy in my hometown named Lottie. He owns every convenience store.
Another anecdote.
Yeah, it is. It sure is. Every convenience store.
You have no
from Shooter all the way back to fucking almost back to Monroe.
Statistics. You have nothing.
You know where he's from? You know where he's from? He's from Canada.
I don't know.
That's where he's from. But you know what he is? He's fucking brown, right? So like, once again, you're saying don't believe your lying eyes, Whitey. It's not like Pakis and Indians own every convenience store. And you just pretend you don't see it.
No, I agree. They do own a lot of convenience stores.
Well, why do they if mostly Europeans are getting these visas to come do this? It doesn't add up, does it?
Wait, okay. First of all, you realize ethnic groups based on their cultural values will be more inclined towards certain industries, right?
What?
Okay, do you not understand that every industry, right? Like for example, Asians are disproportionately doctors. Do you not think maybe that's because of Asian cultural values, or do you think
tell me what part of what country's culture is going to lead them to be a gas station owner?
Okay, American Indians, I don't know the exact history behind it, but if you have family that is in this business and you learn things about it and see that they've become successful doing it, then I think it would make more sense for you to also pursue that industry, right?
Wait. American Indians.
Indians in America. I'm not referring to Native Americans. I mean like Indian Americans. Like.
Well, let's talk about Native Americans. Why is it a stereotype that like a lot of Indians own casinos? Why is that?
Because it's built on tribal land, because they can get around the gambling laws, because they get to
100% correct. Thank you for a good answer. It's economically viable for them to do that, for them to pursue that path, right?
Yeah.
there's no difference as to why there's South Koreans or Vietnamese completely own nail salons, and Pakistanis and Indians and other types of browns own all the gas stations, and South Koreans or all these other people, Laotians own donuts shops now. This is not a bunch of anecdotes. Like, everyone knows what I'm saying is true. You know what I'm saying is true. But you sit here and try to nitpick through it. Like, we're being replaced demographically in our economic sector. More crime is being committed against white people by these non-whites. We're being pushed out of everything. And you want to pretend that it's not happening. That's why I don't like people like you.
The nail salon industry? I mean, do you think that the demand for like first-generation immigrants, second-generation immigrants to work in like jobs such as like manual labor or nail salons or convenience stores, do you not think they're going to be more pushed towards there as opposed to established families with companies that through nepotism can hand jobs to their children, et cetera, et cetera? Like, I feel like this has a lot to do with how long their family's been in the U.S. It's obviously gonna influence the type of labor they're gonna pursue.
We're not going by what you feel like, not whatsoever. We're going by what the reality.
We've been going by what you felt like this entire.
No,
debate.
we haven't. You're sitting here looking up examples that I put out. You're looking up right now an example that I gave and trying to nitpick the whole thing apart. I gave you an example.
Wait, do you have an issue with me?
You give me nothing.
Do you have an issue with me verifying your statements?
No, not at all. You're just saying that we're going on my feelings. Like, you're literally looking at something that's not my feelings.
I cited a statistic related to crime that you just didn't refute, and you said you didn't believe it, and we moved on, right? So you can't talk about feelings.
You sent in a crime victimization survey. You didn't send in a perpetration survey.
Wait, okay, so do I need to pull up the fact that it talks about perpetration in the same study?
Yeah, that'd be nice if you could, like, specify something that I could respond to.
I said that. I literally said that when we brought it up. Did I not?
I didn't hear it.
I don't know if you just weren't listening. I don't know, but
I was listening.
Now, let me ask these super chat questions. You can bring in your caller too if you want. North says, again, they have a definite side, I'll just say. But North says, Aiden, to you, do you hold an Israeli passport? Is what he said.
Nope.
With his super chat.
Nope.
I didn't think so.
Nobody I'm related to does. Nobody I know has ever been to Israel.
Fast Gordon says, what part of white culture means Jews get to open our borders? Sears, Walmart, Amazon, Amazon.com, I think. I don't know. Were founded by Pakis and Indians. I don't know about Walmart because Sam Walton, I think, founded Walmart.
Yeah,
but I don't know.
Walmart was founded by a white guy.
Yeah, I'm from I'm born in Memphis, but I lived in West Memphis, Arkansas. Walmart, the culture is huge there because they're from Arkansas, Bentonville. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's some investment there or something. I'm not sure. All right, your caller's here. Who is it?
This is Synth. Hello.
Let's see. Let me see if I see him over here. I see a name, but I don't hear him talking. They're muted on their end.
Oh, wait.
All right, how's it going? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can. Go ahead.
Hey, what's up? Southern Dingo, I heard you say a bunch of dumb shit. I kind of wanted to ask you about some of it. You made a bunch of silly claims about the E2 visa, but it seems like Aiden already dealt with those. I'm just curious. You said that race was scientific?
Yeah, sure is.
You know, what's the scientific definition of race?
You got a non-dumbass question, or
are you just retarded or something? Look, it's a really simple question, right? You said it's scientific. You can't say it's a heuristic and cope out with that. Can you name any other scientific term? No, just name any other scientific term they don't have a definition for.
I mean, there's differences in racial groups. Are you saying there's not?
You said it was scientific. It was
I'm asking. Yeah, there's scientific differences.
Don't ask me a question to dodge away from mine. You weasel. You fucking rat.
All right, now
brain damage.
You fucking rat. That's what they do, Ralph. Let them do it. Let them do it.
It's a simple question. You gave it. You said it's scientific. Can you name any other term in science that doesn't have a definition?
I mean, we could do intelligence surveys. Those are pretty scientific, wouldn't you say?
Okay, your definition of white is your IQ?
No, I'm just saying that there are people placed into different racial categories. Then they have intelligence surveys done upon them, scientific studies done upon them. The scientists know exactly who they're talking about whenever they say whites have an average IQ of this, blacks have an average IQ of this. Like, I'm sure there's probably not a manual saying,
I get you didn't pay attention in your classes in school, but I asked you a real simple question. You're not engaging with it. It's real simple.
No.
Is there any other term in science that can have a definition? Is there any other one?
What What'd you
Is
say?
there a single term you can name in science that doesn't have a definition? Because you have a definition for white. You're saying it's scientific.
Yeah, it is scientific.
Okay, can you name any other term in science that you don't have a definition for?
What the fuck
That's a
is
yes
this?
or no question. Is that too complicated for you? It's one word.
Yeah,
Yes or no?
You're being retarded.
Yes or no, hit.
Are you
It's not
saying that it's
complicated.
not scientific? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm saying it's real unscientific. Yeah. Because science.
So there's nothing there. So race is not a thing.
Fine.
Is that what you're telling me?
It's not a scientific thing. It's a social thing.
Race is a social construct. Is that right?
That's obviously right. Now answer my question.
So there's no such thing as black
Answer my question. It's a yes or no
people.
question.
I don't even know what your question is. You're being really
My
belligerent and
question's
retarded.
very
What's your question?
simple. It's a very simple question. Listen real close, right? The question is just, is there a single term in science that you don't have a definition for? Yes or no?
That's a stupid question.
It was not a complicated question. You can answer it.
Now, psychology is often referred to as the only science without a definition.
I don't know which terms in psychology you think don't have definitions. The DSM-5
Psychology
goes through all of them.
Well, psychology itself is referred to as the.
Psychology is the study of mental health.
Yeah, I'm just saying what that's a saying about psychology, often referred to as the only science without a definition. Like
Okay, well, like obviously it's got a definition, right? So I'm just asking a simple question.
What is it?
Is there a single? I just gave it to you.
Is that the official definition? I don't think so.
If you think that's not the official definition, that means there's an official definition.
I mean, if you want to talk about like
I
the
don't-
scientific,
Well,
like scientific
complicated.
Well, give it
classifications
to
of
me.
race,
No, wait,
I
hold
would
on,
say-
wait. Give it to me. This
You just
scholar's
said it
very
doesn't.
angry.
You just said it doesn't have one.
I didn't say that. I said that's what they often say about psychology.
Okay, so if it has one, it's not a counterexample.
Well, give me the definition then.
I just did. Are you drunk?
No, I'm not. Are you stupid?
I think you're
Yes, he
real
is.
stupid. I think you're brain damaged.
Well, I
This isn't
think you're a dumb
complicated.
faggot. I think you're a dumb faggot.
I think you're a
who's
brain
angry,
damaged fat
who's angry
retard.
about
You're
listening
a
to something on the
brain damaged fat
internet,
retard.
and so like
You're
you
angry
came in here
right
really
now, and I'm
upset.
on the internet
No,
with you.
no, you're just a loser.
he let you on,
You're a
dumbass.
drunken
He's not
retard.
angry.
Yeah, I let you on.
And now you're gonna kick
Which
me off
was
because
a,
you're
which
running
was
away.
a,
Nobody's
yeah.
kicking you
I'm
off.
thinking
dude.
about
Look,
it.
there
No,
was a-
I
there
am
was a
kicking
real
him off
simple
because he's
direct
a
question.
faggot. Leave. Thank you.
Okay.
So Yeah,
I
you
was
can't.
not expecting it to go there, but so you talked about IQ, Dingo. What were you referring to?
No, I mean, listen, I'll answer his question to you because you're not being as belligerent, right? I just can't be bothered to deal with somebody like that. So I mean, all you have to do is do a simple rudimentary Google search of scientific definition of race. I mean, wouldn't you know it just fucking is? Isn't that crazy? Like the scientific definition of race in biology is a group or population of humans categorized on the basis of various sets of heritable characteristics such as color of skin, eyes, and hair, further intelligence, etc. A descent from a common heritage, ancestor, breed, or stock. I mean, there's your scientific definition of race. I mean, and this is something that everybody knows. Everybody already knows this.
Okay. So what were you talking about with IQ?
There's differences in racial groups in IQ, just highlighting the differences that different races have among each other.
You
It's
think
just one small thing that is in a litany of differences.
I assume you're referring to the bell curve, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that's Jewish science. It was done by a Jew, but that's besides the point. The bell
I
curve.
think you're trying to say it's beside the point, but go ahead.
No, I mean it. The bell curve is Jewish science, right? It seems like you guys only like to use Jews when it benefits your point. But what was it? There is IQ. So IQ is based, or IQ is like very it's a variable that is very much influenced by upbringing. And it has been shown that black children adopted by white families have comparable IQs to white children. I can link you the study.
Up until a certain age. I've seen that exact same study. You should link it to us right now. Because once they hit puberty, it goes right back to the mean.
Okay, so do you understand like how IQ works?
Yeah, of course I do. I think you don't.
So there's fluid and crystallized intelligence, right? IQ doesn't really vary that much over one's lifetime. Typically stays the same unless there's like a brain injury or something. You tend to stay within the same standard deviation.
Send the study.
All right, now I'll send the study, and then there's an audio from Morgan Freeman talking about IQ that I'll play. And also, I wouldn't have kicked that guy, but obviously, I'm not going to take any disrespect. I don't even know that guy. He's not going to come here talking shit to me. Like, I wasn't even, it wasn't
Charles
even
Murray
really
Jewish,
that
by the way?
it wasn't even that adversarial of a question. Irish, I think, right? I mean,
So how is the bell curve a Jewish science if Charles Murray's Irish?
Charles Murray?
I mean, I
Yeah.
think he's Irish. I'm just saying that.
The bell
Um,
curve.
yeah, the
The
bell curve, go
Bell
ahead.
Curve: Intelligence and Class Structure in American Life is a 1994 book by psychologist Richard J.
Yeah.
Herrnstein and Charles Murray.
Right. You know about the bell curve, right?
Yeah, Charles.
Yeah, I mean, so
Charles Murray co-authored it with Richard J. Herrnstein, who is.
how does
Jewish.
that make it Jewish science?
Well, I'm just saying Murray's the one that gets most of the credit for the bell curve, but
Yeah,
he's
Jew. How does that
typically-
make it Jewish science?
Because the guy that helped co-write the entire thing is Jewish.
And the other guy is what?
So communism isn't Jewish to you because Friedrich Engels co-wrote.
No,
the
no, no.
Communist
I'm just saying
Manifesto?
you don't get to call Charles Murray's book Jewish science.
The guy, one of the authors, one of the two authors.
Once again, I'm not going to get into this with you. I'm not going to let you nitpick this to death.
So communism.
You don't get to just say it's Jewish
So-
science.
so
No, we're not talking about
communism
communism. We're
isn't
talking about the
Jewish?
bell curve. We're talking about the bell curve, bro.
All I'm trying to do.
No,
here
no,
is
no,
look
no,
for the
no, no, no. You're
inconsistency.
trying to Jew me, and I'm putting on my
No,
shield,
you're
bro.
just
It's
logically-
not
you're
happening.
just logically
We're talking
inconsistent.
about the bell curve,
You're
bro.
just logically inconsistent. And
No, I think you're just a dirty little rotten liar.
maybe
Now here's
maybe
no wait. Let's go ahead. Finish your thought. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
maybe when a genetic modification becomes a thing, you should try and become Jewish. You need the extra verbal IQ points.
All right, now pull this up. I linked it to you both because this was super. It's about IQ, so it's what we're talking about now. We may or may not play the whole thing. It's like 5 minutes, not that long, but
Oh, good. Wait, good point. Good point. Lenane Rouge in the chat. Wait, Herrnstein sounds like a German last name. Are you sure he's Jewish, or are you just
Yeah, he
basing
is.
that on
He
the
was born
sound
to-
of his
he
last
is.
name?
I looked it up.
Born to a
He is
Hungarian
Jewish.
Jewish family. I'm not.
Yeah,
basing
you're
it on
reading
his
the
last
same thing. He's reading the same thing I just did. Yeah, he is Jewish actually, but Charles it was
Wow.
co-authored, but Charles Murray's typically the
I
one.
can't believe he's Jewish,
Oh.
even though his name sounds Jewish. I thought that people whose names sounded Jewish are actually German. Isn't that what you were saying earlier?
Okay, so that's just
So,
incredible.
Herasa, come into my store.
Okay, are you under the influence?
Yeah,
of something?
I'm fucking with you right now. Go ahead, Ralph. What were you saying?
Well,
I'm not. Nobody's on anything as far as I know. That's another thing. The guy was like, "Are you drunk?" No, I'm not.
I know-
The guy was
I-
just really angry. I don't understand
I don't
why.
think you're
really,
drunk,
but-
Ralph. I don't think you're drunk, Ralph. I think Dingo might be. So
Oh yeah, I'm shit faced.
All right. Now, some of the audience might be, if I had to guess, it's Saturday night. But pull this video up, and then we'll talk more about IQ.
Where'd you send it to me at?
I sent it to you on Telegram, and I sent it to Aiden too. Unfortunately, I can't patch the audio through, so I apologize for that. But
send it to me on Twitter.
yeah, I sent it to you on Twitter. You should have it. Let me double check, make sure I didn't send it to the wrong person. Yeah, I did. I sent it to you on Twitter. Yeah.
Got you.
Okay. Now, Norris says he's on a 2-day bender. Yeah, I knew some people were probably boozing in the chat, but now, okay, you guys have it?
Oh hey, I do, but it's play it while the ads are getting done. I just want to play this real quick clip.
When I rapped in high school, people told me that I'm tight for a white dude. I'm not white, I'm Jewish.
All right.
I'm Jewish.
All right.
I'm sorry, that's just one of my favorite songs. It has nothing to do with anything
Okay.
we're talking about, but
Okay.
I just love the beat of that song.
All right. Do you guys have it pulled up?
Yeah, it's pulled up.
So it's because I think we could maybe discuss it. We're talking about IQ.
I'm
All right.
not white, go
Okay.
ahead.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and hit it right. You guys got it pulled up, right?
I'm ready.
All right. Go ahead and hit it right now.
Some breeds of dogs are smarter than others. Why could that not be true
That's
for
about
the animals
dogs.
at the other end of the leash?
Okay. Here we go.
This is really by Morgan
University of
Freeman.
Delaware Sociologist
Yes, it is.
It's AI.
analyzing IQ test scores
No, I believe it. I believe it.
She
I'm just
claims
very
they
surprised.
reveal a subtle but measurable link between intelligence, genetics, and race.
For very complex traits like intelligence, many genes of small effect may push a person this way or that. And they're really
Can we get an early
hard to
life check on this
find.
woman, Ralph?
Individual IQs
I'm
are
actually in
as
agreement with this
diverse
guy for once.
as the grains of sand on a beach. But Linda believes there are patterns in this noise. Patterns that depend on our genes.
As any parent knows, brothers and sisters look different, they often have different personalities, and they often have different levels of
I
intelligence.
think you may be right, Aiden.
The average difference between siblings is 12 IQ points. If you compare to random people walking on the beach, you might ask, well, how different are those people? On the average, strangers differ by 17 IQ points. So you see that biological brothers and sisters are 2/3 as different on the average as random strangers on the street.
The genes of strangers vary more than those of siblings, and Linda argues this is why their IQs vary more. Her interpretation of this data has led her to a controversial notion that the genetic differences between races might lead to differences in the average intelligence of those races.
I guess there would be two rules about human diversity. One is that there's lots of variation within all groups, but there's also a gradation between groups, so that there are recurring and sometimes large average differences between racial ethnic groups.
IQ scores in any group of people are spread across a bell curve ranging from a score of about 70 to about 130. There are outliers on either end, but most people are clustered around an average.
There are differences between racial ethnic groups on the average in IQ. The average white's IQ is arbitrarily set at 100. Blacks in the United States and in many other Western countries average 85. Hispanics, the average would be about 80. Native Americans around that level. And then Japanese and Chinese Americans above the white average, and then Ashkenazi Jews probably around 110 to 115.
Linda's research has made her a scientific outcast. She's even been called a racist, a claim she denies. Her critics argue that IQ test results are heavily skewed by socioeconomic factors. Childhood nutrition and access to health care can vary widely between different racial groups. If you live in a good neighborhood with well-funded schools, you are more likely to be accustomed to the academic setting of an IQ test. And if you live in those neighborhoods, you are more likely to be Asian or white. There are also concerns over whether the test questions have a cultural bias, a bias reflected by the fact that it's the white IQ average that's set to 100.
It's wild. This is Morgan Freeman. I
race
can't.
Smarter than another?
That's 10 years ago.
Depends on what you mean by smart.
I didn't expect a Morgan Freeman.
Of an artist like Picasso or of a political leader like Gandhi. IQ is a narrow obsession. No two people think the same way, regardless of their race. So here's a new question.
Disagree.
If the brains of the races are similar now, will that always be true? We are still evolving. Could our brains one day become as different as those of border collies and beagles?
That
What?
So,
that was crazy at the end. Anyway, go ahead. Abe. You can respond. I'll let Dingo.
So Freeman gets to stay in the ethno state, Dingo. Is one of the exceptions. No. So okay. So yeah, there are like testing differences on average between like the races and IQ. But as I said before, like there are studies that kind of show that this is related to like upbringing and circumstances while growing up. The study I cited that you claim to know about, Dingo, about black children who are adopted by white families tending to score very similar to black children. You refuted that study by claiming that this changes in adulthood. I can't seem to find anything on that. So do you mind explaining where you got that?
All right. We'll let Dingo pick it up. Just hold on one sec. All right. I'll read this. Fast Gordon says, one more point on the IQ question. Israel has a lower IQ than Poland. The only smart Jews are the ones that were blessed with white DNA. Aryan chat upgrade is what he said. All right, go ahead. And thank you for that, Fast. Fast Gordon. Not Fast in general. Thank you for that, man. Go ahead, Dingo. Pick it up.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I just have to just sit here and just search for this fucking shit. I mean, this guy wants to nitpick everything.
I'm
Like,
not.
I have to search for an article
Come on,
to
that's
prove
fair.
to you that black people are just retarded and violent. Like, nobody needs that proof but you in this circumstance. Like, period. End of story. I saw a fucking video this past weekend of all these black people trying to shoot some music video, and all these black women were crawling up on the roof and twerking toward the camera.
Yeah.
I don't think that's socioeconomic factors.
No,
I don't think the fact that they're obsessed with shaking their ass meat in a camera is a socioeconomic factor.
No,
I think they are a different group of people, and white people just don't act like that ever.
Now, is that one thing they've contributed to America, though? Going back to the question
No,
earlier.
no. I saw a video of this. I don't know what this woman was. It was an old Asian woman. I have no idea what she was doing in a strip club, but it looked like she was in a strip club environment, and a black stripper was twerking in her face, and the woman starts gagging and puts $1 in the Negro's like panties to get her to go away from her because apparently there was a bad stench. So no,
right.
I would not say that's a contribution.
So you believe?
All right.
So you believe black violence is genetic?
I believe it happens consistently throughout multiple decades. I don't really know where to put that blame other than genetics. And I believe it happens in Africa the same way. And no matter where they go, they commit similar crime rates. I just, if you're going to say it's not genetic, tell me what it is, right? Because the 13 to 50 meme or 13 to 52 meme, it's the same in America as it is in London, England.
Okay.
How? What are the odds?
Okay, so let's say, right, it is genetics, right? Let's say I agree with you. What would be the genetic cause?
Oh my God. I don't care what the genetic cause is. I just don't care. Those are things that I don't give two shits about.
Yeah, there's just
like
nothing
all you have to
linking
do
this to genetics, right?
listen, I don't care if it's not genetic. What I care about is the proof is in the pudding, right? Black people commit similar crime rates against whites no matter where they are. And if they're left among their own devices in their own black country, they throw each other on fires. They fill up tires with gasoline and wrap it around each other's necks and set it alight. These are people I don't want around my people because guess what happens? Harm comes to my people. Put too close to them. Hannon Hennon is a good example. Victoria Rose Smith is a good example. Ebba Ackerland in Sweden is a good example. How many more white children have to fucking die at the hands of these non-whites before people like you look me in the eye and say, don't worry about it, Goy, you got to study for that? I'm sick of this bullshit study fucking crap. It's a crock of shit.
I know.
It's a tool for people like you to tell me don't believe your lying eyes.
I know.
Guess what, dude? I believe my lying eyes because they're telling the fucking truth.
Yeah,
you're the only thing lying.
I know you're a reactionary. You see individual examples. You don't really rely on quantified data. I agree. Like you're just an emotional person who doesn't like facts.
So is it not happening? Are interracial crime rates not skewed against white people?
No, I've never denied that.
So what? So then what are you saying?
Skewed against white people? The vast majority of crimes committed by blacks in the United States are against other blacks.
The interracial crime rate, meaning do black people?
Oh yeah, more.
I didn't say crime rate.
No, I agree. Sorry. Let me correct myself. I miss.
Do that.
Okay.
Go ahead and correct yourself.
Yeah, was it okay? You're just being really bad faith.
Go ahead and correct yourself, dude.
Okay, you don't think it doesn't really look good on you, and like if somebody makes like a minor mistake, you like jump down their throat.
No, I want you to correct yourself.
The interracial crime rates are skewed. Black people commit more crimes against white people than white people commit against black people. I agree. Black people commit a disproportionate amount of crime. Black people are disproportionately fatherless. Very disproportionate. I don't know the 13. I know the 1350 meme or whatever. I don't disagree with these facts. We are just simply attributing different reasons to it, right? And
what does it matter the reasoning if it's happening? Like what sane person would say, I wonder what the reasoning is. Why wouldn't they just want to remove themselves from the equation?
So wait, you want to remove black people from the equation?
Isn't that the only logical thing to do?
No, I feel like.
I mean, like. All right, okay. Now let me pick it up. Now hold on. What about multiculturalism, which I guess is kind of the root here, right? Dingo's saying it can't work, it won't work, and he's worried about white people, and he wants a white country for that reason. Do you think multiculturalism can work, Aiden? And if you do, why do you think so?
I'll explain. Dingo, you're a shining example. You're from Louisiana, right?
He is, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so Dingo, what would you describe your culture as?
All right, hold on one sec. All right. Thank you, Fash Gordon. I really appreciate your support tonight. Go ahead, repeat what you said there, Aiden. You were asking him what?
Yeah, Dingo. If somebody asked you like, what is your culture? What would you say?
I don't know. I can't. I don't know. I don't have one
You don't have a culture. Okay, so
completely.
are you just gonna
No matter what answer I give you, you're going to try to break it down and say it's wrong. So I mean, just what's your
Yeah,
point,
that's
dude?
we're having a debate. That's how that works. I'm not gonna do a debate with you where we just agree on everything, right? That's not how.
You mean my culture as a white person or the culture in Louisiana? Which one do you mean?
What is your culture? I'm trying to ask you that. What is your culture? What would you describe your culture as? Just an honest
I'm
answer.
trying to ask you I'm not
You're responding
chewing
to
you.
You're responding to my
Yeah,
question.
I'm
with a
asking you about your
question.
question. Do you mean like white people's culture or the Louisiana area I live in
I'm asking
culture?
about Dingo. I'm asking about you. What would you describe your culture as?
White people culture?
What's white people culture?
Is that what you're asking me? Or are you asking me about Louisiana's culture? It's a serious question.
Okay, so your culture probably is far more aligned with that of somebody in Louisiana than it is with a white guy in New York, right?
I don't know. I don't know. I've never really been to New York.
Well, I mean, Southern culture is different. I would say.
Yeah,
Look,
I mean, but like there are similarities between cultures. I mean, between regions, like similarities in culture between regions that I completely attribute to race. Right? Like there's the high trust society type thing. Like it's white people are inclined to a high trust society type culture. They just are. That's why old people are always victims of like robberies of their vehicles because they've been used to leaving their stuff unlocked all their lives. It's only up until recently that their neighborhoods have been flooded with non-whites. So they are typically victims of this car theft and shit like that, right? I mean, what else is my culture? I mean, I don't know. Like monogamy is a a cultural trait of mine. I would say in Africa, not so much. Nobody really gives a shit who their dad is. They don't know who their dad is. It's very matriarchal.
I'm explaining multiculturalism has seemed to work pretty well in Louisiana.
I don't think that it has. We are the second worst state in the country when it comes to crime, whenever it comes to education, whenever it comes to unemployment. Like everything about this state is garbage. Our roads are the second worst in the nation.
Well, that's
Do you know who
poverty.
we are one? Yeah, exactly. So I'd say multiculturalism has been terrible here.
Wait, the poverty isn't attributable to multiculturalism. The whites who are impoverished are committing the same amount of crime.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are. I showed you a study that.
No, you didn't. Look. Fine. You want to nitpick the crime part? Fine. Let's just leave that out of the equation. Why is Louisiana? Why do we score the second worst on all national testing? Right? Why do we have the second worst graduation rate? Why do we have why are we the second worst in everything? Only superior to one state, which is Mississippi, in all of these things that I'm talking about. And guess what? Mississippi is the only state that has more blacks than us.
The armpit of the South, my daddy used to say.
Mississippi is the only state that has more black people than us, and we beat them in everything, and only them. Tell me how that's another coincidence.
Aren't both of those states also like some of the most impoverished in the entire country?
Yeah, but why?
So why do you only know? Wait, why? Do you not think there are tons? You should know this. There are tons of white people who are living in poverty.
I do know
in Mississippi and Louisiana.
Yeah, I'm asking you why.
I'm showing you there's a correlation. There's a correlation between lower test scores and poverty, right? I'm showing you that correlation.
I'm showing you there's a correlation between lower test scores and the amount of black people in the state.
So okay, so if we're both,
some would say it's because the Yankees have kept the South impoverished for.
I think that's silly. I think it's just because of black people.
I tend to agree with that point that I said, but anyway, it's not my. It's not my debate.
I mean,
but go ahead.
My whole argument. Okay, so I know I've kind of been going off on a tangent. But my whole argument here is this comes down to poverty, right? This comes down to poverty. I agree that the testing scores of Mississippi and Louisiana are a problem. I agree that the conditions are. I believe that no state should be living in the conditions that these two states are living in, right? But at the end of the day, all the evidence points to the fact that this is related to poverty, not race.
It's just a complete and total coincidence that our two states, Louisiana and Mississippi, we have the highest rates of blacks in the whole country. It's just right. So you're saying that you're going to attribute it to poverty because of the correlation to poverty.
Black people
and I'm saying, but there's also I'm saying that there's also a correlation, and I'll bet you it's a stronger one, to the amount of blacks in the state. How come my correlation has no merit but yours does? It's a matter of convenience for you. That's why.
A matter of convenience? Well, okay.
Yes, it's convenient for you.
Well, no, because if you look at if you look at like places like Georgia, it has about the same black population as Louisiana, and its crime rate is 1/10 of that of Louisiana, right? Like, it's clearly not about race.
I don't know if that's true.
Okay, do I need to? Okay, I'll link you.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. I mean, I don't think they have the same population of blacks as we do.
They do. Census data shows.
Yeah, show me.
Got it.
All right, link that if you haven't. And I have a question from North. It kind of goes. I mean, it's not the exact question I asked. Mine was. His has a definite take. I was trying to do moderator style there, but he says, Aiden, why is multiculturalism only implemented in Western nations? And then I'll pull up that link that you sent.
No, okay, I agree that we should get multicultural in other places. I believe in open borders for Israel. That's probably something we agree upon. I don't think it should only be the West. I think that it's because the West tends to go more towards liberalization, and I think that is probably a big contributor to multiculturalism here in the West.
Now, and I'll pull up
You
your
know what,
link.
dude? You know what?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I have a question for this guy. I mean, you've been trying to put me on the back foot this whole time and trying to disprove the negative effects of diversity. I'm going to put it on you. What are the positive effects of diversity? Why should white countries want to bring brown and black people into their nations? Why?
Why should they want to? Well, a lot of the
why?
a lot of the black people that were here have been here for generations. I don't think we're bringing a lot.
That's not what I asked you.
Yeah, so we're bringing a lot of Indians in, a lot of Asians in. They contribute a lot to our economy. They contribute a lot to our, as I said before, Indians are disproportionately responsible for tech startups. They disproportionately represent the medical industry. All of my doctors are Indian. They're pretty damn good doctors. If we want to talk about anecdotes,
let's pause there then. So they contribute economically.
Hey,
Why
the
aren't we in
best
the
doctors.
worst economic? Why aren't we in the worst economic straits as a nation that we've ever been in right now? If they're contributing so much economically,
you think this is the worst? Are you serious?
I think that our debt is at an astronomical level, and I think that the IMF is thinking seriously about replacing the dollar as the International Monetary Fund,
That's
the currency for the for the International Monetary Fund,
one
the World Reserve currency. No. There is such a thing as the International Monetary Fund, and there is such a thing as the World Reserve currency. Right now, the United States is the World Reserve currency, and I think there have been very serious discussions that have been public about replacing that. And if that happens, America is, I don't know if you know this or not, big guy, fucked. So I'm asking you, you said they've been contributing economically. Why are we in the dire economic straits we're in now, whenever we're at the highest levels of diversity that we've ever been? Why?
I think there's just been huge mismanagement. I'm not really a big economics guy, but I do know that if I've looked into like I've looked into the amount that different demographics contribute economically, and it would seem like the ones we're bringing in are actually contributing a lot to our economy. I don't know the specific causes of the economic issues we're in now. If you're going to claim that's a result of race, you're probably going to have to argue for that, because that's your claim, not mine, right?
No, I'm not claiming that. I'm just saying there's a correlation here.
Yeah, there's a correlation.
There's absolutely a correlation here.
Okay, there's a correlation between people who hold greater prejudices and lower IQs. That doesn't mean that it's causation, right?
I'd actually disagree with that, my guy. Have you ever heard?
So you would agree?
You ever heard of the guy with the highest IQ of this millennia? You know his name?
Who?
Fuck,
I don't know his name either. I'll have to fucking Google it real quick. Pause. Let's just pause this debate. Don't say anything.
That's fine. And well, go ahead and Google it. Well, I'll say something. He linked this this one.
Oh,
link.
wait, sorry. I'm linking you the Louisiana one for comparison.
Yeah. Okay. And I'll pull it up. Yeah, link me that one too. And
Christopher Langan. That's what I'm thinking about. Christopher Langan.
Okay.
He's a white man. He scored a 210 on his IQ test. Another one scored like 219. Another one 231. This man has an extremely high IQ, and guess what? He is a virulent racist and anti-Semite. So I would say that the correlation that you just brought up is complete and total bullshit. Every racist I know is very fucking smart, and all the people like you are retards.
Wait, do you not understand the concept of statistical outliers? This guy is clearly an outlier, right? The vast majority of high IQ people don't score near 210. He's 210.
I agree with you.
What?
I disagree with you about your statistics. I don't think that most people who consider themselves or who would have racist views are dumber than others. I really don't.
There are studies that show a link between prejudice and lower cognitive abilities, right? That doesn't.
Well, see that I would say you're right about being Jewish science.
Okay. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah,
All right,
once
now-
again, I don't believe my lying eyes. You're going to tell me Jared Taylor's some kind of fucking retard?
Now let me.
Jared Taylor argues Jews are white. Why are you citing this guy?
Jared Taylor is the foremost player in like racial reality and racial identity politics.
And he
The differences
disagrees with
among
you.
races.
And he disagrees with you. So I don't know why you're citing him.
I'm citing him because we agree on everything outside of the little thing you just said.
Okay. I don't.
Jared Taylor is invaluable to what I believe. He's invaluable to the formation and the awakening of my people.
You should be against him. He's trying to subvert your people with Jewish science.
Now, you don't get to decide who I should be against, you. That's for me
All
to
right,
decide.
now.
So you like?
Hold on.
Okay.
Go.
I guess
Go.
if
Finish your thought.
Yeah, no. If you're pro Jared Taylor, you're pro Jew. I don't know what to tell you.
Nah, that's wow. What a Jewish thing to say. That's bullshit.
He's trying to make the white supremacist movement inclusive of Jews. What can I say?
Who, me?
No, Jared Taylor.
No, he's not.
Yeah, he is.
And he doesn't represent any white supremacist movement. There is no white supremacist movement. What absolute Jewish language you're using right now, by the way?
Movement?
Like, we want to live. We want to quit being victims of these non-whites violent crimes. We want our children to stop being murdered. That's white supremacists, right?
Democratic polling of white people does not show a majority of white supremacist views. I don't know who's we in this scenario.
Because there's no white supremacist anything. That's a made up term by people just like you that share your ancestry who have been duping my people for centuries. Like, why don't we look at Ireland? I'd say there's a lot of racial awakening going on in Ireland right now. And what are the people who are just like you in the media saying? Oh, they're white supremacists. This is white supremacist ideology. Not wanting your children to not be stabbed by some Algerian migrant is white supremacy. That's the same thing you're fucking saying here right now.
That's related to beliefs, Christianity versus Islam, which I would agree.
I don't think that it is, my friend. I think it's a racial struggle, and everybody knows it.
No, you see, if you like to talk about correlations and trends a lot of these attacks you keep citing in Europe are committed by Muslim perpetrators. This comes down.
They're committed by brown people.
Specifically Muslim. Do you not think it might be due to their beliefs?
Why would I assume that it has to be because of their beliefs versus their race? Why is one factor more valuable than the other?
So you think it's encoded into their DNA?
I'm asking you, why are you defaulting to their religion?
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Ralph. Did somebody just bring up the MAOA gene?
Yeah, they did, and I'll read it. And I'm trying to get all this in, but yeah, General Septic. Okay, he says, is Aiden aware of the two repeat allele? I can't say that word, but of the allele, right? I know the word, but I can never say it right. Of the MAOA gene that is present in 1 in 20 black people that causes an increased risk for shooting and stabbing behaviors.
Yeah. Okay. I was waiting for this. I don't know if you noticed. I've been trying to slightly nudge Dingo to bring up the MAOA gene.
I don't even know what the fuck that is.
It's something a lot of people like to cite as like the warrior gene for why black people are violent, a link between their behavior and genetics. And this is just such a ridiculous sentiment. The MAOA gene is much more prevalent amongst Asians than it is black people. So if this were the case, if this were the cause of their violent behavior, why are we not seeing this in crime statistics of Asians?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not arguing anything about it. I've heard of that gene. I just don't. I can't be bothered by these little things like that. Like I just don't care why this is happening. I'm not going to try to find the gene for you. No, I shouldn't. I'm not going to try to find the gene for you. Like,
you don't need to. I know what
the proof is in the pudding, right? This is happening. I don't care why it's happening. It needs to stop happening. It's very simple. Like, I mean, people argue about this kind of shit with pit bulls versus other dogs all the time. It doesn't matter why pit bulls eat babies alive. They do it. Don't get a pit bull. It's fucking simple. This is the exact same thing we're talking about here. I don't care about some gene and this and that. I have no interest in pinpointing genetically why blacks are the way they are.
Okay.
It's a waste of time.
So
are they the way they are or not? Yes.
So
that's all I need to know.
So the studies, the facts, the causes are irrelevant. You're just more concerned with what's happening, what they're doing.
100%, like any sane person would be.
Okay, so then I would ask you. Well, no, I think there are like much more viable like ways to solve this if we look at the causes, but that's besides the fact. What would your solution be then?
White separation.
In the United States?
Simple. Wherever the problem is occurring, everywhere.
And do you think that, how will that ever happen, out of curiosity?
I mean, there have been large demographic oustings throughout history. Like, it's people like you like to act like this is impossible. If white people all wanted non-whites to go back or go somewhere else, they would go somewhere else.
But they overwhelmingly don't want that.
That's not. I answered the question you asked.
Yeah, I'm asking how you would be able to ever achieve something like this without the support of the
Oh
majority.
no, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. That's not what we're here to
So,
discuss.
yeah, well,
Like
so,
we're
so,
here
no,
to
no,
discuss
so my
the
argument
solution.
would be, my follow-up to that would be, if this is just unviable and unrealistic, right, to solve this issue.
I don't think it's unrealistic.
Well, I just asked you how this would happen, and you said, I don't know, I'm not here to argue that. So.
Yeah, I don't know. No, I don't know. I don't know how it happened. Like I don't have steps 1 through 5 of racial revolution on hand.
Yeah,
I'm not that guy.
It doesn't seem like anybody does, because we
No. Somebody would. Yeah, somebody
it's
would. I mean,
unrealistic.
firstly,
You even said
it's
yourself.
not unrealistic
you even
whatsoever.
said yourself, America is doomed. Why would you say that if you thought this was realistic?
I mean, I'm one person. Like I'm pretty black-pilled. I look around and I see non-white.
So I'm asking
Non-whites
you.
committing crime on white. I'm trying to answer your question, dum-dum. I look around and I see a lot of shit. I see white people being displaced. I see them being victimized by violent blacks or other types of non-whites. It makes me black-pilled. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's not unsavable. I'm not saying that it's definitely unsavable. I'm just saying if you want to save it, white separation is the answer. Now you want to go into something completely separate, which is how do we do it? My answer is I don't know. I'm not that guy. I mean, it's going to take a different breed of person to do that.
So let's say we're in a room, right? The room is on fire. It is burning to the ground. We have a fire extinguisher in front of us. You're essentially saying, what if we summon a magic wizard that will vanquish the fire? And then I'll be like, well, how are you going to manage to do that? That just seems totally unfeasible. You're like, well, I don't know. So it's like, okay, well, if you don't know, then wouldn't it make more sense to use the fire extinguisher? Right? We have alternatives here that are realistic that we don't need. I mean, most people are in favor.
Okay, that's a dumb metaphor. Can I tell you why? Because like whether the wizard does it or the fire extinguisher does it, it's putting out the fire.
But the wizard's
which
never
I think
showing
putting
up.
out the fire in this metaphor is removing the blacks, right?
But the wizard's never showing up, so why not use the
Yeah, but
extinguisher?
what I'm saying is the end goal in both of these scenarios, whether the wizard does it or the fire extinguisher does it, is putting out the fire, which in this metaphor is a placeholder for removing the blacks. What you're saying is let's not remove the blacks. Let's find other things to fix the problems that the blacks are causing. And I'm telling you, that's what they've been doing for 50 years. Even if there were ways we could fix black behavior, why would we want an outside group to come in where we constantly have to find solutions for them to act not like themselves? It does not behoove white people to have as part of their society black rehabilitation constantly. Okay, that's silly. Why would we just not want them here?
This is just retarded. So do you realize?
No, you're retarded. You're talking about wizards.
Okay, that was what we call an analogy, right? I'm not. It's not.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, it is, and I showed you how retarded it was.
No, I mean
because like I just said, no matter who's putting out the fire.
I'm not saying. I'm not saying
real wizard. I hope.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm not saying that's a real thing that's going to happen, right? I'm trying to explain to you if we both agree.
Listen, faggot, I know what an analogy is. The difference is in your analogy, the end goal was the same, which is putting out the fire. What you're saying here, the thing that you're trying to compare in your analogy, we have different end goals. Mine is remove the blacks. Yours is not. So it's not a good metaphor. It's not a good analogy.
Yeah,
what I'm telling you.
Do you want to know why? We both, believe it or not, you're going to say no. You think I want like the destruction of white people. I don't.
You clearly do.
Okay, I guess I do. I like, believe it or not, I love European culture, big fan, and I believe in the well-being of white people. I agree with you, okay? I don't think what's happening to them should be happening. I agree with, as a Christian, I agree I hope for the well-being of all peoples, right? But what I would say to you is, in response to like my analogy, I would say, right, you're proposing, we both want the same issue solved, but the alternative you're proposing, I know that it is impossible. It is impossible, and there is a better, much more possible alternative, which I'm obviously going to go to if I want the fire put out, instead of speculating over some utopian, I mean, whatever, or at least what you think is utopian, something that will never happen, right? Obviously, I'm going to go for the thing that will actually work.
It's not utopian. I mean, it was reality. It was reality, like, you know, a couple of generations ago. It's not utopian.
Do you think
if anything, this insane world we live in is very new in terms of like
it is new.
Human
I
history.
agree. I agree. We've had,
it's bad.
Okay. I mean, I don't know what, like, go back in time or jump off a
Okay.
bridge?
I mean, like, here's the thing. You say that you say that you want you want the well-being of white people, and we've been sitting here going over all night how diversity
What
negatively
you're
affects
talking
white
about is
people,
going to hurt white
and
people.
you just want more diversity
What
anyways.
you're talking about is going to hurt white people. There is a problem with very clearly outlined solutions, but instead of taking those solutions, you're advocating for taking impossible
What are the solutions? How?
and
What?
that's the issue.
What are the solutions?
So we need to
Tell me about these
we
solutions.
need
Are
to
the solutions in the room with
All
us right now, Aiden?
Okay, let him go ahead, Aiden. Let him talk.
we need to promote cultural changes in the black community. I would agree that currently the type of culture being promoted is one that is harmful. I think we need to invest. I think we need to invest more in black communities. I think we need to take steps to reduce the rates of I guess what would you call it marriage or birthing outside of marriage.
Wedlock.
Increase the rates of increase the rates of present fatherhood. I think those are all.
How do you do that?
Well, there are multiple ways, right? Social programs, investments, education. Education is linked right to the education is linked to safer sex. Yeah, education probably.
I mean, so you want to socially engineer a group of people so that they stop just playing or they stop living out these bad behaviors that are genetically ingrained in them. And whenever I say genetically ingrained, the reason is whenever I look at where they come from, like Somalia, different parts of Western Africa, it's the same type of problems over there, right? The exact same types of issues: hypersexuality, matriarchy, fathers not sticking around, very dumb people. I mean, they're still using in a couple of places like bridges that Rome built, right? Because they can't make bridges. But you think that we can socially engineer them somehow in America to fit in with white society? They've been trying to do that for 40 years, fella, at the very least, and nobody's figured it out. How are you going to do it?
Black unemployment's at an all-time low. Black education's at an all-time high. I think there's more opportunity.
Yet the crime rates haven't deviated at all, have they?
That's not. I don't think that's true at all. But I'll just.
That is absolutely true.
Okay, I just don't.
What about the fatherlessness rate? Has that increased? Is that better?
Well, I don't think the cultural changes have really been significant enough, which I'm advocating for. Like, I think currently I would agree that the type of things being promoted in black communities are harmful, and in regards to culture, right? That's I think an area I tend to disagree with the left on a lot. But wait, I don't know if the thing about the crime rate not deviating is true at all.
Okay, yeah, look it up. While you're looking it up, let me ask you this: what would you attribute the black unemployment being at an all-time low? What would you attribute that to?
I think more education.
More education.
More opportunities.
More opportunities. That's good. Ralph, I'd like to send you a link as well. This is the lawsuit, Students for Fair Admissions versus Harvard from this past year, 2023. Have you ever heard of that, Aiden?
I'm against affirmative action.
But you just said you want more education.
I do, yeah, but I don't think that should be
the only way. The only, and see here, people much smarter than you want the same thing you want, which is to elevate the black man at the cost of the white man. And they found out that the only way to give them quote unquote more education is to give them a racial priority above white people in this country, and that's why this lawsuit exists. So whenever you say you want more black education, what you're really saying is you want more displacement of white people from their own educational institutions. That's why I take offense to them, sir.
Yeah, so statistics have just shown that the crime rates have been consistently going down in black communities.
Yeah, I just don't believe you. I mean, you've lied about everything else, so I don't believe this either.
What is one thing I've lied about?
I mean, you lied about who was the center. You lied about who was the topic of discussion of the thing that you sent. You said it was about racial perpetrators. It's racial victims. That's one.
That's not. That was never my claim. I said it has a segment attesting to perpetrators.
Then you tried to say that Europeans benefit the most from the E2 visa, but actually it's Asians. Like, you lied about a lot of stuff so far. There's two examples off the top of my head. I don't want to relive the entire 2 hours I've been talking to you right now.
I immediately corrected myself that Japanese benefit the most. Then it's Europeans. I immediately corrected myself. So that's not a lie. That was an honest mistake, which is why I corrected myself literally 4 seconds after the fact. You'd have to be arguing from the most bad faith position ever to interpret that as an intentional lie.
I don't think that's the case at all. I'm not bad faith whatsoever. I'm the only one being real here.
So how could you interpret a mistake when I correct myself 4 seconds later without any prompting as a lie? If you're not arguing in bad faith.
Your entire point is a lie. Your entire point
Also, you lied about
is
the
a lie.
E2 visa. You said white people were excluded from it, which just isn't true.
I never said that.
Yes, you did. You literally said that. You
I
said
didn't.
They,
I said
you
the
said they won't
overwhelming
issue it to
majority of
Germans.
countries that
You
get
said they
them
won't
are
issue-
not white. That's what I said.
That is not what you said. That is not what you said at all.
Whatever you say, pal. Let's move forward. You know what?
We can rewind.
You know what? You're right. I've lied this whole time, and you've been a beacon of truth.
Okay,
Is what you've been.
I need-
Now
I
let's
need-
go on from this moment forward.
I hate to go to the moderator here. Ralph, do you not remember him saying that?
Look, you're trying to drag me in. I don't want to be put on the spot.
Okay, I guess okay, fair enough.
It seems like he may have said that, but look, it's not my position to go through.
No,
and
fair enough. I just,
yes.
Do you know what the definition of is?
Okay, now
It's like a
it does.
joining
Again, it's not really my spot to call that. It seems like he may have said that, but again, I'd have to.
I
go back
disagree,
and check
moderator.
it. Exactly.
All right, yeah, I'm not trying to pit you two against each other. I just
Yeah. Look, but let me read this. The code says he called you. I'll say Aiden, but he used a different term.
Aiden.
Playing off of his. Yes, he did actually. Yeah. You heard that one. I've never heard that one. Actually.
Yeah.
He says, "Are you aware that you're literally arguing against the most blatantly obvious, self-evident, basic reality in the world, universally understood by virtually everyone through all of time?" Is what he said.
It's not though. Polling data just shows that most white people don't feel this way.
All right, now and then Anonymous says Aiden should go live on MLK Boulevard.
Nobody cares about polling data, bro. Like there's other things. Just one sec, Ralph. I'm sorry. Nobody cares about polling data because there are other ways white people express their beliefs through physicality, like as in moving to a white area where most people's neighbors, especially white people, are of their own race,
Yeah,
right?
because white areas
Whenever
seem to be
people go to
lower in
church,
crime. White
when
areas
people go
tend-
to church, it's almost exclusively with their own race. Like there's studies that have been on that. I know you love studies. Like whenever white people can, they only interact with people of their own race.
Yeah,
Nobody
polling-
cares about this fucking polling shit. They don't want to get in trouble for
Well,
being
well,
racist
well,
on a telephone
well,
call
yeah,
with some Jew.
Polling. Oh, okay. Well, polling shows that they don't like crime either, which is probably why they move out of neighborhoods with higher crime.
I mean, what is
Neighborhoods that
white
tend to have more-
flight? What is white flight? White flight is white people moving away from diversity, is it not?
No,
I mean, it's such
white
a
people-
real
it's white
thing
people- it's
that
white-
there's
it's white people
classes
moving-
in colleges on it.
It's white people moving away from high crime areas. Do you see any white people moving?
It's white people moving away from non-whites is what it
How
is,
many
my friend.
white people are moving to like fucking Harrison, Arkansas? These like impoverished like white areas in the South.
You're gonna tell me that white flight is not racially based?
It's correlated, but it's not causative. Right?
How could you say that?
You don't.
How could you say that like so confidently? You can't possibly know that.
Because polling data just
You
shows,
can't.
I'm actually actively saying it right now, believe it or not. But the polling data just shows that that's like not.
Okay.
Polling data just shows that they don't share these feelings related to race that you do. So you say, okay, it's their actions.
I don't care about polling
their
data.
actions also their actions align with said data because it shows they also don't like crime. So of course they're going to move out of areas with higher crime and higher crime.
Who's committing the crime?
I've agreed. Wait, when have I ever disagreed throughout the entirety of this conversation that black people disproportionately commit more crime? When have we ever disagreed?
Well,
on
then
that?
what are we talking about here? I'm saying that the white people
Are
don't
you
want to live
lost?
around blacks, so white flight exists.
No, they don't want
You're
to live
saying,
around-
it's not the fact that they're
don't
black;
wanna
it's the
live
fact that
around
they commit crime.
They don't want to live around crime.
Yeah.
And I agree.
Exactly.
And I
Whether
agree.
they
So we should
whether they
reduce
know or
crime
not,
in the
they don't
black
want to live around
communities.
blacks.
So we
It
should
doesn't matter.
reduce crime in the black communities. And then we'll reduce white flight.
We've been trying that for a century.
And it's
Guess
been
what?
working.
They're just
And
criminal
it's been
people.
working.
No, it hasn't.
The crime rate has
No, it hasn't.
decreased. The employment rate has increased. All studies show this.
No, I don't know. Show me a study because I don't believe that. I don't believe that whatsoever. They get away with all this shit now. Like we have political prisoners like the McMichaels and William Roddy Bryan and Darren. What's his name? Derek Chauvin.
You can't.
I mean,
lynch
you just
people.
can't be
You
white
I'm sorry,
anymore.
I'm sorry,
It's illegal to even be white now.
You can be white without lynching people. That's okay.
Oh my God.
Yeah, because I'm up here advocating lynchings, right?
Why did the McMichaels feel the need to follow Ahmaud Arbery and not just call the police?
They had called the police multiple times.
Okay,
They never
and
did shit.
The police were on their way. The police later showed up. Why did they need to follow this
So
guy?
what's
who
your
was no-
point?
who-
You said, why didn't they call the
because
police? They did call the
The
police.
McMichaels are murderers. The McMichaels are murderers.
They're not murderers.
They
You're
are-
stupid.
they are
I mean,
murderers.
they're not, how are they murderers? No, you know what? Never mind. I know what you're going to say. White people bad.
What?
There would have
No.
never been anybody
Wait.
shot had the
How-
had the black not gone for the shotgun and shot himself.
How are you hearing
essentially.
black people bad? I mean, white people bad in anything I'm saying.
You just asked me, why didn't they call the cops? They did call the cops.
Yeah, and then why didn't they just wait? This guy posed no immediate threat to anybody, so why'd they follow him?
That's not true whatsoever. He posed. I mean, whenever you're trespassing in a neighborhood over and over and over again, you are absolutely posing a threat.
Wait, how is it?
I mean, this is natural instinct, dude. This is shit everybody knows.
So,
this is why lions kill cheetahs whenever they see them, because outsiders in our fucking place, that's not good. This is why if a white person goes to a black neighborhood, the first thing they'll hear is, "What the fuck you doing in my hood, white boy?" Like, this is a law of humanity.
I jog through neighborhoods I don't live in all the fucking time. This never happens.
Black neighborhoods?
I don't go. I mean, actually, yeah, some of them. Some of them. Yep.
Some of them are black neighborhoods.
Yeah.
You should do that more often. You should jog in exclusively black neighborhoods, Aiden.
I was actually in Oakland the other day. Yeah, I go through pretty black
Pretty
areas.
black. That's pretty black.
Good.
Yeah.
I think you should.
Okay, I do. But what I was gonna say to you was, actually I don't remember. Oh yeah, they're murderers because they followed this guy despite the fact they could have waited for the police and he posed no immediate threat to anybody. And you can't argue he posed an immediate threat because he had no weapons on him. He was clearly jogging, right? He went to go check out a house that was being built that
wasn't jogging.
That multiple other people that week had also been inside of, right? With no pushback, right? Multiple people had visited that same property in that same week who were white, and the McMichaels never called the cops on them or chased them down.
No, the people who were building the home had, you call it visited, they were working there.
Wait,
this motherfucker was not on the crew.
You know there were other people besides the construction workers, women that came to go visit the house, right?
Did they have permission to be there?
No, not to my knowledge.
Not to your knowledge. That's really convenient. I've heard nothing about that once again. Like, the facts of the case are, let's talk, fuck it. Let's say you're right about the McMichaels, which you're not. You're wrong, and you know it. I know it. Everybody knows it. But if you were, what about William Roddy Bryan, who did nothing but videotape the incident? He's in fucking jail for life for murder as well. Why?
I think his conviction was ridiculous. I agree.
I mean, what? Okay, cool. That's great. I'm glad we agree on something. Like, I mean, there are multiple racial court cases that have been decided simply because the courts did not want black people to, and this is a colloquial term, chimp out, right? The OJ case comes to mind.
Ahmaud Arbery was jogging. He didn't chimp out. Like, I don't understand. Like, as a guy,
No, that's not what I meant. I meant like, I meant that everyone, whatever you say, pal. He was a criminal. He was absolutely a criminal.
Wasn't he a present father?
If a black person is over the age of 16, I assume they're a father.
Okay, but a present father.
I have no idea.
Do you not care? I mean, I
don't know.
I hate to appeal, but like, are you a Christian?
It's none of your business what I do.
Okay, I'm trying to see what your values are here. It seems like you just don't value
My values
human
are
life.
pro-white, dude. My values are pro-white. It's very simple. I've been consistent for the entire time I've been in the public
I
scene
have
with
to
this.
ask you a question.
And
Do you think Black Lives Matter?
They matter, and they should matter to black people.
But they don't matter to you?
I'm not concerned with what happens with other races. I'm concerned only with white people.
So you're indifferent if like a black kid got raped? You're indifferent?
Obviously not.
But you just
don't be fucking silly. Whenever I try to put my political energy into something, it's not for the betterment of black people, because they have everybody already doing that. Our government institutions do that. There are 501c3s all over the place that do that. Jews at large are doing that. They don't need me, right? My people need me.
Yeah, the Japanese crime rates in this country. God, man, the E3s or E2 is really causing the crime here.
What a non sequitur. And you know
what?
what?
It's not a
Cowards
non
do
sequitur.
that.
It shows E2s.
It is. You just immediately shifted from blacks to Japanese somehow.
Because that's what the E2s are.
Like, you realize what you just asked me, right? Did you hear yourself? Would you care if a black kid got raped? Who the fuck says that?
Well, I'm trying to see what your values are. If you just have a total.
You're a sick fuck, dude.
That's not really sick. That's a question to.
No, yeah, you're a sick fuck.
Okay,
like, who would ask somebody that?
Me? I'm trying to see what.
Do you really think that I'm gonna go like, no, I don't care? Obviously, that's fucking disgusting.
Well, no,
but
yeah, I mean,
we're sitting here talking about white people.
You don't care about the children of a black father who was murdered for jogging.
Yeah, I disagree on the circumstantial happenings around that case. Like, I don't think he was murdered whatsoever. I think that he attacked two white people who were both armed, and a struggle ensued over the gun. And at that case, in that scenario,
If someone points a
It's a
gun at
life
you,
or death battle.
it's-
He lost.
Yeah, it's stupid to try and disarm someone that's pointing a gun at you, but
It really is.
if
He wasn't pointing it at anything. That's a blatant lie right there. This is all on video.
why? Okay, why can you just pull a gun on somebody that's not posing an immediate threat to you?
He wasn't pointing a gun at
Why
the guy.
can you pull it on him?
Why can you pull your gun out?
Yeah, why? Like, is that,
There's not a law against pulling your gun
is
out.
that not threatening?
I don't know whether it's threatening or not. I mean, like, it's threatening to go after someone who has a gun on them.
If a black guy approaches you aggressively and pulls his gun out, are you gonna try and wrestle him for the gun?
Of course, but the McMichaels didn't do that.
They approached the jogger aggressively and pulled.
No,
the
they
gun
did
out.
not.
Okay, well we could argue about the
They
details.
absolutely didn't.
Okay.
Ahmaud Arbery was on the passenger side
What do you
running.
Think, what do you think?
Whenever
what do you think
the
brandishing
younger
a
McMichael
firearm
got
is?
out, when the younger McMichael got out, Ahmaud Arbery then ran to the driver's side to try to take the gun.
Yeah, because they pulled up on him with a gun. What do you think brandishing a firearm?
Anybody afraid of a gun is going to run away from the gun, dum-dum.
Okay, what do you just said you try and disarm a black guy that came up to you with a gun.
If a black person approached me and pulled a gun, but that's not what happened with Ahmaud Arbery.
What do you think brandishing a firearm is?
What?
Was that not
I mean-
clear? Do I need to
No,
speak up?
no. What'd you say?
What do you think brandishing a firearm
What do I think
is?
it is?
Yeah.
What do you think it is?
It's a misdemeanor.
It kind of depends on the circumstances,
It's a mi-
doesn't it?
What?
It kind of depends on the circumstances, doesn't it?
Okay, so what reason did they have to approach him with a gun?
They didn't. That's the thing.
They didn't? Okay, I'm glad we can agree.
No.
And then he responded to an obvious threat, which led to his life being taken. And I'm, if a black guy.
No, I mean, here's the truth of the matter.
Well, it's pretty
You and I
dangerous to
both
try
know.
to grab somebody's gun.
Yeah,
if you
that
don't
was
have a
stupid.
gun.
Yeah, that's incredibly stupid, right?
If
To be
he
honest,
if he
right,
had
like-
run if
Yeah,
he had
we're not
run
disagreeing
away
on
from
that.
the man with the
Yeah,
gun,
yeah,
he'd
yeah,
be
that's
alive
true.
right now. Don't you agree?
Oh, totally, right? I would. Never,
Okay, so
if
then
somebody-
what are you talking about here?
Wait, no. If somebody, that doesn't mean what they did is right just because his response was moronic, right? That doesn't mean what they did was right. We don't
To be
disagree.
fair, that is a different point.
I think
but-
they didn't do anything wrong.
Okay.
Now North says, Aiden, you jog. Do you ever jog in Timberlands? Is what he said. I don't. I've heard that he had Timberlands on. I don't have a source for that. But
Wait, what
yeah, I
does
have
that, what does
heard.
that mean?
He said, do you ever jog in Timberlands? Is what he said.
Is that like a code word?
No, I mean I've heard that. No, I think it means actual Timberland
Oh.
boots, like the ones I have next to me. That wore earlier today. I heard that he had Timberlands on. I don't know if there's an official source for that or not, but that Arbery had Timberlands on. Again, I don't have an official source, but that's what he was referring to there.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I don't know for sure, but somebody in chat might have it. But
All right.
go ahead.
Yeah, but see, this is why he likes to do this. He likes to try to go down these little rabbit holes and
You brought it
dissect everything. I did bring it up, right? He likes to dissect these things because it diverts from the overall argument, which he cannot refute, which is diversity plus proximity is always bad
Okay,
for white
I'm
people.
gonna
And he knows it.
Dingo, what do you think an argument is? I know this one's gonna piss you off, but no, I'm getting.
You are the embodiment. You are the embodiment of argumentation.
What do you think an argument is?
I'm just not going to go down this.
Okay,
with you.
I'll teach you. It's a conclusion supported.
No, you're
by-
not going to teach me shit, Jew boy.
It's-
I'm
I
not
know,
going to
wait.
sit here and I'm not going to indulge this
It's-
gay shit
wait,
with
I'm
you.
getting
You want to
somewhere.
discuss white nationalism or
Yeah,
not?
we are.
You,
we
no,
are.
you have
we
nothing
are.
to teach me.
We
You
are.
have
I'm
nothing to
expla-
teach me.
I do.
The
but
idea
I
of
do.
you teaching me
Respectfully-
anything is fucking
Buddy,
hilarious.
buddy, respectfully,
you
I
got
do.
nothing to teach me.
I do respectfully. But
No,
I- but I'll-
you don't respectfully.
One at a time. One at a time.
So
No, I'm
in
just
our-
going to talk
in-
over him.
in
I'm not
our-
going
in
to.
our-
I'm not going to do this.
in our-
I won't do this.
I know it.
Blut
No,
ein, ein,
no,
das
Dingo, stop.
Blumenlein.
No, Dingo, stop.
Ruf das heißt
No, Dingo, just
Amerika.
no, Dingo, stop.
It's a
Hold
good
on.
song. That's a good one. But my, I think I'm being pretty respectful here. I feel like I don't know. I feel like
There's
you're
no
being pretty-
need. You're being disrespectful. Just being
All
really
right,
cunty about it.
Well,
Okay.
but-
Okay. Well, what I was gonna say to you was, right, an argument is a conclusion supported by premises, and I'm arguing against your premises. That's not me dissecting every little thing. That's me arguing against the points you're making, you're invoking to support your overall argument.
You're a fucking nerd.
I am. I'm proud of it too.
No, I don't even know.
I'm
No, it's okay. I tried to talk about multiculturalism earlier. I don't know that we really hit that, but do you think it's there's a lot of people in my chat and who've been on the show don't think that it's even possible for something like that to work, that it hasn't worked throughout history traditionally, that it kind of invites sectarian violence and nation state breakup, etc.
I'm from New York City. I don't know. I think that's like the best example of multiculturalism. And you could say, okay, there's a lot of crime there today, which there is, and there was in the 70s as well. New York City does dip into crime occasionally, and we have upturns and downturns like any major city does, but it's incredibly economically prosperous, a really good quality of life. And growing up, I'd say I had a pretty good childhood. I was, majority of my class was black. I had a good childhood, and I think that overall, like the communities I grew up around, everybody got along pretty successfully. You know, the Pakistani guy selling meat from his cart on the side of the road was making money and giving out good food to the community. People got along. I don't know. I think multiculturalism works pretty well in New York City.
That seems really anecdotal, and I don't
Yeah, I
think that
know.
you should be able to
Why am I not allowed to? Why am I not allowed to bring up anecdotes?
That's fair. It's fair. You both.
I don't know. You seem like you're pretty anecdotal, against anecdotes. So I don't know.
Yeah, but if you're gonna use it,
I don't think you should be able to. You seem like a hypocrite. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, if you weren't using it, I wouldn't.
What do you say to that, Dingo? And do you think multiculturalism is like a viable theory, viable?
No, I mean what I think that has happened tonight is he has agreed with me that the black violent crime rate is extremely disproportionate and the white victimization rate is extremely disproportionate. So like he agrees with me that white people are suffering at the behest of diversity, forced diversity. He agrees with me on that.
It's not
what
not
he's
forced,
saying is, no, you just need to deal with it. Here are my solutions for dealing with it. We can make it stop. I'm saying we can't make it stop. The only way to remove the bad effects, the negative effects from diversity is to eliminate the diversity.
What makes you think it was forced?
Segregation in the South, like, was abolished at the barrel of a gun, my friend. Like, there are pictures of the National Guard forcing white children into schools with blacks at the end of a gun. I can show you the fucking photo right now if you want it. It was absolutely forced.
Send me the picture.
Yeah, sure. I will.
You can't attack
Ralph,
the black,
you're gonna play it?
You can't attack the black students going into the University of Alabama. I'm sorry.
What?
Are you referring to Wallace when he like stood in the doorway and they had to have the military show up because the black kids were trying to get into the college? I don't know if that's the image you're referring to.
George Wallace. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
I don't know if that was the picture you're referring to, but it's definitely not forced, right? In 1965, views on standard for U.S. immigration.
It is forced.
Most people, only 32% found it very important. The country where somebody was born, they found it most important for who could immigrate to this country, the occupational skills in which he has. 71% found that to be very important.
Yeah, once again, here we go with the polls and shit again. Like the thing is, the reality is they had to force white students into class in integrated schools, and they had to fucking do the Free Housing Act in 2011 to secretly make white people live in the same neighborhoods as non-whites. Like, you know what the 2011 Fair Housing Act does? Are you familiar with it? Or do I need to teach you about it, Aiden?
Yeah, sure. Teach me about it.
I think I might need to teach you about it.
Yeah,
so like what it is it's
I love learning.
It's unironically and unashamedly aimed at diversifying neighborhoods that are mostly white. And they've done that ever since. And the way they do it is they either buy up buildings and houses in majority white areas, or they'll just build them from the ground up, and then they'll put Section 8. They'll allow Section 8 receivors into these places. And so what they're doing is they're just trying to brownen and blacken up white areas. And that's the explicit stated goal of the 2011 Fair Housing Act. And it's still in effect right now. So I would say that's forced. Okay. They saw a, quote, problem, which the problem was areas being too white. And their solution was to just buy up the homes and put brown and blacks in them.
Are you familiar?
That's forced.
Okay, the same happens in reverse. Are you familiar with like gentrification?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, the same thing happens in reverse, right?
It's government funded.
I'm not sure about that, but it's still happening.
I don't think it is, big guy. No, it's not government funded.
Okay.
So like whenever I say forced, who has a monopoly on violence in this country? Is it the government? I think it's the government. So when the government aims to change the demographic makeup of an area, that's forced.
Okay, I'd have to look into
See, I
it.
do have some things to teach you, little man.
Yeah, I've never claimed to know everything, unlike you. But yeah.
I know everything. I know it all. That's the thing. You need to fucking understand. You're talking
Not
to
really.
a motherfucking mental genius.
You didn't know that Europeans were allowed to come in on E2 visas, so clearly not. But what else?
You didn't know it.
Oh my God.
What can I say, buddy? But yeah, I mean, you want to talk about force, like.
Don't call me buddy guy.
Okay,
Hang
it's
on.
friendly.
My
Come on.
dad's calling me. Hang on.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Hello?
You gonna talk to him on air?
Hello. Hey, everything
Hello?
okay?
All right. Well,
Look at him.
I'll-
Nice as his dad.
yeah. All right, now I'm looking through here. I think I asked you most of the questions that came in. Aiden, I'm just looking. I think maybe there was another one that I might have missed. I'm just trying to. North sent in another one earlier. He says, "You say that these people were here before us. I'm in the UK, so I'm a native. Why should I be blocked from jobs for diversity hires?"
Wait, when did I say
Oh.
these people were here before us?
Yeah, I don't know. This was earlier in the
Yeah,
in the conversation, so I can't pinpoint.
I don't think I
just
said that, but I don't think you should be blocked for diversity hires. I agree that we should be hiring the most qualified person for the position, and I believe that as opposed to just hiring people based on race, we should be working to enhance qualifications in the Black communities through better education, as opposed to like diversity hires.
So you think we should boost them up where they don't
Teach
need
them,
that, right?
Yeah, teach them more occupational skills, and give them better education so they could actually get hired based on the skills that they have,
Right.
instead of
based on merit rather than handout based
Yeah,
or hand
yeah.
whatever you want to call it.
Yep.
Okay, so we're waiting on Dingo. He's got to pause here, and we'll wrap it. I think after this, we'll give some final thoughts. It's been a very spirited conversation, and again, I've let it's Saturday night. I let some of the super chats play through, and it's more of a wild one here. Oh, who is this? Do you know this guy, Aiden?
Who?
My bad.
Lars Gutenberg. I don't know who that is.
I have no clue who that is.
I don't know who that
Okay.
is either.
Okay, well,
Fuck it, let him in.
Oh well, fuck. It's
I
not
think
your channel.
it's clearly somebody on this guy's side because you know that the
Well-
Asian person is the one who sent the link.
I actually have no clue who that is. I sent the link to one person, which was the guy I let him before.
Yeah. He sent it to somebody else.
I'd like to have Has on. He's been on before, but it's been a while. Okay, person who wasn't invited to the show, go ahead.
Hello?
Okay.
It's
Now
me
you
again. I just wanted to say sorry to Ralph
yeah.
for being mean.
Okay.
I didn't want to ruin your Xanax, buddy. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm not on Xanax, but you're on crack. So
I
thank
love
you.
you. I love you. I
I go
think you're-
smoke some more. Thank you. I hate you though. All right, now.
I told you.
I did.
I told
Yeah,
you
I
it
know.
was him.
You're right. You're
I
right.
did
It had
not
to
know.
be.
I did not know that was
No,
him.
it's fine. I don't care. It's no.
Boy, Gavalt, I had no idea that my fellow Jews were gonna
No,
do this.
I don't think he did. And it's fine. I let him in knowing it was probably him.
It was
anyway,
as
so-
surprising to me as it was to you.
No,
Ethan.
no, I don't
They're
think
not
he
even
knew.
Jewish. But okay.
Yeah, I don't
I'll
think
take
he
your
is.
word for it. Hi.
What does he have against me? I didn't even say anything to this guy. Like, what the fuck? I don't even know who he
That's
is.
a good question.
Right?
know.
Like, I don't even know who this guy is. But anyway, like I said, very spirited conversation here on a Saturday night. And let me see what that last one was, just to make sure, and we'll kind of round it out here. Like I said, we've been going on for a while. Oh yeah, it was about Has. Yeah, he's been on, but it's been a few years, and I would definitely have him back on. Okay, so we started with Aiden, so I'll let you start here and let Dingo talk at the end, and you can say whatever you want, Aiden. I hope you think I've been fair.
No, you.
I know
it's great.
Yeah, I know it's a little hostile territory, as it always is for your side on the kill stream, as far as the audience goes. But I always try to take pains to be as fair as I can be as the moderator. So I do take that seriously, even though it's kind of a fun Saturday night debate, like I said. But go ahead and give your final thoughts here, if you can hear me.
Me or Dingo, right?
No, I'm talking to you
Oh,
because
me.
now because I let you start.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay, I got you. My final
yeah.
thoughts. Yeah. So I think that I think that your the problems that you claim are occurring, I agree that they are occurring. I disagree with your prescription on how to solve them. I think your prescription is unrealistic. There are much more realistic and workable solutions in regards to reducing the crime rates, which overall will just create better living standards for everybody. I believe that I believe that not only is a white nation state or a white ethno state unviable or just not really. I don't think it's very realistic. I think that it kind of is not like a red herring, but I feel like it distracts us from the actual like realistic solutions to issues which we both do agree exist. And I think we should probably focus on the things we can work with, like better education in Black communities, and teaching more occupational skills, promoting present fatherhood, and yeah.
All right, Dingo. Thank you for joining us, and thank you to Aiden. Go ahead and
Do I
give your.
get a final word?
Yes, that's what I was
Oh.
gonna say. Go ahead and give your final word.
Oh, sorry. Okay, my bad. I should have known because you are, and eminently fair, as you said.
That's right. Go ahead.
Sometimes a little too fair in my estimation.
Well,
no, but so I mean, I would say for my final statement that the idea that Aiden just brought up, that we could somehow socially engineer Black people to try to instill fatherly instincts into them is laughable. It's silly, but oddly enough, it's been something that the elites of our country have been trying to do since Black people got here. They failed over and over and over again. And my point is, the problem is not multiculturalism. It is racial diversity. There was plenty of multiculturalism in this country whenever the Irish showed up, and when the Italians started showing up in droves, and the Spanish and the Germans. And guess what? This country became a superpower because the Europeans were the only ones flooding here, right? It's only since we started letting Mexicans, Middle Easterners, Asians, and more Black people flood our nations that all of these racial animosities have started taking place. It also, coincidentally, Aiden would tell you, is when our economic problems started to heighten. And where we're at now, my point is because of racial diversity. It's not multiculturalism, because as long as the race is the same, white people will thrive. We've proven that. Our history has proven that. Like I said, we were a superpower after all these different ethnicities of Europeans started showing up. But once you start letting Jamal and Pedro and Ahmed join the group, well, we just so happen to, as Aiden would say, coincidentally, started to take a nosedive. There's a reason for that. It's not a coincidence. Not at all. White people succeed whenever they are allowed to be white and be with other whites. We're failing now because of racial diversity. And if you've learned anything tonight, I hope it is that people like Aiden, what I mean by that are Jews, are very dishonest, and they want white people to go extinct. I'm done.
Okay.
All right. Now, yeah. Now, tell people where they can find you, Aiden, and thank you for joining us tonight, and I'll let Dingo do the same.
Yeah, Twitter at Aiden_revival. That's mainly where I am today. So, yep.
Very cool. And thank you, man. I appreciate you joining us. Dingo, tell us where they can find you if you want.
Whenever Jack and I do a show, it's on the Right Stuff Top is. You can find it there. It's called the Southern AF Podcast. But can I shill Jack's TikTok real quick?
Yeah, if you'd like.
I would like. Okay, so a lot of people know that my South African co-host, his name, he goes by Bower Jack. He's got, and I know you're probably thinking like, oh, a TikTok, that's like gay. Yeah, it is kind of gay, but I mean, like, not whenever Jack does it. He's actually, he's oddly like very, very popular on TikTok. So I mean, like, since he found TikTok to be a viable avenue to get his beliefs out, he's been doing a lot on TikTok. Now, if you want to find him on TikTok, where the fuck? Okay, it's at Ya Johannes. Now, how to spell that is JaJohannes. So it's like at Ja Johannes. That's him. If you want to learn about what's going on in South Africa from a South African perspective, that's where you can find him. He does live streams on there. He does responses on there. It's really great stuff. And he's got a pretty big voice on there. Like I'm looking at his homepage. His last video did 106,000 views. Like this motherfucker
Wow.
is big on TikTok. Yeah, so go check him out. Johannes.
Shit, maybe I need to get on TikTok. But thank you, gentlemen. I had fun, and I like both you guys. And of course, Dingo, I talk to all the time. But Aiden's always been cool when I've had him on. So I appreciate you coming on too, Aiden. And thank you, gentlemen.
No problem. Thanks for having me on. Take care. Peace.
Thank you, guys.
All right, chat. So I guess what I would say in his concluding statement is that like, he's like, you know, America was a superpower when it wasn't Jamal. Jamal's been here since the 1800s. Jamal's grandfather didn't come here willingly. They were forced here, and we still became a superpower while black people lived in this country like in abundance, right? We became a superpower following World War II. There were tons of black people in this country in World War II. A million support helped with the war effort during World War II. So to say like America couldn't have been a superpower while multicultural, we already were multicultural. We've been multicultural since the 1800s. I mean before that, but we've been multicultural with people from non-white places since the 1800s, since before that, and that didn't prevent us from becoming a superpower. Yeah, I don't really know what to say about that, but yeah, it seems like I couldn't really argue against him as well as I'd like to, because he used a lot of like anecdotes, like personal things in his life, like the guy in his neighborhood that owns the convenience store or whatever. So I didn't really know like how I could argue against that. All I could do was provide like studies and statistics that he really couldn't refute. Right? He just claimed he didn't believe it, and then he just kind of didn't really use it. I wanna call my my debate teacher. Let's see how I did. Synth, you're live. How do you think I did?
Yeah, I think that overall went well. I wish you had been way more aggressive. But I think you could probably see that that's what I was thinking going into it.
Yeah.
Like holy shit, I wish you'd been mean to him. Oh my god, he's so fucking smug.
He is.
What a despicably smug dumb fuck. He's so fucking stupid and so fucking smug.
I almost kind of felt bad for him. I was not expecting Big Papa Fascist to come on. I did not know how to refute what he was saying.
Yeah, the heuristic point from BPF was just fucking wrong. Like you can't defer to heuristics or something if the person's arguing that the whiteness is like some scientific fact. That's retarded. Like scientific facts aren't like general heuristics, right? They're like facts in reality.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was not expecting that because I knew they hated each other. Or not hated each other. I know we watched like their debate together, so I was not expecting him to be the one to come on. But yeah, overall I think it was okay. I'm getting back. It was my first like real debate in a long time, so.
Yeah, that's fair. I think that it went pretty well. The other guy is kind of fucking slow, so it's hard for something like that to go wrong.
Yeah. We'll I gotta practice more, and work my way up to bigger fish. But yeah, thanks for your help.
No, I think that you did really well. Yeah. I enjoyed watching it.
Yep.
Good stream.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. Talk to you later. Take care.
All right. Peace. Have a good one.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think that I think it went okay. Sure, well versed in how that was the breakdown of the black family. How do you guys think I did, chat? Unbiased. I kind of got crushed when Big Papa Fascist came on, but overall, just against Dingo, I think I did. I think overall I did pretty good. For my first debate in a while. Based, very cool. All right, sweet. Ralph the Movie Maker W. Yeah, I don't know if you guys noticed, I got my DSLR now, like set up as my webcam. So I might start doing like on my main channel, I might start doing like face cam commentaries because those are doing a lot better in the algorithm. I stopped doing those because I look like a kid, and nobody wanted to see a kid talk about that kind of shit. I look a little older now, so. I don't look enough like I gotta look more like a hipster though, chat, because that's like the type of like face cam commentator that really blows up, like Nick is not green, Curtis Connor. So what I'm thinking is I got to get like a septum piercing and like grow a mustache and get a mullet, and yeah, then we'll then we'll be in good shape. I gotta have longer curly hair. Yeah, I'm growing it out. I don't know. It's coming in. It's coming in. I used to just really like to cut my hair short. Smaggle wants to call in. Yeah, I gotta get better at the whole banter thing. I'm a bit too friendly. Why didn't I stream last week? I had a final paper due. Should let Bunk call in instead of the other guy. Yeah. You need one arm tatted up with the gayest shit possible. Like what? Like Harry Potter animals and shit. Who should we debate next time, guys? But what about like a communist? I think that would be a good debate for next time. Flamenco is more entertaining than Dingo. Just copy Anissa's back tattoo. What's Anissa's back tattoo? Wait, hold on. All right, chat. So now that we're done with the debate, we're going to be checking out a new expose that dropped on Nick is Not Green. How many people have seen that? Hold on. Aiden, I think I got donos? Fuck. God, I gotta like turn on the sound on that somehow. Fuck. Where is he, Aiden? Let's look. If this is about Augie, I'm not gonna answer. So. I'm legally bound. I can't say anything. I'm sorry. Wait, fuck. I posted the wrong link in chat. Wait, no. Here we go. What the fuck? Wait, hold on. Yeah, what does Jewing somebody mean? I still don't get that one. Is that just like where you like refute their argument? You're Jewing them?
On again. After Hours is fucking back, all right? After Hours is back. We're back. We're here. We're ready to tear shit up. You know, season fucking 20. It's time. I do apologize for being away for, you know, quite a while, but we'll be back again very, very, very soon, so.
Spend some time away, getting ready for the day you're born again.
Yeah, I tried to convince him to come back. I don't really know. I can't. Only so much I can do. I think it's just really fucking retarded, but I don't know. Where are we? Hold on. Gotta open up chat. Listen, chat. Listen, chat. It's gonna be okay. You're gonna find a new comfort streamer soon. It's probably not gonna be me because I'm not streaming for long, but You'll find someone to cling on to. Hopefully it's not lyrics. And who knows, maybe he will come back one day. I tried. I did what I could. It didn't fucking work. So, what can we do? What can we do? Listen, I'm grateful for the RFC community. It gave me like a little community to latch onto, but I've accepted that it has gone dormant. And there's no real other place for me online anymore. So, you know, I don't know what my future on here is gonna be. Maybe just talk, like, I don't know. We'll figure it out. I don't know if I don't know. We'll have to see. It's unfortunate, but what can you do? Wait, hold on.
What the f do you want, dude?
Okay, I gotta go take a piss, you lispy fucking... I can't say. I already said...
Where? What?
Will you talk to my stream while I'm gone?
Fine.
Wait.
Alright, you guys wanna know where Augie is? I know where Augie is. Yeah. So who wants to know? So all I can say is that he's coming back sometime. That's your crumb. He's coming back sometime. Might be in the future, might be in the past, who knows. But he's coming back sometime. So, sorry guys. Smell takeover hooked, yeah. It might happen, probably not. I talked to Aiden off stream. He thinks that this whole thing, this Hook thing, is over. Nick completely royally screwed up Hooked. He got rid of Augie. He killed what's his name? The pedophile host. What the fuck? The guy with the bib. He killed the guy with the bib. So yeah, stream again, Smaggle. I might stream for the Game Awards on Thursday. That might be a thing that happens. Hey, do you like lyrics or not? I rewatched the doc stream about him threatening you, but I don't know if your relationship with him has changed. You know, I gotta be honest. It's not that I don't like lyrics, and it's not that I like. It's indifference. I have an indifference to lyrics. I might show up on his streams to fucking laugh at him or make jokes at him, but I don't hate him, but it's not necessary. I like him. It's complicated. I don't know. But yeah, Cyrus, yes. Nick did make Cyrus to do whatever the fuck he did. I'm not gonna say that, Tom. Nope. Oh, he really is a content machine. Yeah. Can you get Tommy in here? No can do. We're not friends on Discord, and even if we were, it's like 3, 4, 5 a.m. over there. I don't know. It's very late in Germany. It's early in the morning for them, so I'm not saying it. Yeah, I'm not gonna say the R's. That is something that is not gonna happen. How do you feel about Peter Griffin in Fortnite? That's pretty freaking epic, as one would say. But yeah.
I'm back.
Cool, perfect timing. I ran out of questions, so.
Do you want to watch Nick Is Not Green's new video?
He made a new.
I mean, not fuck. I mean, there was like a huge hit piece drop, not hit piece, an exposed video dropped about him.
By who?
I don't know. I don't remember the guy's fucking name. Why does it matter?
I mean, There's been a lot of fucking videos about him dropped recently. So what's his name? So I can know who the fuck it is.
Oh god, I don't remember his fucking name. Why does it matter?
Then why would you bring it up in the first place? I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about,
I
Aiden.
want to know if you want to watch it.
Sure.
Wait, will you send me a picture of Nick is not green to change the thumbnail to?
Oh my god, dude. You can literally look it up, dude.
You can literally look it up, dude. Fucking help me out here, bro. What are you good for?
Nothing. You fucking called me, bitch.
Yeah, this is the most exposure or attention you've gotten in your life in the last week. You're lucky.
Yeah, coping,
You're
dude.
lucky if your own parents even talk to you this long.
I was literally on the fucking new extreme, so shut the fuck up.
The real extreme. No, you fucking listen. That is like anti-exposure.
Yeah, peeing on, dude. You're fucking peeing on. Dingo walked all over you, bitch.
Oh, you are just coping.
I was trying to watch it, and you fucking called me in saying, "Oh, hey, I need you to entertain the chat while I piss and shit and cum myself." So,
what can I say?
yeah, Dingo won.
What can I say? You're just really entertaining, Smaggle.
Yeah, fucking gas me up, dude. Okay, dude.
Why don't we get Smaggle RFC?
Yeah, to like fucking. You don't even pull like fucking Doc on the radio or Chris the Knock numbers. You pull like you pull like Steve DeLeave, Angry Slug numbers, dude.
What do you pull?
I pull probably around the same that you do, so I mean that's not really.
Right? Oh, Flamenco's.
So I'm in the same boat.
Flamenco's cum dump child donated $3.
Glad he did. Thanks for reading that out, dude.
Hold on.
You really own me there, dude.
Window capture. Hold on, one sec.
Okay, is it?
Hold on.
Sorry for the dead air, guys. Aiden is currently figuring out how to operate it.
One sec.
Aiden doesn't like Dumpy. So true, Dumpy.
GG.
Why do you hate Dumpy, Aiden? Should we add him to the call?
Yeah, we should. Are you watching my screen?
You should probably stop sharing because once I add Dumpy,
Alright, we're watching Dumpy. We're watching Nick is not Green's new video.
Hi.
Wait, can you guys just get in my server?
Can you guys just get in
and
my
your
server?
fucking server, dude, the server that you never use. Why don't we just use Bunk's server?
How about you waddle away to a new land?
Wow, Dumpy. Why don't you go into the fucking dog pound and get neutered?
Smaggle or kids hot at 8. Donate. Okay, all media shares we're gonna watch after this video, but thank you, Smaggle or kids hot at 8 for the $3.
Smaggly daggly.
I'm not answering that question.
Waggly waggly.
Alright, I'm gonna turn the heat up and then we'll watch this. Hold on.
Dumpy, are you high right now?
Dude, I'm about to get some wings to balance it out.
Yeah.
Is it smaggly daggly or is it waggly waggly?
You can call me whatever the fuck you want, Dumpy. You make a BMG drive channel. You can do whatever, dude.
Right. Waggle the smaggle.
Are you guys ready for this?
Hear me out, Aiden. Waggle the smaggle.
What are you smoking, dog?
Hear that out. Smaggle.
Are you high?
He is, yeah.
Daggle.
All right, I'm gonna hold on. I'm just gonna add this disclaimer so people know who's in the call.
Wait, don't add anything.
Dude, how high are you? What the fuck? Did you like smoke like moon rocks?
Oh, waggly waggly smaggly daggly.
Okay, I'm worried you're gonna like say something on stream.
I'm not even on the stream, idiot.
We're
I'm just
live.
watching it. No,
No, we're not.
My food just got dropped off. I'll be right back with my wings in hand. N-word nation. Yeah.
Are we gonna fucking watch the video? What are we doing, dude?
Okay, yeah, we'll watch it.
Nick Green is arguably the face of up-and-coming commentary creators on YouTube, and on the surface that would seem amazing. He promotes values such as inclusivity and equality, which is refreshing given the rise of so-called alpha male creators. The problem is, Nick has become a wildly unethical creator who uses his overall great values to dismiss any criticism as being bigoted, and his recklessness has included blatantly lying whenever convenient, and even throwing an alleged victim of SA, his friend no less, under the bus to excuse his weaponizing someone taking their own life. And yes, this goes beyond his recent controversies with Super Mega. To put it simply, if Nick Green represents the future of commentary, then I think we're in for a bad time. Which sounds extreme, but hear me out. I've noticed that most commentary tends to fall under one of two categories. The first is what I would call critical commentary, which just means that the primary goal of the content is to inform the viewer of something while presenting an argument they hopefully agree with. However, because of the creator's best attempts to prioritize truth, the viewer can find themselves fully informed of a situation.
Can you pause this? Dumpy, what the fuck are you doing, dude? What the fuck is Dumpy doing?
Are you good, bro?
Are you talking Dumpy or me?
Dumpy.
I think he left.
Okay.
Disagree with the creator, but ultimately understand how they arrived at that conclusion. This is the commentary I try to do, though I wouldn't claim to be perfect at it. On the other hand, you have feel-good commentary, where the primary goal is either to be entertaining or to find viewers who already agree with you and tell them what they want to hear. Ultimately, you're not trying to persuade anyone who currently disagrees with you and will likely dismiss them as being a bad person. I would argue that Nick falls under this category. But to be clear, feel-good commentary isn't inherently bad. A lot of the work of people I really respect, like Drew Gooden or Cody Ko, fall under this category. But when producing these videos, it was mostly on things that were either very cut and dry, like Logan Paul's Japan incident, or were straight up opinion pieces that were primarily trying to be entertaining or unserious. They weren't pretending to provide thorough coverage of a confusing situation or send a mob after anyone. That's the big difference from Nick, who creates such levels of backlash by providing very surface level and misleading coverage while making life-ruining accusations. And honestly, Nick's style...
What do you... Okay, sorry guys, I need to react harder.
Yeah, you do, because you haven't reacted to the entire video yet. You haven't said anything.
Are you a fucking moron? Are you not listening? He hasn't made a single point yet. What am I supposed to respond to?
Then skip to the point where he makes a fucking point.
Do you think do you think I have the timestamps like memorized in my head?
I think if you want to try and copy Destiny, you're doing a very piss poor job at it.
Wow, guys, I can't believe he gave an introduction. That's crazy.
Cells from Super Mega says a lot about Matt and Ryan's character. It says a whole lot of stuff about them.
And Nick's banger evidence has since been completely debunked, as the two employees in question, among others, have since spoken out both in support of the aforementioned Matt and Ryan and against Nick. And this may seem like a pretty minor criticism, because let's face it, everyone sometimes does it without realizing, including me. And every time someone does it, it typically has a very small effect that is honestly negligible. But when you do it 20, 30, 50 times in a row, that's how you take a situation with a lot of shades of gray and turn it into an incredibly black and white one.
True, that's very true. When you take a situation and there's like a lot of shades to it, and you kind of like take it and you give your reductionist take on it, and it becomes black or white, right? Like two extremes, you know? And I think that's bad.
Because that's how I think Nick sees the world, in a very myopic way where he is the hero and anyone he stands against is a villain. Furthermore, Nick will often use his friendship with someone to establish himself as an authority on a topic who knows better than anyone else covering it, but will gloss over the fact that every word out of his mouth is hearsay.
Gus points out that there are many people talking about the situation who say they know Gus or and he specifies that all of these people have been people who he doesn't even know or who do not have any actual insight into their lives. Well, I don't know if you can say that about me. I felt the need to address this interview so more people could hear from someone who has real life insight in the situation and knows more than the actual public does.
Now that's a lot of confidence considering Nick goes on to...
I think if you're making serious allegations of sexual assault, if you're friends with one of the people involved, It's fact. Evidence? Proof? Out the window. You don't need any of that, right? What do you think, Smaggle?
I think whatever joke you were trying to make, it wasn't that funny.
Well, I think that you sexually assaulted Dumpy, and because I'm friends with Dumpy, it's true.
I mean, Dumpy wouldn't let me into his house at VidCon, so I can't really.
At where?
At VidCon, so I couldn't really do anything, you know.
In Baltimore?
In Baltimore, yes.
That's insane. I can't believe he did that.
Yeah.
To exclusively cover this situation by stating hearsay from his friend as fact concerning events he did not witness. He doesn't actually witness anything for himself, yet is stating facts as if he did while presenting himself as an insider.
She can confirm that her behavior and the response to Gus in the story is completely false. She did not scream at Gus, and she did not slam the door as she left his house, as she couldn't, because her hands were full with her belongings and her dog.
She said it, so it's true.
Everyone who is friends with and knows that she doesn't respond to situations like this with open and aggressive behavior.
And while I'm going to get into what I call Nick's pattern of being a pathological liar, a phony that uses
Listen, guys, this woman once came to me crying, saying, my husband, your friend, he's beating me viciously. And, you know, she may have had a few broken ribs here and there, a few black eyes, probably fell a few times. And I'm like, hey, well, this guy, he's really fucking chill to me when we meet up, right? Like, he, like, scratches my back and, like, I smoke weed with him, cool guy. So I don't believe he's beating you. You're a lying bitch. And yeah, I'm a good person, right?
Dude.
Can you laugh?
I zoned out through that entire thing, dude. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
feminism for his own gain, and an outright bully teeming with arrogance, it's easiest to prove when Nick has outright lied to millions, so we'll start there. The two biggest examples of Nick straight up lying can be found in his coverage of the controversies involving Super Mega and Gus Johnson. And while I've previously covered both of these situations, links below, I want to talk about his lies in more specific detail. Because Nick will insist that anyone who criticizes his involvement in these situations, or even has the nerve to disagree with him, fall under the category of being bigoted freaks, Reddit debate bros, or are otherwise negligible, where their opinion
what are these dono names?
Does not count. There's too many Reddit debate bro dorks on this website trying to come after me every single day. So much of the criticism I've received from making these videos has been from people who never took the time to watch any of the videos I made about the situation, and it becomes increasingly more obvious that they took the word of people deflecting from the truth rather than actually watching all of the videos involved. That is the definition of attacking someone in bad faith.
And you're going to notice that this attitude towards his critics is very consistent, where Nick truly believes it is impossible for someone to criticize or disagree with him without being either misinformed or acting in bad faith. But first, Nick repeatedly lied about his involvement with the Super Mega situation for months. To make a long story short, Nick's friend Lex shared her experience being assaulted by an employee of Super Mega composed of Matt and Ryan, and Nick decided to make 2 videos on the topic to support his friend. Lex and Nick repeatedly—
And you know the funniest part? He like sacrificed his whole career to defend her, and he released an apology the other day on Twitter, and she's liking all the tweets shitting on him.
Accused the duo of covering up her assault because they didn't make a public statement about it.
They've like pretty much covered up my assault.
All she wanted from Super Mega was for them to make a post about why they were letting Don go after so much time, so other people don't become victims of him, but Matt and Ryan never did that.
Despite Lex asking Super Mega to not publicize it.
I purposely told both of them, I don't want this in a text. I don't want this screenshotable. I don't want this to be a big thing.
We never stated our reasoning for cutting contact with Don or removing him as the channel artist because Lex, she expressed that.
I've seen this video already, so I gotta be honest, I really do not give a shit about this reaction at all.
You what?
I've seen this video already, so I don't really care about reacting to it.
No, you haven't. That's a
I
lie.
have. It's not.
Okay, what's he about to say?
I have no idea.
Because you haven't seen the video.
No, but I've seen the video. I've seen this guy's video before. I've watched it through.
Oh, Super Mega?
No, the fucking Nick is not green is the wolf in sheep's clothing. I've already seen this video.
You haven't.
Yes, I have.
If you don't want to be here, just say you don't want to be here, but you've not seen this video.
I have.
You know how I know you're lying?
How?
It came out an hour ago.
What do you mean it came out now. No, it came out November 28th. You fucking faggot, dude. What the fuck are you saying?
It
You
actually,
stupid
it
motherfucker.
it came out on the 26th.
I can't fucking read, dude. You fucking 40p JPEG Discord fucking screen share fucking bullshit, dude.
It's okay.
Fucking bless
All right, let's keep watching.
That she did not want this to be a thing that was public.
Lex and Nick then used the vast majority
You're staying.
Of their videos to expose
I'm
very
not.
personal and unrelated
Not
parts of
paying me,
Matt and
fuck
Ryan's
you.
lives and mindlessly spread rumors that have since been debunked or proven false.
So not only did he cheat on his girlfriend and broke up with her, and then she found out after because Jim was living with the new girl. Well, she's still friends with Jim.
And not only did that, but cheated on the girl that he cheated on his girlfriend with.
Okay, you know what we're gonna do, chat? Hold on. I'll show you what we're gonna do. Wait. And then all the videos that were in donos, I'll watch those at the end. Wait, hold on.
With a
I'm gonna play a game while I watch those. My favorite game of all time. Wait one sec. It fucking crashed? Alright, we'll keep watching.
A worker by the name of Morg Pie. Matt made sure to clarify that since Don was a contracted employee, that they didn't actually have to fire him for the sexual assault. I mean, you say it yourself that Super Mega is your magnum opus. It is a part of you. Your personal life is a part of this channel.
Lex and Nick also went on to weaponize the suicide of Matt and Ryan's close friend by using the duo's
I
grieving
do
process
that all the time. What's the big deal?
to attack them.
Daniel was the third member of this YouTube channel, and he ended up taking his life a number of years ago. And despite the fact that this seems to be a big turning point in Matt and Ryan's career, and it seems to be something that affected them even to this day, Lex and, as we'll learn in the future, other former employees of Super Mega have claimed that Matt had made a lot of jokes about what happened to Daniel, and even called him a coward at some point for what he did.
So no, they don't care about suicide. They don't give a shit about suicide. They only give a shit.
How did anyone fall for this bitch's video? They use jokes to cope? Oh my god, that must mean they fucking hated their friend.
Themselves.
Mind you, Ryan was the one to discover the friend after their
Oh,
successful
you've got to be
attempts.
kidding. It's over for Nick, dude.
Found Daniel.
He tried to criticize friends who found their friend after he committed suicide. He tried to fucking weaponize how they coped, or how they allegedly coped in private.
Responsive in his room. The person making these claims never knew Daniel. They definitely were not a part of the group that experienced the trauma of losing him.
Now, Nick's coverage of the situation has been criticized for weaponizing such a tragedy while engaging in what has been called hit piece behavior. Nick initially dismissed the criticism with the claim that because he was personally invested, he couldn't be expected to prioritize truth when broadcasting to over 1 million people.
Of course, I'm gonna take the side of a personal friend of mine when she comes out with a story about her own sexual assault. This isn't like an online, like, normal thing where I look at all the facts and I make a decision. No.
If you're making a fucking video about it, yeah, it is an online thing where you have to look at all the facts and make a decision. If you're comforting or consoling your friend in private, sure. But you're fucking talking about this publicly in a video to your, like, multiple 100,000 subscriber channel. Like, obviously there's, like, some, like, standards or expectations that come with that. He just thinks like, I don't know if he thinks he's just like talking to a friend in a restaurant or something. He's fucking talking to hundreds of thousands of people about whether or not somebody allegedly sexually assaulted somebody and whether or not somebody allegedly covered it up. I have to look at all the facts. Yeah, you do.
Now, where does this turn into Nick lying? Well, in his initial coverage, Nick says that his reason for talking about the situation was as follows.
All I really want out of this video and out of this situation is for the victims in the story to be heard and to have a voice. I'm going to talk about the controversies that come forward, and the reason I want to do that is because they're not shutting it down this time.
In fact, he later specifies that he got permission to make videos talking about the situation from Lex.
And when Lex was preparing her story, I was given permission by her to cover it. It was never something that I suggested to Lex, but when she mentioned it, I decided to share her story.
Listen to that wording. She told him about the situation, so he decided to share her story and got permission. So he's not part of any coordinated effort, right? In fact, when Matt suggested that Nick was possibly put up to this by a disgruntled ex-employee,
a lot of people, mainly Leighton and his close friends, have used this as an opportunity to capitalize off of what was initially someone's story of assault.
Nick responded with outrage at the idea that he was part of an organized effort or that he makes videos for vendettas.
Does Matt think that that's all it takes to get me to make a video about something? I know it's easy to just throw up when your channel's not doing great and you only really want to post American Truck Simulator Let's Plays, but I have a real job with a real schedule that I keep up for my audience, and I don't make videos for personal vendettas.
Now, after 3 months of Nick repeatedly doubling down in response to slowly growing backlash, Nick released a third and fourth video. Listen to what he says.
Lex posted her story, and I was asked by her and Ethan to potentially talk about it on my channel because I've talked about similar situations in the past, and I should not have agreed to cover it when Ethan and Lex approached me with the idea.
So let's review. Nick was asked by his close friends to use his platform to help with a personal grudge, did not disclose that, lied about it, and insulted Matt for insinuating he was part of an organized effort. Like, Nick tried to use Matt's brief mention of him to fully discredit almost a full hour of Matt presenting evidence of his innocence.
But I think that this claim that he
Yeah, this guy's a fucking idiot. This is what the commentary community is now. Like, if you go and talk to anybody about what they think commentary is, they're talking about this guy, and like Ethan is online, and like, I mean, do I need to, like, in order to like revive my channel again, do I need to like start looking like this?
He kind of ends his response with is extremely in bad faith, and it makes me question his true intentions with all of the claims he's making.
And after all of that outrage, Nick was part of exactly that, a coordinated effort organized by his friend. It was just orchestrated by Lex instead of Leighton. And another party that received backlash for spreading false accusations has since come out and shared that they felt like they were pressured into making their video, strongly insinuating that that was by Lex.
I was surrounded by people who were telling me to, like, come out and basically dogpile. And I did it. Yeah, I joined the dogpile. Very clearly used you for the narrative to an extent. It's becoming more and more obvious. Yeah, that is kind of what seems like.
Oh my, she's putting
Lex sense.
You did it. You agreed to do it.
Something to me.
Which would make this the definition of a coordinated effort. So Nick lied to over 1 million people.
They like told me to help them dogpile, and I didn't. Like, they made me do it. Like, no, you agreed to fucking do it. You're at fault.
Because he knew the truth would make his friend look bad, and he only came clean as a last resort to protect and distance himself. And literally 2 minutes after admitting this, Nick still tries to lie and say there was no coordinated effort and dismisses the idea as conspiracy.
I was asked by her and Ethan to potentially talk about it on my channel, and a few days later I posted a video covering everything she said in the video. Since then, there has been a narrative pushed by fans of Super Mega, other YouTubers, and Super Mega themselves that has fully embraced the conspiracy that there was an organized attempt to cancel Super Mega and that I am one of the main people behind this attack.
And Nick's entire defense of him and Lex hinges on the idea that Lex decided to post her video by herself and that there was no preconceived plan. But tweets resurfaced from months before Lex's video where Lex's boyfriend and Nick say that they are planning something behind the scenes and are gathering other people's stories, which would make this the very definition of a coordinated effort, one that Nick knew about months in advance. And while I'm going to get into the lies Nick likes to sprinkle throughout his content, I cannot stress enough as a commentary creator with a fraction of what he has, how insane it is to make a hit piece because your friend asked you to, act offended when accused of that, and only come clean to protect yourself. Like, I cannot fathom lying to my audience like that. But I accuse Nick of sprinkling lies throughout his content. Why? Well, like I said, he states whatever he wants to as fact, even if it's something that's provably false or has been debunked. Now that seems pretty careless, so why would he do this? Honestly, I think it's because he sees his viewers as dumb. If they watch his videos, Nick seems to assume that 99% of them will not check any other coverage of that situation. Or if they do engage with other content, they will likely do so with an extreme bias because Nick has already told his viewers that the opinions of anyone disagreeing with him don't count. Also, notice how I just made it.
Wait, what has chat said?
Nick has already told his viewers.
Augie should take his shirt off. Okay, Tom, why are you so gay?
very clear when I was speculating, if this was a Nick Green video, all of that would have been stated as facts, but spreading lies. If you remember, Nick's accusation that Matt and Ryan covered up an assault was quickly debunked. Yet 3 months later in his so-called apology, Nick repeated the accusation and even made the claim that the duo admitted to it.
I've seen creators who are now backing up Super Mega as if they both didn't fully admit to covering up their friend and employee assaulting another one of their friends.
Which is a lie. Super Mega explicitly denied this claim.
I also want to state that we never took any action to cover up assault, and we never tried to cover Dawn from any consequences. For example, I was the one who told Ross over the phone because Ross had a show with Dawn, and I felt like he needed to know this.
And after some tiptoeing, we ended up cutting ties with Don, both personally and professionally. We cut all contact with him. We also updated those who we knew that were working with him of the situation.
And it is nothing, Toki. Nothing's wrong with it. Notifications didn't go out. Yeah, we just had a debate with Southern Dingo. Massive W.
Wild to me that Nick is so confident lying about something that is this well documented. And here's the thing, when Nick goes on to quintuple down that they covered up an assault, he doesn't acknowledge a single argument that debunks this. He just restates his past reasoning that ultimately boils down to, if a victim asks you not to go public with their assault, you should assume it's obvious what's best for them and publicize it anyway without asking. Yeah, I'm serious.
Matt's answer to that would be that they didn't tell other people or the public about this because Lex wanted the situation to be private and they didn't want to speak for her. And Matt agrees that he should not have asked Lex what he should do in this scenario. It was very obvious what he should have done, and he decided to be passive about it. And yes, this is what caused a lot of the issues. And I still do not understand how all of that stayed between 3 people. I struggle to understand how someone as close to them like Justin wouldn't know, especially because Justin knew Dawn. I'm all for keeping Lex's story private if she wants it to be private, but there's got to be a way to tell your fans in a safe way that Dawn is not someone who they should follow anymore, that he was let go for a reason. All she wanted from Super Mega was for them to make a post about why they were letting Dawn go after so much time.
So she told them, I don't want you to post this, I don't want you to publicize this, and then got mad at them because they didn't post it or publicize it?
Other people don't become victims of him.
And unsurprisingly, given how that makes no sense, Nick has never been able to provide a suggestion as to what Matt and Ryan should have done. And personally, if I was constantly repeating a claim that has been debunked, I would probably acknowledge like, hey, I know a lot of you disagree with me coming to this conclusion because of XYZ, but I'm still making this claim because of ABC, or I'm able to disprove XYZ. But instead, Nick seems to rely on the assumption that his viewers have not seen his talking points debunked, so he can continue hiding behind virtuous buzzwords to mischaracterize his critics. Nick also says this.
It has been very clear that they are not above denouncing the hate that Lex is receiving because of things they said in their videos. Matt and Ryan will not stop anyone from claiming that everything that happened in Lex's story was a lie.
Another easily disproven lie. Both Matt and Ryan have explicitly disavowed any attacks on Lex and have stated that they believe her.
From the beginning, when she told me, I fully believed and have supported Lex. I'm in no way saying that her coming forward with the Dawn situation is a ploy by Leighton to get us canceled.
What are the comments on his newest video saying? Anytime I want to see what the public's opinion is about somebody, I just go to their, hold on. I go to their comments section and go to the most recent. Did he like delete his channel? Channels.
I mean, it's not. Guys, I'm in trouble. This morning, I woke up with a message from the government telling me my job doesn't count.
Bro's secret talent is killing his channel. You're done, kid. Log off forever. Lol.
Not harass anyone that was mentioned in this video. I'm not sending any harassment.
I took these allegations seriously and expressed my support for Lex. Could have been handled so much better and should have been handled so much better, especially since Lex was the one who trusted us with her story and her trauma.
And Nick even says that Matt and Ryan are bad people for not coming to his defense.
Matt and Ryan are well aware of how their audience is responding to this. They see how dishonest the claims are about Lex, myself, and many others. But it has become very obvious that they do not care how their audience is responding to this.
Imagine getting 1 million views by smearing someone's Matt's name with false rumors, weaponizing an unimaginably traumatic tragedy, doxing Matt's girlfriend, gloating about all of this, and criticizing your victims for not defending you. And this is one of many examples of just how out of touch with reality Nick is, not to mention entitled. But this behavior isn't new for Nick. He deployed the same tactics against Gus Johnson around a year ago, down to the easily proven lies. No, I'm not going to go into the minutiae of the situation for a fourth time, because honestly I don't want to and it's not relevant to my point here. Deja vu for some of you I know. But 2 years ago, Gus's ex-girlfriend spread accusations towards him in a very messy and misleading way concerning events that had taken place 3 years prior. This led to Gus losing over 400,000 subscribers and counting. For 6 months, Gus exclusively made apologetic statements where he chose not to provide his perspective on the events, which the other party responded to by escalating the situation in ways that were cryptic.
Listen, who needs Augie, guys, when you have me, right? I'm like killing the game right now. But no, listen, Nick is not green. He's a guy who, wait, hold on. We need a co-host. Smaggle's like so unreliable. Okay, well, forget it.
And arguably quite manipulative. And the ex-girlfriend eventually had to acknowledge and admit to one instance of spreading lies for her benefit. Eventually, Gus partook in an impromptu interview where he for the first time gave his perspective on the events. And while his tone was very apologetic, Gus provided revelations that painted a very different picture of his ex's intentions, such as her asking to get back together just 3 weeks before she launched the campaign to ruin him.
She surprised me because she came back in and she had brought me some gifts and said that she wanted to get back together with me, that she was sorry that it
fuck that bitch.
Didn't work out and she didn't.
I think she has me blocked on Twitter. I don't know why. I'm blocked by a lot of people on Twitter. I'm blocked by fucking Pokimane, Chris Hansen. Wait, hold on. Pokimane, Chris Hansen, fucking somebody else who I don't know. Wait, hold on. Wait, one sec, guys. All right, let's watch this. And I don't know where the fuck I'm landing.
Into my life, and I just looked at all the effort that we had put in the last year,
Fuck,
and
I'm not gonna make it to the
I just
team.
thought that we had really given it as much of a try as we possibly could, and I just said, I'm sorry, like I'm not there right now. I don't think it's a good idea.
As well as her allegedly screaming at and threatening to blackmail him in response to his rejection.
I do that all the
Screamed at
time.
me and said, you know, you put out whatever you want, but don't say it was mutual. It's a lie. She slammed the door and left my house.
Now, why does this matter? Well, the interview caused the girlfriend to receive backlash after 6 months of public support, and she happens to be friends with Nick. See where this is going? Once again, Nick got 1 million views by inserting himself into the situation with a video where he stands up for his friend, and lies countless times in the process of doing so. And while I've already talked about Nick's sloppy coverage, link below, I want to focus on Nick lying and being deceptive about things that are easily disproven. Here's an example of what I mean.
Through all of this, has not gained subscribers, so it wouldn't make sense for her to lie and bash Gus just to hurt his career.
Okay, so she didn't benefit from the situation, which proves she had good intentions, right? Nick even specifies that she didn't gain subscribers.
What?
But of the last 2 years, her video on Gus marks the peak of her engagement in terms
She
of
wouldn't be able to know how many subscribers she was gonna get before she made it. So, regardless of what the outcome was, that like doesn't attest to her intentions at all. How do people listen to this guy? He's a fucking moron.
both subscribers and views, and it's not even
Honestly,
close.
I could do. Listen. The amount of money this guy's making, I could come back to commentary if I could just say the stupidest fucking shit on face cam. If I like dress like a hippie and be like, I love women, yay. Well, at the same time, just like being a fucking malicious asshole. Honestly, maybe it's worth it. Maybe I should come back to commentary.
Also, the original video is her second biggest ever with over 1 million views. Not to mention, it features ads as well as a sponsorship. So doing some math as a creator, she made up to $10,000 from this video.
Yeah, it
possibly
didn't benefit.
more.
She didn't
That's the
benefit,
thing.
guys.
While I don't have a problem with anything I just said, many agreed that this reflected poorly on Gus's ex. So rather than say, while she did gain XYZ, I do believe her when she says that wasn't her motivation as it wouldn't be worth the negatives, Nick doesn't do that. He just says that it didn't happen despite it being very easy to prove he's lying. He acts like he's able to decide what is and isn't reality. And I think it's because Nick knows that most of his audience will not fact check him, so he wanted to get ahead of Gus's interview making the rounds, which is the exact same thing he did with...
Honestly, it's kind of base. Like, if his audience just doesn't fact check him, dude, I need you guys to stop fact checking me so I could just lie about other people. Lyrics? I have proof that Lyrics has buried 3 bodies in his floorboards, so you shouldn't watch him and should watch me instead.
Super Mega, where he rushed out his video before they could defend themselves.
Another claim that is being made about me is that I made my initial video without looking at the evidence or letting Super Mega speak about their side on the issue. If you know my channel, especially at that time, I was posting constantly and I was always trying to be the quickest one to get to a story. I do think I should have waited until Matt and Ryan responded to everything before talking about it. In hindsight, that is a big mistake that I will not be making in the future. I definitely need to take a look at my content and look at the way that I can impact other people as a result of telling my stories.
Now, Nick also likes to lie by omission, leaving out information that reflects poorly on him or his friends. See, at one point, Gus says this.
Do not ask me for a fucking source. If I say it happened, I don't need proof.
When one person right after a breakup really just smears you like this.
Now, this was in reference to Gus's ex encouraging speculation with vague and inflammatory posts while liking dozens of tweets that change and contradict her original story, as well as posting a tweet the day Gus canceled his tour that seemed to gloat about it being canceled. Now, Nick responds to this with the following.
Besides the fact that it doesn't use Gus's name throughout her original video, and her relationship with him was only a small but necessary part of the video.
Which, yeah, is 100% true. She did not use Gus's name in her original video. However, Nick conveniently leaves out that Gus's ex publicly confirmed she was talking about him within 6 hours on both Twitter and YouTube, not to mention the dozens of tweets she liked that referred to him by name. Now, that's not a great look when you're accused of launching a smear campaign. So Nick just decides that Gus's ex only liked tweets that echoed her original video, but somehow at the same time, it's okay that she endorsed false accusations and harassment.
Gus does get upset that liked tweets that made him look bad, but they all echoed ideas that she already confirmed in her video. These weren't news statements that she was co-signing, but support that she was receiving for a story that was hard for her to tell. Gus also never specifically states what liked or retweeted and how it made him look bad. It was just another vague shot that he took at her to make her seem emotional and illogical. He also makes the bizarre claim that created memes. I don't know exactly what he's talking about here because again, he doesn't specify, but I assume that he is talking about the one picture of a Pokemon card that put on her story. For someone who works professionally in comedy, I don't know what his idea of a meme is.
For the record, much of the public, including myself, only learned that she was talking about Gus because of a notification on the Twitter homepage. One that showed her either liking a thread that proved it was him or one of the dozens of tweets attacking him by name, as well as her confirming it within the comments of her video. Not to mention that people used the tweet she liked as confirmation of various false accusations. And this exact behavior is a large part of why there are so many misconceptions concerning Gus to this day.
You guys
all about
can make
events
a fortune if you do a Friday night stream. Aiden, Augie, Nick, Boblax, Dumpy, Smaggle. It will never happen. They're all too inconsistent. Nick thinks he's above commentary. Augie is like just pissing the career he gained for himself away. Dumpy is too under the influence of like 15 different narcotics to even form a coherent sentence. Smaggle always sounds like he's a dick in his throat. So even if I did get him on, nobody would understand what the fuck he was saying. So yeah, I mean, it's a good idea in theory, but in reality, I don't think it would work. But thank you for the suggestion, Tom.
that now happened 5 years ago. Oh, but all of that makes his friend look bad, so Nick just leaves it out or decides it doesn't count. Sounds familiar, right? He also has a habit of stating people's intentions as fact, as if he can read minds. Again, carrying himself as if he has insider knowledge, despite that being simply false. In fact, this habit was the basis of Nick repeatedly accusing Super Mega of covering up an assault to over 1 million people. But as it relates to Gus, when responding to Gus's ex seemingly gloating about him having to cancel his tour, Nick says this.
Not only does this and so many of Gus's complaints boil down to, oh man, she was being so mean to me, but the tweet had nothing to do with the tour.
Just states it as fact. Like, it's not a hell of a coincidence that someone with a proven vendetta tweeted, "That's showbiz," right after Gus announced that he was canceling his tour. And to give you an idea of how full of it Nick really is, he goes from lambasting Gus for assuming that tweet was about him to, quite literally in his very next sentence, heavily insinuating that a random sketch from Gus is a shot at his ex.
And it's ridiculous to monitor what she's doing and assume that everything is about you, even if it is extremely vague. After Gus took a break from YouTube, his first video back was a sketch about a kid who was being overly dramatic about a medical condition condition and needed an ice pack. It came off as extremely tone deaf and as if it was a direct shot at
And because his unbiased coverage is little more than fan fiction, Nick will often contradict himself. For example, Nick...
But the tweet...
wait. We need to rewatch
had nothing to do with the tour.
Just stated as fact. Like, it's not a hell of a coincidence that someone with a proven vendetta tweeted asking Gus for assuming that tweet was about him, to quite literally in his very next sentence heavily insinuating that a random sketch from Gus is a shot at his ex.
And it's ridiculous to monitor what she's doing and assume that everything is about you, even if it is extremely vague. After Gus took a break from YouTube, his first video back was a sketch about a kid who was being overly dramatic about a medical condition and needed an ice pack. It came off as extremely tone deaf and as if it was a direct shot at...
And because his unbiased coverage is...
What? Wait, what is... How does he interpret... Okay. All right.
Little more than fan fiction. Nick
How
will
does he
often contradict
interpret? Okay, listen. I don't know. Not only did he just like completely interpret like a slight against somebody where it wasn't there, but he did that right after criticizing Gus Johnson for doing like the exact same fucking thing. This is like commentary's like biggest like channel right now. So I don't know. We're fucked.
For example, Nick repeatedly states that when someone comes forth...
What's up, Cheeto? How's it going, bro? How's it going? Yeah, you got your wish, dude. Nick is not green. Ethan is online. Like, listen, I know behind the scenes you're both kind of preying on their downfall. It's fucking here, dude. It's fucking here. This is the most probably the most malicious shit I've ever seen in commentary. Well, besides like the Slazo stuff, like this has got to be up there with like. He lied and like stated things as fact when they weren't, that could potentially ruin people's lives, like life ruining shit, knowing that his audience would fully believe it just because he wanted to protect his friends. I don't understand, like this guy should never fucking come back to the internet. This is horrible. And then Ethan is online was colluding with him behind the scenes to like perpetuate these allegations. And to top it all off, the girl that was kind of making Nick like perpetuate the super mega shit, Lex Updog, she's now fucking liking all the negative tweets about him. He got like, this is the best like scenario ever, the best outcome ever. He got fucked over by the people that made him do this. His career is like totally fucked. He'll never have any credibility again. And I mean, honestly, like this video is, by the way, is really well structured. This channel, like I thought this was by like a big channel, only like 78K. So no, this is the best outcome. This guy got a fucking new asshole ripped for him. So yeah.
With accusations, they're often attacked and chased off the internet.
Any commentator that originated from Vine, with the exception of like Drew Gooden, needs to be like purged.
How these YouTube cancellations end. The canceled creator remains financially comfortable while the victim is bullied by the creator's remaining fans until they leave the internet.
No, not you, Nick. But whenever Gus doesn't describe something in vivid enough detail for him, Nick just decides that it's because he's trying to cover something up.
But when he has the opportunity to be open and honest about what he did, he refuses to be specific because he knows he can't get away with the horrific things he said or did.
When it's just as likely that Gus was being vague because of the very issues Nick described. But it's more convenient if his friend is perfect and Gus is evil, so Nick will state anything supporting that narrative as fact, just like with Super Mega. Now, between this and the Super Mega situation, notice how Nick's language very subtly...
Listen, here's the strat, guys. We need to go full hippie. We need to, like, I'm gonna, like, be wearing, like, a I smoke weed and take antidepressants t-shirt. I'm gonna get, like, Harry Potter glasses, grow a mustache, get a mullet, have, like, a funny, like, Beethoven mug, a sweater, reading my script from a MacBook. Then I'll get, like, fucking... I'll get easily 1 million subscribers overnight. 1 million subs overnight.
Rewrites events that he wasn't even present for. And most of these lies aren't even necessary, mind you. They don't change much on their own. But Nick does this non-stop in order to slowly transform a situation from there is very little certainty of what happened to this person is a straight up villain and we need to chase them off the internet. And his coverage of both situations received over 1 million views before Nick quietly deleted them. Really picture the damage that Nick has done with his deception twice. And Nick's defense is always that it's obvious he's going to believe his friend, fully ignoring the fact that there is a difference between being a good friend behind closed doors and making a public spectacle by presenting hearsay as fact, because I don't think he sees having a platform as a responsibility and a privilege, but a game he's entitled to play. And look, I don't really care if truth is the reason that these creators face whatever consequences or you just don't like them. But in both instances, false accusations were able to spread as a direct result of Nick lying. But okay, I think I made it clear enough that Nick lies. But I also said I thought he was a phony who uses feminism for his own gain, and that's a huge leap. So surely I have something to back up a claim.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Tom, but if you watch WWE, Listen, I just get bad vibes from anyone that knows anything about WWE. No offense, Dumpy.
Lame like that, right? Come on, you already know I'm gonna over-explain it. When Nick talks about what his female friends deal with in response to coming out with troubling stories, he goes out of his way to constantly emphasize that when someone comes forth about an accusation of abuse, generally a woman, they are treated harshly by the internet. In fact, Nick makes it a point to present himself as an ally to women.
He is absolutely preying on women. When I did the video about him in the podcast, the whole thing was like he was being misogynistic and weird about women. Things will be blown up to a big extent by small groups on the internet, specifically a lot of men who want to use this and weaponize this against women who try to be in power positions or do what Lizzo preaches to do. Now, I don't think I have to explain why this is disgusting. Sneeko is harassing a female content creator, telling her that the reason why she's so upset is because she hasn't had sex in a while. Andrew Tate continuously shows how fundamentally little he thinks of women and how gullible they are to fall for lies and tricks. Not only does Tate actively reinforce harmful patriarchal stereotypes about femininity and womanhood, he's such an incel. He's such an incel.
This guy's a genius, by the way. He's literally like, he knows exactly what to say to like get the appeal of like fucking brain dead like Gen Zers. I'm not saying what he's saying is wrong about some of these people, but like it's such a grift. It's a Hassan level grift. He literally like the whole like I'm standing up for women thing. Like, sure, that's great, but like, first of all, I think it's a little misogynistic to like to put yourself in the position of the savior of women. But second of all, right, like he literally, I saw one video where he supported like, or not supported, he perpetuated harassment against like this like Japanese like fan group because like one of the members like spoke Japanese with a Japanese accent, even though that's how you're supposed to speak the language. Like, it's a tonal language. There's pronunciations that you're supposed to follow. So he harassed her, and then in his follow-up, he's like, well, she got doxxed or something, but people were saying that it was racist. I don't know, though. Like, the most, like, instead of just explicitly saying they were wrong, he just fucking, like, after this girl got, like, doxxed and shit, he just, like, rode the fence. Hold on. Let me give Sid mod.
That the opinions of
we gotta get out of
anyone
here.
disagreeing with him don't count. Also, notice how I just made it.
Wait, what has chat said? Wait.
They end up going down some pipeline, and they end up being some radical freak who was never given love, so now they're an incel who wants to, you know, destroy women and have people harass them on the street.
Now, here's the thing. I agree with him. I try not to be performative, but I do call out misogyny when it comes up in a video, and when I do criticize a woman, I will often take a moment to disavow sexism. So what's the problem? Well, Nick will go out of his way to tell anyone that'll listen about how he is a proud ally to women and is willing to face the internet's cruelty head on to protect them.
I am absolutely not a stranger to hate campaigns like this. I have dealt with months of hate following my coverage on stories like Sneeko or Gus Johnson, both situations where I was harassed endlessly for uplifting the voices of victims who are attacked just like this.
Except that all goes out the window the second he starts losing subscribers. What do I mean? Recently, Ryan from Super Mega released a statement concerning how his friend's passing was used in poor taste as a weapon against him. Once again, Ryan was the one to discover the friend after their successful attempt. It doesn't get much worse than that. So Lex and Nick exposing Matt and Ryan for joking about the situation, which is a very common coping mechanism in response to genuine trauma, was unquestionably cruel. Hell, Lex went so far as to say that they did not care about the issue at all.
So no, they don't care about suicide. They don't give a shit about suicide. They only give a shit about themselves and who they can make jokes of that are under them that they can get away with. Never, you know, the person who got assaulted or the person who's like dealing with suicide attempts. I don't know. I know you guys don't give a shit about either of those things, obviously.
And constantly referred to their friend by name when said friend had left behind a family. Now, while Ryan does express pain at how his friend was dragged into this, he takes a very level-headed tone when outrage would be understandable. And he directly asks Nick and Lex to just take accountability and apologize for using unrelated trauma as a gotcha. And while this did increase the backlash that Nick and Lex were facing substantially, Ryan also gave them a very easy out, which he didn't have to do. Apologize for this one thing. And since Nick is the first to promote accountability and apologizing,
I think it's time for some people to be held accountable, and I think it's time for people to take some real action on creators who continually take advantage of the people around them and the people they hire. I'm like, where did you apologize? Man, it just gets better. I love this kind of apology. This apology is a little bizarre. It seems a little bit suspicious. I don't know, to actually have her held accountable for her actions, and I think that's great.
She just came up like,
sorry, I was racist. The video of her apologizing about it, looking back, comes off a little bit like blame me in certain ways.
This is gonna be when Nick really shines, right? Yeah, you already know the answer's no. Nick immediately took to his Instagram and posted a vague story, once again insinuating that anyone criticizing him is an SA apologist, which is in line with what we've seen. He seems to assume his audience is dumb, so he misrepresents his controversies to be seen as a martyr. When that finally stopped working, and Nick finally started to lose subscribers, he made his third video on Super Mega. And while it's disguised as an apology, Nick can't help but assume a very snarky and defensive tone throughout, which you'll see. And he goes on to repeatedly throw Lex under the bus and distance himself from her, saying that he only covered Ryan's friend because Lex talked about it and he's just reporting as an outsider, meaning she should be blamed for any harm he chose to do with his platform.
Daniel should not have been mentioned in anyone's videos about the situation, including Lex. Because it was a part of multiple stories that I was summarizing in my video, I of course decided to include it as valuable information, but the purpose of my video on Super Mega was to highlight the stories that were told, not give my own personal story on the situation. Bringing up Daniel was purely part of reporting that story. In my video, I directly quoted what was being said in a story I was covering, and I believe that it was necessary.
You can't claim to just be like a fucking like neutral reporter while also like giving your opinions and stating your like friends' baseless allegations as fact. Like you can't, you don't, I mean, I hate people that do this like Hassan. They fall back on the, oh, well, I'm just reporting what happened thing when it benefits them. Meanwhile, they're giving very like partisan opinions in relation to these situations. And like you're not it's not just reporting if you're also providing your opinion. You're a commentator, right? I don't know. This just seems like pussy shit. He should own up to it.
Point out that these claims have been made, and of course I wanted to follow that up with what Super Mega thought about those claims. After reporting on this story in both of my videos, I will say that I believe Daniel's suicide should not have been a part of the story told by Lex and Layden. I do not think it was necessary information for anyone to include that in their personal story about Super Mega. I do not believe that means that I should ignore and disregard any mention of Daniel in my story, so I included it. Although I knew people personally involved in the story, I was still a third party who made this video summarizing Lex's story after it was posted, and I can firmly say that I had no part or decision in Daniel becoming a part of Lex or Layden's story. But again, our social media accounts are not controlled the same way. I am not in consistent communication with her, and I am not associated with how she goes about telling her story.
And during his fourth and final statement, Nick goes even further to wash his hands of this and straight up admits that he's only interested in protecting himself.
Whatever happens with this situation moving forward, I am not a part of it. I do not associate myself with anyone involved, and by no means does that mean that I'm fully discrediting Lex's story. By no means does that mean I'm fully siding with Super Mega. I'm truly trying to do what is
like. This is like the definition of a fucking soy-filled bitch, bro. He's literally like he goes on the attack and then he gets blowback. He throws everybody else under the fucking bus and then he crawls back. He's like, I'm distancing myself. I want no involvement. It's like fucking John Swan tier shit, bro. Like you can't go on the attack and try and ruin people and then fucking like cower like a little bitch when people come back at you. If I ever did that, honestly, I'd be the captain going down my ship because I'm a Giga Chad. I'd be like, yep, I fucking did it. It was wrong. And I'm going to learn from it and quit the internet. Bye, guys. And that would be the end of it. This guy's a fucking little bitch.
right for my platform. I don't want my career to be defined by situations like this, and this is not at all the kind of content I want to create. This is not the kind of situation that I ever want to even be a part of in the future.
So let's review. Nick made multiple hit pieces because his close friends asked him to. He chose to insert himself into the situation, calling for accountability. And since he's been gloating about the situation while showboating about how cruel the internet can be to women and victims. So as soon as the controversy catches up to him, literally as soon as he starts losing subscribers, Nick immediately resorts to, oh my god, blame her, the victim of assault. She's the reason I did it. It's all her fault. Really? So he stands by his friends and takes on larger creators when they're already down, but immediately throws said friends under the bus once it causes a problem for him. When he could have just said, look, I really should have thought that through more. I didn't have a bad intention, but I could see how I was being a little careless, and for that, I am sorry. A very easy apology that allows you to claim good intention without abandoning your friend. Also, now that I think about it, it's kind of insane that Nick made all of this way bigger, like he's a much larger creator than Lex, yet now that this is way worse for her than her original video, Nick just leaves her, just abandons her. Also, Nick says he was not given permission by Lex to make this video. In fact, he specifically is going against her wishes.
I was not given permission to make this video. Originally, I just wanted to do the best to respect the wishes of the victim in this situation.
I did pretty good. All right, that's it. I'm convinced. I'm doing face cam commentary. I'm gonna go take a piss real quick. I'll be right back. One sec.
What do you want?
I have to go take another piss. Will you entertain my chat?
Fuck you.
Alright, never mind. I'll be right back. No break this time. No, actually, I got it. Alright, we're back.
And be quiet about it to try to lessen the amount of harassment happening, because I knew that talking about it would just result in more harassment against Lex.
In other words, the second Nick starts losing
That's what we
subscribers,
want.
it's every
We want to maximize harassment against the victim.
Fuck.
Wait, why am I?
And for himself. Oh wow, Nick, you're really standing by your friend as she relives the trauma of her assault. What happened? I thought getting canceled was no big deal and creators remain unaffected.
But you can't ever name a single creator out there that cancel culture actually affects, when everyone knows how these YouTube cancellations end. The canceled creator remains financially comfortable while the victim is bullied by the creator's remaining fans until they leave the internet.
If that's the case, what are you freaking out about? And if all of that wasn't bad enough, Nick can't help but respond to Ryan's very restrained statement by baselessly accusing him of not watching Nick's videos.
Making claims that I used Ryan as a main point in my video, or that I exploited his suicide for views on the Super Mega story, makes it very obvious that Ryan really never watched anything that I made on the situation. If he did, he would see that all mentions of Daniel in my video were quoted from himself, Matt, Lex, or Layden.
And ironically, Nick doesn't seem to have fully read Ryan's statement, because Ryan described Nick's coverage in great detail with time codes and never makes the allegations that Nick
Aiden, can you call Augie? No, he won't be happy with that.
dismisses, such as making Daniel a key part of his coverage. Other people may have said that, but Ryan didn't. Oh look, someone criticizes Nick, so he finds a reason to say that that criticism doesn't count. Haven't seen that before, not like Nick goes on to do it again in the same video.
So much of the criticism I've received from making these videos has been from people who never took the time to watch any of the videos I made about the situation, and it becomes increasingly more obvious that they took the word of people deflecting from the truth rather than actually watching all of the videos involved. You cannot watch a video from another creator, or even from Matt and Ryan claiming that I am a liar, without even watching the content that I made in the first place. That is the definition of attacking someone in bad faith.
And what's even more fake is that this so-called apology came as soon as Nick started losing subscribers, after months of successfully burying this from his viewers. Now, this video was received horribly, so Nick released a fourth video where he seems to do a full 180 and finally owns up and admits he can't handle these kinds of situations and acknowledges that the criticisms of him were valid.
I inappropriately handled reporting on a story that I should not have reported on. I'm realizing pretty late that I was too close to the story, and regardless on my personal feelings for the situation, it was irresponsible for me to involve myself and my platform in into a conflict that really had nothing to do with me. I am not free from the criticism of how I actually am making and reporting on those videos. I should not be involved or be a part of this story, and I should not have agreed to cover it when Ethan and Lex approached me with the idea.
I mean, it's a little weird that Nick owning up was buried in a completely unrelated video and he quietly deleted his so-called apology, but who cares? No one's perfect, and Nick finally took accountability, so that's amazing, right? Yeah, except at the end of his very next video, Nick can't help but insinuate one last time that he's the victim.
Play along tonight. I'm sure it's going to be fun, as long as a bunch of freaks just relax.
Bet you thought I'd miss that, huh, Nick? Well, I cannot speak to his intentions. Seeing how Nick's tone goes from gloating to defensive to sincere in direct correlation to his subscriber count, I feel pretty comfortable calling him insincere. Oh, and in his apology, Nick still can't help but sprinkle the lies we've come to expect. For example, Nick says that after his initial coverage, he remains silent.
This video being made is not an effort to refuel the fire. Originally, I just wanted to do the best to respect the wishes of the victim in this situation and be quiet about it.
Because his repeated gloating was only on his Instagram stories, which leave no record after 24 hours. So Nick wasn't being silent. But the proof that he's lying can only be found in certain corners of Reddit, which makes it more obvious why Nick repeatedly demonizes Reddit to his audience.
There's too many Reddit debate bro dorks on this website trying to come after me every single day.
Now, that's
his own subreddit, I watched in real time as his own subreddit fucking turned against him, and his own subreddit just became like posting new things to like own him with. I think he ended up shutting it down, but it was fucking hilarious.
But maybe it's still a reach to say that he's a phony who uses feminism. But it goes even further. Lex and others dragged Matt's current girlfriend into the situation despite her having nothing to do with it. Nick then went out of his way to showcase the girlfriend's Instagram to almost 1 million people.
Who Matt ended up dating, and if you go to her most recent post, you can see that comments on this post have been limited. The top comment saying magnum opus.
Mind you, Matt and this woman have never publicly disclosed their relationship, meaning Nick doxed her. And in his follow-up video, Nick pulled tweets from this girlfriend's private social media where she vents about the situation, specifically that her relationship was being dragged through the mud because of the lies these people spread. And Nick responds to these statements from, let's be clear, a victim of his sloppiness by saying he can use them to draw negative conclusions about Matt's opinions.
Dude, just know people are fucking lying about me like crazy, and the only reason I haven't said anything is because Matt and my friends told me not to, because Matt is going to take care of it and tell everyone the truth in his response, debunking everything. Overall, you can tell that she is not happy about it, and I can come to a conclusion about how Matt feels about it.
So wait, Nick will preach about how it's bad when women are seen as objects that are centered around men. But when a woman is dating someone Nick doesn't like, it's okay to dox them and imply they don't have their own agency.
Oh shit.
Interesting. And you want to know what I think really encapsulates Nick's relationship with feminism? I saw a Reddit comment that described Nick as the kind of guy that would talk down to women about feminism. And I found it funny, but of course I'm not going to include that unless I could somehow back it up, right? And Nick went on to do exactly that, saying he knew better than victims of assault and abuse.
I've seen creators who have firsthand experienced the backlash of telling a story as a victim online who are now backing up Super Mega as if they both didn't fully admit to covering up their friend and employee actually assaulting another one of their friends.
So Nick is trying to advocate for victims of SA and domestic violence, who are primarily women. Actual victims come forth and say they disagree with him, so Nick's conclusion is that he knows better than they do. Do you get why I think he uses feminism for his own gain? And to beat the inevitable straw man, I fully support feminism, but I can't stand performative allies that make these causes about themselves. And somehow this gets even worse. See, a lot of Nick's content is him just making fun of people he finds cringy. And while this isn't new, people like Cody Ko or Eddie Burback would reserve such formats for when they were punching up at horrible people, and it would be pretty good-natured overall.
No, that's a fact. You see how he's like, even he is like riding it a little bit?
Yeah, no,
he's like, he's putting a little something into it.
Yeah.
I don't think Jake Paul understands that him and all his, they sound like Kids Bop.
Yeah.
My teachers never told me that.
Yeah.
On the other hand, Nick will do this for anyone who goes viral on TikTok, despite most of them being non-public figures. Because as we've seen, Nick loves punching down. And he even has a third channel where he does the same thing, but is more mean about it. Oh, because you see, he's wearing a pair of funny sunglasses, which means he's doing a character, which means it's okay. So as of now, Nick is acting as the successor to both Keemstar and Colleen Ballinger. What great company to find yourself in. But the first example that also demonstrates his feminism is performative is a video he made in response to the viral Love Search TikTok. And since his video's posting, a growing minority has criticized Nick for essentially bullying a woman at her low point, and Nick has since quietly taken this video down. Though what exactly is a love surge? Basically a couple posting their cringy, lovey inside joke and going unexpectedly viral. Now this couple aren't really influencers. Most of their engagement seems to be people making fun of this video. In other words, they are much smaller than Nick. But Nick just piles on and makes fun of them because that was the trendy thing to do.
This is called a love surge, and we do this when one of us has like so much love in our limbs that we can't contain it.
No, maybe I'm being a little too sensitive. I really don't like making fun of people, which is why despite all of my criticisms of Nick, I haven't made fun of him. Like, I remember Mean Girls being a cautionary tale, not a step-by-step guide, but whatever. At one point, Nick points out that the couple is being bullied, but says it's fine. And what makes it even funnier is the fact that Nick's girlfriend immediately disagrees with him.
What happens after this video is a lot of bullying. I'm not gonna lie. A lot of bullying. It seems like everyone is like just making jokes about it, which is like whatever, in good faith, right?
Yeah, no, this is like insane. I can't believe that they posted this on the internet, and I feel really bad for them. I think at the end of the day, you should just be able to do what you want, right? Like if you're a little weird, that's fine. I think if you post on the internet, like you gotta expect people are gonna meme on you, but I don't think anyone should like degrade them or something. I don't know, like harass them or something.
It's funny. Yeah, he just totally ignores what she's saying and says the exact opposite as if he's agreeing with her. And here's the thing, I'm not dismissing good-natured jokes.
He's a feminist, guys. Wait, hold on. One sec, guys. I just got a text. Apparently there's a pipe bomb in my mailbox. Not really, JK. Give my thoughts on Nomis Yalf. I did on this podcast I went on called Trash Talk.
About how it's cringy. Even the woman in the video acknowledges that it's cringy and says she enjoys the good-natured jokes. But the situation quickly escalated to just crossing the line. Like, think back to Jake Novak, who had people filming him at his job because he went viral for being cringy. Now think back to how much Nick talks about the internet being a cruel place, especially for women. So he's gonna try to be part of the solution, right?
It doesn't end well. She seems really like, I can't believe the top comment. I like read the top comment.
Oh, she's crying because the internet's being cruel and Nick's just in the corner laughing. But okay, that's nothing. It's probably as bad as it gets, right? Nope, because she posted a video where she breaks down crying in response to people hoping she'd experience violence and SA. So she's being threatened, as Nick himself later acknowledges.
If you get big enough, you are going to be able to find the worst people on the internet, threatening you, hoping and wishing the worst things on you.
So she's clearly at her lowest, talking about a topic Nick is super passionate about when it comes to his friends, yet there he is in the corner, just making fun of her and cackling the whole time.
And you're like wishing that like someone cheated on each other, or wishing that like DV on me, or I said, I'm not talking about the hilarious stitches or anything. I'm talking about like the really mean, hurtful comments. And yeah, so I think a lot of times people type something online and then they don't see the result of it. This is the result. And if you like do this to people and keep doing it.
Oh, don't tell them that. Don't tell them that's how they do it.
Almost
Wait,
like he loves
is that him reacting to her crying?
Punching down, which he even goes on to indirectly acknowledge that that's what he's doing.
Still feel bad for her. I think this is just a case of a normal everyday person getting a little too much attention on the internet, and it results in some pretty overwhelming things.
And what makes this even more hypocritical is that when a creator simulated SA in reference to one of Nick's friends, Nick took to YouTube and told his audience to mass report the creator in the hopes of deplatforming them.
Now, I don't think I have to explain why this is disgusting. Sneeko is harassing a female content creator, telling her that the reason why she's so upset is because she hasn't had sex in a while, and then he proceeds to aggressively simulate a sexual assault on Chad in his live stream in front of thousands of people. If you watch this video and you also believe that Sneeko should be banned from YouTube, you can go to his channel pages, click
that even
about,
allowed?
and then click the flag icon on the right side of the page and report.
Are you able to are you allowed to encourage mass flagging in your videos?
The user.
Now, Sneeko, but it's crazy for Nick to have that attitude when talking about his friend, only to turn around and belittle someone for showing the effect this kind of language has on women. Oh, but don't worry, Nick gives a half-assed comment about how those jokes are bad before continuing to laugh at her for being upset by them.
Some people have more crass senses of humor, but I would think that most people would stay more away from that. Obviously, Don't make that joke.
And even more, Nick says she should have apologized better instead of taking a stand and saying she had nothing to apologize for and was in fact a victim.
And everyone in the world is calling you and your husband cringe. I do think because she egged people on about it and decided to keep it all up and whatever, the video of her apologizing about it, looking back, comes off a little bit like blame me in certain ways on the overall audience of people and boiling down a very small group of bad people and then posting a video of you crying and being like, oh look, this is what you asked for, are you happy that you got me to cry, this and that. It's just I couldn't see myself posting a video of me doing that without hoping that people would kind of feel bad for me and then comfort me, which is like what she got, so I hope she's happy.
So yeah, Nick won't apologize for lying to millions of people, but he expects an apology for someone making him cringe. Like, Nick's lack of self-awareness in this video is incredible, especially since he went on to brag about being some expert on the human condition.
I literally feel like we're experts on like human behavior on people online because you immediately know what niche they fit into. Like, I feel like I can almost see it in certain people, like just in their mannerisms, and maybe I'm like a freak and I keep thinking that I like can, you know, perceive people or whatever. At least there's this feeling of like, okay, I think I get the vibe. And this is my assessment of two people that I don't know. Again, not an expert. I like to think I am, but I'm totally not.
And Nick's viewers on Reddit have been talking about his content shifting to be more mean-spirited in feedback that feels pretty sincere. So maybe Nick will take this under consideration. Only he made an Instagram story about how feedback on Reddit doesn't count because Destiny criticized him at one point. Really says a lot that he's so quick to dismiss his fans, especially since he said that he doesn't use his comments to gauge feedback.
Listen, I have no gauge of how you feel about me. I know the comments aren't a very realistic depiction of my actual audience in the way that the greater viewer base on YouTube feels about me.
It's also really funny how Nick doesn't realize he has the exact same mindset of the Christians he criticizes, where he assumes that because he has righteous intent, he knows better than anyone who disagrees and can do no wrong. But I implied that Nick was an honorary mean girl, and yeah, he kind of is, because even when he's talking about serious situations like Gus or Super Mega, he can't help but throw insults even when it's clearly inappropriate, going after things like their views or worth.
Can I put a photo of him up on the screen? It's literally what he looks like. For seemingly no other reason than to save his sad career. But of course, if his art sucks, let's dunk on him. He sucks. This is a business transaction between two sad people who know they can benefit off of each other. Super Mega has actually fallen below 1 million subscribers on YouTube. They were just hovering above 1 million for a very long time because they weren't gaining many fans. They don't have it anymore. Matt has used this phrase when talking about his channel, despite the fact that it's really not something to be that proud of. I know it's easy to just throw up when your channel's not doing great and you only really want to post American Truck Simulator Let's Plays, but I have a real job with a real schedule that I keep up for my audience. And my favorite post right here says, apologist gets what he deserves. And it shows Matt getting the absolute beating out of him. Let's just let it play a couple more times. We can keep watching it. I don't think anyone minds letting this loop on repeat. We could just let this go. If you want me to do this for the rest of the video,
How did he... This is just straight up fucking slander. How did he apologize for rape? By supporting the girl when she came to him, following her wishes not to publicize it, saying he believed her even though her story had nothing to substantiate it. I mean, how is he a rape apologist?
Could. Hell, even in his so-called apology, he couldn't stop himself from getting in one last dig.
You'll see that I don't need or want clout or attention from them. My TikTok drama audience does not overlap with a dying Let's Play channel.
Oh, but I'm sorry, unbiased reporter over here. And he has an open group chat on Instagram where he just trash talks people, including making fun of someone singing. And just in general, his content has gone from talking about real issues with some effort to just making fun of people for not fitting Nick's idea of cool. But on top of everything I've discussed, this dude's ego is insane. While freak is Nick's favorite go-to insult, it's not his only one. You see, multiple times Nick has said get a real job as an insult while bragging that he has a real job.
I know it's easy to just throw up when your channel's not doing great and you only really want to post American Truck Simulator Let's Plays, but I have a real job with a real schedule that I keep up for my audience.
The arrogance required to talk like this when you're a fucking drama YouTuber is unbelievable. For starters, Nick has openly admitted that he generally spends less than a day on his YouTube videos. In fact, he presents this like a fun little quirk instead of something he should be desperately hiding, given the fact that all of his videos get hundreds of thousands of views from talking about real people.
You guys know that I make these videos like the same day. Like I wake up and then I make the video and put it out right away. And the reason I have to make my videos all in a single day is because if I don't, it begins to get stretched out very long. And that's why it never really feels like I have videos that take any longer than like a day where I just yap. Because it's really hard for me to like put all that time in and it starts to feel like a way bigger project. It's been really fun to see people enjoying me talking about stuff. And like, I'm doing all the videos like the same day. Like today is Wednesday.
And because of this carelessness, Nick has been criticized by his viewers on multiple occasions for getting his facts wrong. And like, I'm a creator on YouTube in a similar niche to Nick. I can tell you straight up that Nick makes 6 figures comfortably. Before the super mega stuff, Nick's channel was getting a lot of views, roughly 2 million a week. For that, you're looking at a minimum of 6K a week from AdSense.
Thank you for your brilliant insight. He hasn't said anything I can comment on anymore. But yeah, I think this video is done. Fuck this guy. So what do you guys think? Dumpy's the only pure and humble commentator? True. Fuck. Hold on, chat. 1 sec. Has Ethan said no? Ethan's gone quiet. Hold on. Yeah, Ethan just thinks if he goes quiet long enough, it's gonna be okay. He unfollowed Nick though. Their whole group is just falling apart. Yeah, Ethan's dating this Lex girl now, so. Ooh, wait, hold on. Fuck me. Someone is trying to snipe me and they are not very good at it. Alright, hold up. Awesome. Yeah, this is Minecraft, guys. I know this game's old as fuck, but I love it. Yeah, I prefer the 4 times. Oh wait, fuck. I'm gonna have to win this thing with a fucking AK. It's not gonna be good. Oh, he marked him. Hamas, Aiden. So true. Where are these guys? Oh fuck! Fuck, you've got to be shitting me. Hold on. Yes! Fuck, I had him. Fuck! Alright, chat. Well, we did okay. That's gonna wrap it up. That's gonna wrap it up for tonight's stream. Thank you guys for watching. Take care.